Bloomsbury presents I Will Run Wild, The Pacific War from Pearl Harbor to Midway, by Thomas McKelvey Cleaver, read by Lance C. Fuller. Forward. This is a terrific book, fast-moving and loaded with facts. I have read a number of books about World War II in the Pacific. Most go from Pearl Harbor to Coral Sea to Midway and on to Guadalcanal. I Will Run Wild brings you to all the places in between, and then covers the big ones we heard about. I really had little knowledge about the air battles in the South Pacific near Australia, other than Coral Sea and Midway. The author has really done his homework. He covers in great detail the thinking and actions of the great young heroes, as well as the key players, with great background detail as to how the two navies viewed each other for the 20 years before the war, as well as the development of the weapons used by both sides. Of particular note is the political detail provided. I really knew nothing about the history of Thailand, and I suspect many others will find this highly interesting. As a former combat aviator myself, I was impressed with how little flight time many of the young aviators had when they went into battle, and how they met the challenges they faced regardless. No punches are pulled in this book. Both sides made mistakes and at times showed poor judgment. The author treats General MacArthur with candor. Java, Dutch Borneo, Darwin, and many places you might never have heard of are integrated into this fast-paced historical work. There are many lessons in this book, but the most important is how people rose to challenges they would never have believed they would face until the events were upon them, and how they gave it everything they had. This is a story for our times. It is a great read for young and old. Rear Admiral H. Denny Wisely, U.S. Navy, retired. Former Commander, USS John F. Kennedy. Author of Green Ink, Memoirs of a Fighter Pilot. Introduction. When I was in junior high school, I discovered that my homeroom teacher, Mr. Dennis Main, was a veteran of the early part of the Pacific War, having been a radio man in the 19th Bomb Group during the fighting in the Philippines and during the first year of the war in the South Pacific. He saw I was sincerely interested and consented to answer my many questions, thus becoming the first World War II veteran I ever interviewed. I remember that Mr. Main was bitter about the way the war he had fought was viewed in America. I always remembered him telling me, "Everyone thinks it was just a time of losing, but the truth is, it was the foundation of victory." From that, I found myself always interested in that period of the war that so many think of as the dark days of defeat. This book is the result of that long-ago interest on the part of a budding historian. When he received orders in November 1941 to execute the planned attack on Pearl Harbor, Imperial Navy Combined Fleet Commander Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto informed his superiors, "I will run wild for 6 months. After that, I can promise nothing." He missed his prediction by 3 days. The Japanese did indeed run wild from December 7, 1941, when aircraft from 6 carriers sank or severely damaged the battle fleet of the United States Pacific Fleet, to June 4, 1942, when aircraft from 2 American carriers sank 4 of the 6 Pearl Harbor attackers in 6 deadly minutes at the Battle of Midway. The loss cut the heart out of Japanese naval aviation. The first 6 months of the Pacific War were indeed a period of almost unrelieved catastrophe upon catastrophe for the United States and its allies, as the wages of hubris and underestimation of the enemy were paid. Most Americans who read about this period focus only on the initial attack, the revenge of the Doolittle raid 4 months later, followed by the battles of the Coral Sea the next month, and Midway the month following. As General George S. Patton Jr. once observed, "Americans love a winner and will not tolerate losing." Many wartime myths were created during these months. Captain Colin P. Kelly, the bomber pilot who sank a battleship, Marines fighting a Pacific Alamo at Wake Island, the battling bastards of Bataan, the doctors and nurses in Malinta Tunnel, on the Rock at Corregidor, who refused evacuation, General MacArthur's miraculous escape aboard PT boats. When General Wainwright messaged President Franklin Roosevelt that he must surrender his forces to the Japanese enemy, the president replied, "You and your devoted followers have become the living symbol of our war aims and the guarantee of victory." Indeed they had, but not quite in the way wartime propaganda portrayed those events. To this day, the Encyclopedia Britannica states that Colin P. Kelly sank a battleship and doesn't even cite the correct date for the event. Kelly was indeed a hero who sacrificed his own life to save his crew. He just didn't do what the wartime mythology said he did. The Marines at Wake did indeed fight outnumbered against an overwhelming enemy. They never said, "Send us more Japs." That was padding in a message in which the commander informed his superiors that they were outnumbered, running out of supplies and ammunition, and would have to surrender in a matter of days if they did not receive reinforcements that were ordered to turn back at the last minute. The officers commanding the force made their admiral leave the room with their vehement refusal of orders, admonishing them he would not hear talk of mutiny. The battling bastards of Bataan would have been better served had their commander, Douglas MacArthur, not deluded himself in the 6 months before the war that he could not stop the enemy at the beaches and make certain that the supplies they would need to make a stand on Bataan were there for their use. The doctors and nurses at Corregidor really did refuse evacuation. That the stories were not accurate does nothing to diminish actual bravery in the face of overwhelming odds. Indeed, there are many stories throughout the period of Americans, members of the Commonwealth and the Dutch, who made their stands regardless of the opposition. Most of these accounts are almost unknown today. It's my hope that gathering and telling the stories that I have will lead the reader to look for further information. I was very fortunate in 1999 to meet Lieutenant Colonel Lamar Gillett when he came to speak at the Plains of Fame Air Museum in Chino, California. From that meeting, I was able to conduct several interviews with him, which provided a unique and previously unknown personal perspective on the fall of the Philippines and his later survival of the Bataan Death March, and 3 years as a prisoner of the Emperor in Japan. I first told Lamar's amazing story in Flight Journal, a magazine for which I was a contributing editor, in 2002. It is also a privilege to finally set the historical record straight as to who exactly was the only P-35 flyer to shoot down a Zero, an accomplishment that has long been credited to the wrong pilot due to a mix-up at the time as to who did what, with the incorrect story being told by those who escaped to Australia, while Lamar endured his years of captivity. I was privileged during the last 10 years of his life to know and be friends with the remarkable Richard Halsey Best Jr., the naval aviator whose actions at Pearl Harbor and Midway bookend this account. Educated and erudite, a man of true integrity, Dick Best to me epitomizes the best of America. Hearing the accounts of his experiences led me to look further into the history of this period. His oath, made at Pearl Harbor to "make the bastards pay," was made good over the Japanese fleet 6 months later, ending Admiral Yamamoto's wild run. He is a hero whose actions are not well known today. I hope this book changes that. It would have been impossible to write a book like this had I not been privileged to know Eric Schilling for 25 years. His friendship opened the door for me to get to know several others of the Tigers, including R.T. Smith and Charles Older, a truly forbidding presence, never known to suffer fools, and ground crewman Chuck Baisden. Among other things, Eric taught me to barrel roll my Bonanza, telling me, "One of these days you'll be on a final approach behind an airliner and the tip vortices will spin you upside down. It's good to know how to do this." I never had cause to use that knowledge, but it was good to know it. Eric was a tiger to the end, dying at age 84, the night before he was to commence chemotherapy for cancer. He'll always be missed. The searing experience of the first 6 months of the Pacific War set the stage for all that came after. Men at all levels, whose skill and ability had not previously been fully recognized, came to the fore, and their accomplishments allowed them to become the leaders who would bring about victory. It is a stirring story worth knowing. As I look at the completed manuscript of this book, I realize there was a reason why I was compelled to write this. This is a story of Americans and their allies, in the worst of circumstances, standing and doing the right thing, regardless of the consequences and despite the ominous possibility of defeat. The American Republic stands today because of their sacrifice. Reading the Daily News, this is a parable for all Americans living here today. And I'd like to think that if Mr. Maine was here today, he'd appreciate that the student who learned his story finally told it. Thomas McKelvey Cleaver. Chapter 1. I knew my plans had changed. The flight deck of USS Enterprise, CV-6, echoed with the command over the loudspeaker from the bridge. "Pilots, man your planes!" 31-year-old Lieutenant Richard H. Dick Best, Jr., operations officer of Bombing 6, watched from near the ship's island as the crews of the 12 Douglas SBD-3 Dauntlesses of Scouting 6 and 5 SBD-2s of Bombing 6 climbed aboard their airplanes and wished he was one of the Bombing 6 crews who would be the first out of the squadron to arrive home at NAS Ford Island, since he was eager to go on leave with his wife and 4-year-old daughter, who were waiting for him in Honolulu. He glanced up and saw Vice Admiral William F. Halsey, Jr., universally known in the Navy as Bull, though no one ever used that to his face, watching the preparations for takeoff from the Admiral's Bridge as commander of Carrier Division 2. Best could see the 4 heavy cruisers of Division 5, led by Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, aboard his flagship USS Northampton, CA-26, and 6 destroyers that constituted Task Force 16, as gray shapes on the horizon. Commander Howard L. Brigham Young climbed aboard the blue-gray over light-gray Dauntless marked Commander Enterprise Group on its flank, designating it as the group commander's airplane that would lead the 5 Bombing 6 SBD-2s. The Admiral's Assistant Operations Officer, Lieutenant Commander Bromfield Nicole, eased himself into the gunner's rear seat in Young's airplane. 7 years before, then Lieutenant Nicole had been then Captain Halsey's flight instructor at Pensacola when Halsey had been awarded his Wings of Gold on May 15, 1935, at age 52, the oldest man ever to qualify as a naval aviator. Nicole's briefcase carried Halsey's report to Pacific Fleet Commander Admiral Husband E. Kimmel regarding the Wake Island operation. 18 R-1830 radial engines coughed to life, and soon their throbbing rumble filled the air. For the first time since November 28th, when Task Force 16 had departed Pearl Harbor, the sky was clear and the rising sun could be clearly seen. The heavy seas encountered during the return from Wake Island, where the task force had delivered 12 F-4F-3 Wildcats of the Marines' VMF-212 to provide air defense for the U.S.-held island, 1,993 miles from Japan, had prevented the destroyers from refueling and forced the carrier to reduce speed so that the small boys could keep station. Enterprise had been scheduled to drop anchor in Pearl Harbor the previous afternoon, December 6th. Instead, here she was on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, launching a full-scale 90-degree search perimeter from 225 miles south of the Hawaiian Islands to ensure the safety of the ships as they returned to the major American naval base in the Pacific. Relations between the United States and Japan had steadily deteriorated since the previous July, when President Roosevelt had embargoed oil exports to Japan following the Japanese occupation of the French colony of Indochina. On August 17, 1941, Roosevelt warned Japan that the United States was prepared to take action if neighboring countries were attacked. On Monday, November 24, 1941, the Gallup poll found 52% of Americans expected war with Japan, 27% did not, and 21% had no opinion. When Enterprise departed Pearl Harbor at the end of November, Admiral Halsey issued Battle Order No. 1, placing the fleet on a wartime footing in expectation of a possible encounter with Japanese forces. Training ammunition was stored below, and replaced with service ammo, while the pilots of Air Group 6 were cleared to attack any ship or aircraft spotted because there were no friendlies ahead of Task Force 16. The admiral had concluded, "If anything gets in my way, we'll shoot first and argue afterwards. When put to the test, all hands keep cool, keep your heads, and fight." Lieutenant Best was in complete agreement with his commander. A graduate in the class of 1932 from Annapolis, Best entered flight training in 1934, following 2 years sea duty. His outstanding record at Pensacola saw him given orders to join the Flying Chiefs of Fighting II aboard the USS Lexington, CV-2, as a flight leader, where he served under record-breaking naval aviation pioneer Lieutenant Commander Apollo Suchek. Following his tour with the Chiefs, he returned to Pensacola for 2 years as an instructor in Squadron 5, the Advanced Training Unit. By the summer of 1940, when his tour was up, it was clear to me that the only question regarding the war was when we would become involved. Best put in a request to transfer from fighters to a torpedo squadron. I wanted to be sure I was part of the striking force, which fighters were not at the time. Lacking the seniority to be assigned to a flight leader position, since the torpedo squadrons were the battleships of naval aviation at the time, he took assignment to Bombing 6 aboard Enterprise, joining the squadron on May 31, 1940, as flight officer, operations officer. While they were still equipped with the Northrop BT-1 dive bomber that became the progenitor of the SBD Dauntless after Douglas Aircraft acquired Northrop later that year. For those in the Navy and Marine Corps out on the pointed end of the spear, the intentions of the Japanese had become plain over the 4 years since dive bombers of the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force, based aboard the carrier Kaga, sank the gunboat USS Panay on December 12, 1937, as she was tied up to the dock at Nanking on the Yangtze River, killing 3 sailors and wounding 43 sailors and 5 civilians. The Japanese apology always rang hollow. Several months later, then 18-year-old U.S. Marine Corps Private James F. Eaton, Jr. arrived fresh from boot camp at Parris Island for duty with the Marine Legation Guards in Tianjin, China, just before the Imperial Japanese Army captured the city. The 150 Marines, armed with .30 caliber 1903 Springfield rifles and 2 water-cooled .30 caliber light machine guns, were under orders not to provoke an incident, but also not to let the Japanese walk all over us, as Eaton later remembered. Within weeks, the Japanese began testing the Marines. The ex-German legation quarters the U.S. diplomatic mission had moved to after the fall of Beijing had no water on the premises. There was, however, a fire engine in the barn, an ancient 1914 LaFrance tractor, an even older pumper that had originally been drawn by horses. Both had solid rubber wheels that were nearly as tall as the 6-foot Eaton. When the Japanese erected roadblocks around the legation to force American recognition of their control of the city, by happenstance, they set up roadblocks between the legation and the nearest fire hydrant. After a day's standoff, the Marines announced they were holding a fire drill. Because of his size, Eaton was chose to drive, since he could control the huge steering wheel of the massive fire truck. We went roaring out the gate, laying hose behind us, and the skipper told me to keep my foot on the gas. We went through the Japs like a bowling ball through 10 pins. In answer to the Japanese protest, the Marine commander coolly stated that he was only concerned with saving the city. If the legation caught fire and it could not be controlled, the Japanese-occupied city would be at risk of burning down. Flummoxed, the Japanese could only accept the explanation and never made any other provocations. In June 1941, Eaton, by then promoted to Lance Corporal, was one of the last of the China Marines to get out of the country before the war. On this Sunday, he was celebrating promotion to corporal as a member of the newly formed 1st Marine Division at newly built Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Still, even with the events of the previous 4 years, in the face of the news over the previous 5 months, despite the fact a majority of their fellow citizens expected a war, most of the men aboard Task Force 16 could not bring themselves to believe that a war with Japan could truly be imminent. Yeoman Second Class Bill Norberg, who worked in the captain's office aboard Enterprise, later remembered. "We in the captain's office never mentioned impending war. We looked on the Japanese as squint-eyed midgets due to the lack of knowledge. Battle Order Number 1 was to us somewhat comparable to the Second Coming. It'll happen someday, but certainly not this week or month." At 06:15 hours that Sunday morning, Enterprise turned into the wind and commenced launching the 18 Dauntlesses. No American knew that at the same time, some 500 miles north of the Enterprise's position, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers that had departed Hokkaido 2 days before Enterprise departed Pearl Harbor were launching 183 fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo bombers. 9 Nakajima B-5N2 bombers, armed with 800-kilogram, 1,760-pound, armor-piercing bombs. 40 B-5N2 bombers carrying Type 91 aerial torpedoes. 51 Aichi D-3A1 dive bombers with 249-kilogram, 550-pound, general-purpose bombs, and 43 Mitsubishi A6M2 Zero fighters. 1 B-5N2, 3 D-3A1s, and 2 A6M2s failed to launch. The 18 search planes set off in 9 formations of 2, each assigned a segment of the search area. By 0730 hours, they had reached the end of their patrols, and the pilots turned for Pearl Harbor. Since they were operating under radio silence, several of the backseaters took the opportunity to practice radio homing, tuning their sets to Honolulu radio stations KGMB and KGU. After the takeoff, Dick Best returned to his office near the Bombing 6 ready room to complete his paperwork. The compartment had a speaker that relayed the radio messages from the airborne aircraft. Shortly after 0800 hours, his paperwork was forgotten when he heard Bombing 6's Ensign Manuel Gonzalez's high-pitched shout over the radio, "Don't shoot! This is an American plane! Do not shoot!" Gonzalez and his wingman, Ensign Fred Weber, had been assigned the northernmost search area. Just as they finished their search, they were suddenly surrounded by 6 strange aircraft with fixed landing gear, what would later become known as VAL dive bombers. Before Gonzalez's rear seater, aviation radioman 3rd Class Leonard Kozilek could deploy his machine gun. The Dauntless caught fire when it was hit by bullets fired by the strange airplanes. As the Dauntless headed toward the ocean below, carrying the first 2 Enterprise flyers to die in the Pacific War, Weber dived away and escaped his pursuers by flying 25 feet above the waves. For the 36 Enterprise flyers, their entry into World War II was "Come as you are." Air Group Commander Young and his wingman, Ensign Perry Teef, were passing over Barber's Point when they spotted aircraft in the sky above the Marine Air Station at Eva. Young commented that it was early for the Army to be flying on a Sunday. An instant later, he saw anti-aircraft explosions in the sky over the base. At the same time, Teef spotted a low-wing single-engine aircraft closing on the formation. A moment later, he saw bullets strike in the tail of Young's airplane. As the attacker adjusted his aim, Teef saw the red circles of the Japanese rising sun on its wings. The enemy pilot overshot the 2 Dauntlesses and turned to make a second attack. Teef's radioman unlimbered his single .30 caliber machine gun, but the unknown fighter took aim at Young. "Follow me," the group commander ordered, and Teef followed his leader as the 2 dive bombers dove for the hills below. They managed to land successfully at Ford Island through a barrage of fire from the defenders. Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson had been looking forward to landing at Ford Island, where his gunner, aviation radioman 3rd Class William C. Miller, would finish his enlistment in the Navy. Dickinson and his wingman, Ensign R. McCarthy, were approaching Barber's Point from the south at an altitude of 1,500 feet when he spotted flak bursts over the base. Beyond, he saw the explosions aboard the battleships moored to Ford Island at Battleship Row. Climbing for a better look, the 2 Navy flyers came across 2 enemy fighter pilots who immediately attacked. Dickinson dived away, followed by McCarthy, and ran into 4 more enemy fighters. They quickly shot down McCarthy and set his Dauntless afire. McCarthy was able to bail out, landing in a tree and breaking a leg in doing so, while his gunner, aviation radioman 3rd Class Mitchell Cohn, died in the crash. Dickinson, pursued by 3 of the enemy, kept turning to see his wounded gunner Bill Miller fire at the fighters as they flashed past. In a few minutes, Miller ran out of ammo and was wounded a second time. As one of the enemy planes crossed his nose, Dickinson cut loose with his 2 50 caliber machine guns. The enemy fighter caught fire at the same moment his controls went slack under the fire of another on his tail. His left wing caught fire, and the Dauntless spun in. Dickinson was at 1,000 feet when he managed to overcome the G-forces and get out of the cockpit. He saw Miller slumped over his gun as he threw himself off the wing. A moment later, he pulled the ripcord and landed in a cane field in time to see his airplane hit the ground and explode. 22-year-old Bill Miller died on the day that was supposed to be his last in the Navy. The Enterprise flyers weren't the only American pilots struggling to get into the action. At the Army's Wheeler Field, 2nd Lieutenants Ken Taylor and George Welch of the 47th Pursuit Squadron were surprised in their barracks by the sound of aircraft overhead and bomb explosions on the airfield. Both young pilots had spent the night before dancing in the officers' club. After the club had closed, the two had become involved in an all-night poker game in the barracks. The game had only just wrapped up, and the two were in their room, still in their tuxedo pants and shirts, trying to decide whether to go to sleep or take a morning swim. Stepping out of the barracks, they saw burning buildings and more explosions. Strange enemy fighters dived low and strafed the P-40s that were lined up wingtip to wingtip to protect them from attempted sabotage. Fortunately, a week earlier, the 47th Squadron had been sent on gunnery practice and relocated to Haleiwa Field, 11 miles from Wheeler. Without orders, Taylor called Haleiwa and commanded the ground crew to prepare their Curtiss P-40 Tomahawks for takeoff. Welch jumped into Taylor's new Buick and started it up. He stopped in front of the barracks long enough for Taylor to jump in and stepped on the gas. It took them less than 10 minutes to drive the 11 miles to Haleiwa. Welch later recalled reaching 100 miles an hour along the way. They found their airplanes fueled, but not fully armed. Cranking up, they managed to get airborne and attracted the attention of some Zeros immediately. Evading the enemy fighters, they came on a formation of bombers. When Welch closed to open fire, he discovered the 50 caliber weapons in the airplane's nose were disconnected, but he was able to fire the 4 30 caliber wing guns. In quick succession, 2 of the enemy airplanes caught fire and fell away. Taylor's guns all worked, and he made quick work of one bomber and damaged another before they were both forced to break off with the arrival of Zeros on the scene. By now, both were low on ammunition. As the enemy aircraft of the first wave flew off, they landed at Wheeler, where they thought they could get serviced faster. The ground crews went to work quickly. A senior officer ordered them to stay on the ground, but when the second wave of attackers appeared overhead, they climbed back in their fighters and took off into the swarming enemy. Even though his plane had been damaged on the first sortie, Welch managed to find another formation of enemy bombers, and the two attacked. Welch was still limited to his wing guns, but managed to shoot down 2 while Taylor shot down a third and took a fourth under fire before a rear gunner managed to hit him. A bullet pierced his canopy and hit his arm, while shrapnel hit his leg. Welch had opened fire on a 5th bomber when Taylor radioed he'd been hit. Both planes were now too badly damaged, not to mention Taylor's wounds. Welch broke off his attack to cover Taylor, and they returned to Wheeler. Back aboard Enterprise, Admiral Halsey had just poured himself a second cup of coffee when his aide dashed into the cabin. "Admiral, there's an air raid on Pearl." Halsey's first thought was that the Army, which had been scheduled to conduct a readiness exercise the week before, was taking things too far. He leapt to his feet, telling his aide to radio Kimmel that the Army was shooting down my own boys. A second aide entered with a message direct from Admiral Kimmel. "Air raid Pearl Harbor. Stop. This is no drill." Officer of the deck, Lieutenant John Dorset, ordered general quarters. 19-year-old seaman Jim Barnell, one of the Enterprise's 4 buglers, sounded the staccato notes of boots and saddles. 28-year-old first-class bosun's mate Max Lee played his pipe over the 1MC, then called, "General quarters, general quarters! All hands man your battle stations!" Lee's enlistment was almost up. After the war, he remembered that he had turned to OOD Dorset and said, "We're at war, and I'll never get out of the Navy alive." Dick Best remembered coming onto the flight deck shortly after general quarters had been called and looking up at the island. "The first thing I saw was the biggest American flag I had ever seen, flying from the masthead and whipping in the wind. It was the most emotional sight of the war for me." Enterprise's fighter commander, Lieutenant Commander Clarence Wade McCluskey, rushed to the flag bridge to urge that the 18 F4F-3As of Fighting Six be launched to help protect Pearl Harbor. Halsey demurred. With an enemy force of unknown size somewhere in the vicinity, the 18 fighters were needed to defend Enterprise. At 16:45 hours, the Admiral ordered a search and strike mission for the 18 TBD Devastators of Torpedo 6, with an escort of 6 Wildcats. In the event the planes found nothing, inasmuch as the mobile fleet had turned to the northwest after recovering its second Pearl Harbor strike. The torpedo bombers managed to recover without first dropping their torpedoes, but the effort took time, and the 6 fighters were ordered to fly on in to Ford Island. It was a fatal order. The 6 Wildcats arrived over Pearl Harbor at night, with their lights out and having maintained radio silence. As Ford Island came into sight, they switched on their running lights. On the ground, shell-shocked, trigger-happy gunners saw the lights and immediately opened fire. 2 of the Wildcats went down immediately, while the survivors doused their lights, raised their landing gear, and increased power to get away from the storm of fire. The Wildcats were extremely low on fuel, and 2 pilots elected to bail out rather than attempt a go-around and try to land in the confused situation below. The last pair managed to land on Ford Island, where Ensign Gale Herman found the gunners still firing at him as he taxied in from the runway. When he finally climbed out, Herman found 18 bullet holes in his airplane. He was lucky. The pilot of the first Wildcat to go down was killed in his plane, while 2 others died of their wounds the next day. The other 2 survivors spent a harrowing night in the cane fields after bailing out, attempting to convince the defenders they were on the same side. The Japanese strike had accomplished its goal. The battleships that still formed the backbone of the battle fleet in contemporary strategy were sunk or damaged, while both Ford Island Naval Station and Wheeler Field had been hard hit. Losses totaled 188 aircraft destroyed and 159 damaged, for a total Japanese loss of 29. George Welch and Ken Taylor became the first American pilots of the war to be awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. Welch was nominated for the Medal of Honor, but it was denied when his superior officers claimed he had taken off without proper authorization and against orders. Taylor received the Purple Heart. 5,300 miles west of Enterprise, Army Air Force's 2nd Lieutenant Lamar Gillett and the other members of the 17th Pursuit Squadron at Clark Army Airfield in the Philippines faced even longer odds of survival than the men at Pearl Harbor. While the Japanese came and left Pearl Harbor, everyone in the Philippines knew that when they came, they'd come to stay, since the islands were at the end of the long trans-Pacific supply line that the Navy had determined 6 months earlier they could not defend in the event of war. Indeed, Rainbow 5, the U.S. military's war plan, recognized that the only action to be taken if Japan went to war in Asia was to organize a withdrawal from the Philippines. These facts were unknown to the young pilots at Clark Field. Gillett had reported to the squadron in July 1941, a freshly commissioned 2nd lieutenant right out of Army Flight School. The Air Force in the Philippines was so under-equipped that the 17th Pursuit Squadron had only given up their Boeing P-26C fighters, the Air Corps' first metal monoplane fighter, some 6 months earlier, when they were replaced by 48 Seversky P-35As. The Army had requested from an order made by the Swedish Air Force. These were replaced by 50 new Curtiss P-40Es that arrived in early October 1941. However, Gillett was so junior that he was unable to get more than a basic checkout in the new fighter and continued to fly the P-35A whenever he could to build time. Gillett recalled the outbreak of war in the Philippines. "We weren't surprised that the Japanese attacked us, other than it happened the day it happened. We were expecting something. The week before, Japanese aircraft had been spotted over the Philippines on several occasions, but they were too high for us to catch them before they turned away. The report of the attack at Pearl Harbor arrived in the Philippines around 0300 on Monday, December 8th. Everyone was roused. We expected the Japanese attack to come at dawn, and all the fighters took off on patrol as soon as the sun rose." While the American pilots circled Manila Harbor, 500 miles to the north, thick sea fog lay heavily over the Japanese airfields on southern Formosa as their frustrated crews fumed at the delay. Takeoff had originally been scheduled for 0400 hours, to put the strike over Manila at dawn, as the Americans expected, but the fog had rolled in from the Formosa Sea around 0300 hours. When they were informed of the Pearl Harbor attack, they were certain the Americans would send their vulnerable bombers to airfields further south out of range and be ready and able to repel them by the time the fog lifted. The original plan of attack had been developed over the summer of 1941 and called for the A-6M2 Type 0 fighters of the Tainan Air Corps to be loaded aboard 3 smaller Japanese carriers, Ryujo, Zuiho, and Chitose, which would carry the fighters within 200 miles of the American bases around Manila on Luzon Island. Saburo Sakai, who would become a leading ace of the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force following the outbreak of war, recalled that while the 3 carriers were theoretically capable of carrying 90 fighters, in reality it was closer to 50, and even this number would be restricted in the event of bad weather at sea. Over the preceding months, Sakai and his fellow pilots had learned to extend the range of their aircraft. Sakai recalled, "The Zero was designed to remain in the air a maximum of 6 or 7 hours. We stretched this figure to 10 to 12 hours, and did so on mass formation flights. I personally established the record low consumption of 17 gallons per hour. On the average, our pilots reduced their consumption from 35 gallons per hour to only 18. Throughout the Philippines campaign, the Americans would be convinced there was a Japanese carrier fleet lurking offshore. The truth that the Zero could fly 500 miles, engage in air combat with high fuel consumption, and return 500 miles to its base was considered impossible, since no single-engine fighter operated by the Allies was capable of such performance. Yet, that was exactly how the Japanese fought the Philippines campaign. Finally, at 1000 hours, the fog lifted over Formosa. By 10:45 hours, 53 twin-engine G4M1 Type 1 land attack bombers of the 1st Kokutai and Kanoya Kokutai and 45 A6M2 escorts were climbing to their cruising altitude of 10,000 feet, headed for Manila. While 24 A6Ms remained with the bombers, 21, including Sakai's, climbed to 19,000 feet and flew on to arrive first and deal with the expected enemy aerial opposition. At 13:35 hours, we turned in from the China Sea and headed toward Clark Field, Sakai recalled. The sight which met us was unbelievable. Sakai and his fellow pilots marveled at the sight of the American fighters and bombers, lined up wingtip to wingtip at Clark and Nichols Fields, because Colonel Charles A. Willoughby, MacArthur's intelligence chief, had decreed the threat of sabotage was greater than the possibility of air attack. In one of those strange twists of war that gives advantage to one side that the other cannot overcome, the Japanese attack could not have been timed better. As Lieutenant Gillett remembered, "Our fighters had first taken off at dawn. Then, when they didn't come, we launched patrols every 2 hours. It just happened that by midday all of our planes were on the ground being refueled, which took longer than expected since the ground crews weren't prepared for such constant activity." Sakai and his fellow pilots circled Clark Field and maintained their altitude. "We could not believe they didn't have fighters in the air waiting for us. Finally, I spotted 5 Americans below us at 15,000 feet. We dropped our fuel tanks and armed our weapons, but they refused to fight us, and we were under orders to wait for the arrival of the bombers. At 13:45 hours, the 27 G4M1s of the first wave arrived over Clark. Sakai recalled, "The attack was perfect. Long strings of bombs fell from the bays, and their accuracy was phenomenal. The most accurate bombing I ever witnessed by our own planes throughout the war." Gillett remembered the attack. "Planes were blowing up, and there was smoke and fire everywhere. Our anti-aircraft defenses were pathetic. The gunners were all National Guardsmen from New Mexico who had arrived that summer and had not had much opportunity to train with their weapons. What was worse was the discovery that the guns didn't have the range to hit the bombers as they cruised overhead at 10,000 feet. Their bomb runs completed, the G4M1s turned back for Formosa. Sakai and the other fighter pilots escorted them out to sea, then turned back for Clark Field. With my 2 wingmen tied to me as if by invisible lines, I pushed the stick forward and dove at a steep angle for the ground. I selected 2 undamaged B-17s on the runway for our targets. The 3 of us poured a fusillade of bullets into the big bombers, and they caught fire. Sakai recalled events after he pulled off his run. 5 American P-40s jumped us. I spiraled sharply to the left, then yanked back on the stick for a sudden climb, which threw their attack off. 4 of the Americans aced up to the right and disappeared in the smoke, but the 5th turned left, out of the smoke. I turned and approached from below. He half-rolled and began a loop. At 200 meters, I had his belly in my sight, and I closed the distance to 50 yards as he tried to get away. A short burst of my cannon walked into the cockpit, blowing the canopy off. The fighter seemed to stagger in the air, then fell off and dived into the ground. Moments later, the A-6Ms turned north to return to Formosa. Gillett and the other survivors on the ground looked around at the fires and smoke on the field. When the Japanese left, nearly all of our Air Force in the Philippines was smoking ruins. Back in the United States, the month of December 1941 was, comparatively, the warmest month of the year, with average temperatures ranging from a high of 9 degrees above normal in North Dakota to 7 degrees above normal along most of the East Coast. In Greenville, North Carolina, the day was sunny and about 60 degrees at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Newly commissioned Ensign John D. Bridgers was on leave, awaiting orders to a fleet squadron, having recently become a naval aviator after he joined the Navy in February 1941. A 1940 graduate of East Carolina Teachers College, with a double major in mathematics and science, Bridgers' ambition had been to go on to medical school. However, with his family still dealing with the effects of the Great Depression, he knew he had to go to work before following his dream. He recalled in his memoirs that a beginning teacher in North Carolina received a monthly salary of $96.50. From this, one was expected to house, clothe, and feed oneself, as well as suffer pension withholdings and pay taxes. Though he had never been particularly interested in airplanes or aviation, he read of the expansion of the Navy's Aviation Cadet Program. I learned I could make $105 per month in the Navy as an aviation cadet with board, lodging, and clothing furnished. In a year, if successful in flight training, I would be commissioned as an ensign in the U.S. Naval Reserve with a $250 per month salary, again with lodging provided and an allowance for food, and with a half-month's bonus for flight pay. Further, for foregoing 4 formative years one typically spent on temporary employment, the reserve aviator would receive a $1,000 per year bonus at discharge. $4,000. To a son of the Depression, these seemed princely sums, and the flight bonus would provide a nest egg if I needed more college before medical school. He joined the Navy in February 1941 and had returned home only 3 days earlier after pinning on his wings of gold following graduation from flight school at Pensacola on December 3, 1941, with an assignment as a dive bomber pilot. That afternoon, Bridgers and his father listened to the broadcast of the New York Giants football game on the NBC Blue Network. At 2:30 p.m., the broadcast was interrupted with the news no one who heard it would ever forget. Pearl Harbor had been attacked. I knew my plans had changed. John Bridgers wasn't the only North Carolinian affected by the news on the radio. At Craig Army Airfield, outside Birmingham, Alabama, 22-year-old aviation cadet George E. Preddy Jr., born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina, had spent the previous day putting in extra hours in a North American AT-6 trainer in expectation of his graduation and commissioning as an Air Force's second lieutenant, the coming Thursday, December 12th. When Preddy heard the news, he knew his dream of being a fighter pilot would be realized. Unlike John Bridgers, Preddy had been in love with airplanes and flying ever since his neighbor in Greensboro, Hal Foster, took him along in his 1933 Aeronca C-3 on a 30-minute flight over the 50 miles from Greensboro to Danville on November 13, 1938. Afterwards, Preddy had written, "I see now how great the airplane is. The trip was the most wonderful experience I ever had. I must become an aviator." Within a few months, Preddy was taking lessons from his friend, Bill Teague, who ran the local A&P grocery store in Greensboro and owned a 1931 Waco GXE Model 10 biplane he kept on a dirt airstrip at Vandalia, 6 miles south of Greensboro, where he gave flight instruction. Preddy soloed in a bit over 6 hours, and shortly thereafter Teague suggested they each invest $75 to purchase a second Waco, an early 1921 Model 4, based on the World War I Curtiss Jenny and powered by a 90-horsepower OX-5 engine. Then they barnstormed all over North Carolina during the summer of 1939. By the summer of 1940, Preddy had accumulated 80 hours in the Waco and, more importantly, completed the necessary 2 years of college to qualify for admission to the Navy's AVCAD program. He was rejected due to the fact he was only 5 feet 4 inches tall and didn't weigh enough. The Navy rejected him twice again that year, after which he joined the Coast Artillery, while awaiting a response from the Army to his application to enter the Army Aviation Cadet Program. He just missed being sent to Puerto Rico before he was called up and sent to basic training in April 1941. His previous flight experience allowed him to excel in his training, which put him on track for achieving his dream with assignment to Pursuit Aviation fighters. On the West Coast, the news of the Pearl Harbor attack arrived at 11:30 a.m. Aviation cadet Victor Tatelman was preparing to go to lunch at the Fresno Army Airfield, where he was about to graduate from basic training, having joined the Aviation Cadet Program the week after Labor Day in September, following completion of 2 years' study of engineering at the University of Indiana. Tatelman was another young man enamored of airplanes and flying. He had learned to fly at age 16 in 1936 in a neighbor's Alexander Eagle Rock, a biplane produced by the Alexander Aviation Company in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Tatelman had accumulated 50 hours by the time he went off to college and added another 50 hours through the Civilian Pilot Training (CPT) program by the time he was accepted as an aviation cadet. He recalled that a thrill went down his back when a friend passed the news. "I had no idea what the news was going to mean to me, but being young and stupid, it seemed exciting to contemplate." 75 miles north of Fresno at Stockton Army Airfield, aviation cadet John D. Landers already knew he would receive an assignment to fighters when he graduated the next Thursday. Born in Oklahoma and raised in West Texas, Landers had completed 2 years at the Arkansas State Teachers College when he decided to apply for flight training. He had entered basic training in April 1941, at almost the same time as George Preddy, and demonstrated superior ability in the AT-6 during advanced training at Stockton. Newly promoted Marine Captain Marion E. Carl was busy in the hangars at North Island Naval Air Station in San Diego, supervising final checks of the Brewster F-2A-3 fighters that equipped Marine Fighter Squadron VMF 221 before they were loaded for transportation to Hawaii aboard the carrier Saratoga that had docked at the air station the previous Wednesday. The young captain had been interested in aviation since a barnstormer landed in a field on his family farm in Hubbard, Oregon, when he was 12. Carl learned to fly while attending Oregon State College and soloed after only 2.5 hours of dual instruction. Graduating in 1938, he accepted a commission in the Army Reserve, then entered Navy flight training in December 1939. On graduation, he took a commission in the Marines, where he was assigned to VMF-1 in the summer of 1940. A year later, he arrived back at Pensacola, where he joined the instruction staff in Squadron 5. Promoted to captain in November 1941 with 1,300 flying hours, he was assigned as a division leader in newly formed VMF 221, where those flying hours and instruction experience would be useful to bring up the fresh-caught second lieutenants just graduated from Pensacola up to speed. He later remembered that when the word of the attack was passed, "We worked all that night and the next day to prepare the planes to go aboard Saratoga." Dick Best lifted his SBD-2 off of Enterprise at noon that fateful Sunday, leading a search for the enemy fleet. "We were lucky we didn't find the Japs," he recalled later. "We only had 18 fighters, 18 dive bombers, and 18 torpedo bombers aboard, and if we'd have run across them, they'd have made a quick hash of us." Incorrect intelligence and bad guesses led Best and the others to search southwest of Hawaii, where all they found were other American ships. On Monday, December 8th, the crew listened to President Roosevelt's address to Congress over the loudspeakers. The speech concluded, "With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God. I ask that Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire." That evening, Enterprise and her escorts, all low on fuel, crept into Pearl Harbor. Crewmen stared in awe at the battleship Nevada, beached near the entrance to the harbor, and at the still smoking ruins of the other ships. After dropping anchor, the crew set to work in the dark, their shadows cast by the still-burning Arizona as they hauled aboard provisions brought out to the ship by lighters. Dick Best and the other Air Group 6 flyers had already landed at Ford Island in the last light of day. I climbed out of my plane and looked around at the damage and thought of the good friends I knew who were already dead, and I swore I'd make the bastards pay for this. At 0600 hours the next morning, Enterprise cleared the harbor channel and returned to the vast Pacific. Chapter 2. The Rising Sun. The Pacific War was an event long expected and planned for by both of the major antagonists. While the United States Navy first took notice of Japan as a potential competitor and opponent following the smashing Japanese victory over the Russian fleet at the Battle of Tsushima Strait in 1905, their Japanese counterparts did not begin to look similarly at the United States until 1907, when discrimination against Japanese immigrants reached a peak with the Yellow Peril campaign on the U.S. West Coast that broke out that year. Japanese naval officers had become aware of the writings of Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan with the 1890 publication of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, as had sailors in the Royal Navy and the German Imperial Navy. The book was translated into Japanese before it was translated into any other language, and Mahan's works were required reading for Imperial Navy officers, both during their training and during their careers. Saneyuki Akiyama, the father of Japanese naval strategy, had served as an observer aboard Admiral Sampson's flagship during the Spanish-American War, and had earlier personally met and spoken with Mahan. In terms of acceptance of basic strategy for a naval war, both navies were a mirror image of the other. For the Japanese, Mahan's emphasis on a climactic battle that would give to the victor command of the seas confirmed their experiences in the 1894-95 war with China, where Admiral Ito had destroyed the Chinese fleet, at the 1894 Battle of the Yangtze, and the annihilation of the Russian fleet by Admiral Togo at Tsushima in 1905, that led to Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War. Thus, the Japanese battleship admirals controlled the Imperial Navy throughout the years of planning and the actual Pacific War. there was no Pearl Harbor to challenge their ascendancy. The Imperial Navy's basic plan for the Pacific War saw initial seizure of the Philippines and Guam, the American possessions in the Western Pacific. This would force the American fleet to sortie westward to recover these possessions. Interestingly, the U.S. Navy's various Orange Plans, the plans for the conduct of the Pacific War, also began with these events. Both sides foresaw a decisive fleet action that would happen somewhere north of the Marianas, south of the Japanese home islands. Following the end of World War I, in which Japan gained control of the former Imperial German Pacific possessions in the Marshalls and Carolines and Marianas, Japanese strategy changed to a two-stage fight: an attrition stage, in which forces operating from these island bases attacked and harried the American fleet as it moved west, and a decisive battle stage, in which the American fleet would arrive at the final battle in a depleted condition similar to that of the Imperial Russian Navy at Tsushima, where the fresh Japanese main force, operating close to its bases, would be victorious, despite the enemy fleet outnumbering it. While the Imperial Army's war plan was always focused on the Asian mainland and saw Imperial and later Soviet Russia as the main adversary, with the main battlefront of a future war in the Russian Far East, the leaders of the Navy looked to what was called the South Seas, or Southern Region, French Indochina, the Dutch East Indies, British Malaya, where success would provide Japan with essential resources. The Army agreed that such an advance was desirable, but the generals argued that the Soviet Union must first be defeated. The admirals claimed the Southern advance should have priority, and the Army should avoid provocations with the USSR. In 1936, the Japanese cabinet adopted a document titled Fundamental Principles of National Policy. Under its terms, Japan would secure a firm diplomatic and military position in East Asia and an extension of national influence to the South Seas. The South Seas advance would be accomplished gradually and by peaceful means, while on the Asian mainland, extreme caution would be exercised to avoid trouble with the Soviet Union. The Army would expand by 10 divisions and additional aviation squadrons so it could resist the forces the Soviet Union would be able to deploy in the Far East, while the Navy would expand with the addition of 2 battleships, 7 aircraft carriers, and 20 destroyers to secure command of the Western Pacific against the U.S. Navy. Whether such geographic expansion was peaceful or not, expansion in China, confrontation with the Soviet Union, and penetration of the South Seas would inevitably result in conflict with the USSR, Great Britain, or the United States. Throughout the period after World War I, a dominant feature of the competition between the Imperial Navy and the U.S. Navy was the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922. The treaty, also known as the Five-Power Treaty, the Four-Power Treaty, and the Nine-Power Treaty, was signed in 1922 by the major nations that had won World War I, and was intended to prevent another arms race like that between Britain and Germany before the war by limiting naval construction. The signatories, the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Italy, and Japan, agreed to limit construction of battleships, battlecruisers, and aircraft carriers. Significantly, the treaty did not limit other categories of warships, including cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. The trigger that ultimately led to the treaty was the announcement by the Wilson administration of the expansion plan for the U.S. Navy between 1916 and 1919, with the construction of an enormous fleet of 50 modern battleships. While this plan was ultimately aborted by the Senate, the British, who had a policy of maintaining the Royal Navy as the equal of the next 2 naval powers, saw the program as a threat in the aftermath of a war that had seen the nation lose its preeminent world position. Still, the 1921 British naval estimates planned construction of 4 battleships and 4 battle cruisers, with 4 additional battleships to follow in 1922. The Japanese government responded with parliamentary approval to construct warships that would see the Imperial Navy achieve its goal of a fleet with 8 modern battleships and 8 battle cruisers. Work was immediately started on 4 new battleships and 4 new battlecruisers, all larger and more powerful than preceding ships of those classes. France and Italy, which were both nearly prostrate in the aftermath of the war, were unable to match such expansion. President Wilson's 1919 naval expansion plan was disapproved by the Republican-controlled Congress following the end of the war. During the 1920 presidential election campaign, the successful Republicans returned to the pre-war policy of non-interventionism and exhibited little enthusiasm for expansion. In late 1921, the Harding administration learned Britain was planning to call a conference to deal with the strategic situation in the Pacific and East Asia. Not wishing to have the British take the lead in dealing with issues of importance to the U.S. and the Philippines, and to satisfy domestic calls for an international disarmament conference, Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes issued a call in November 1921 for a naval conference to scrap over 1,900,000 tons of naval construction to be held in Washington. During the first plenary session in Washington on November 21, 1921, Secretary Hughes opened with the statement, "The way to disarm is to disarm," which received an enthusiastic reception when reported in the press and likely abbreviated the conference. He then presented the U.S. proposal, which called for a 10-year pause or holiday in construction of battleships and battlecruisers, including immediate suspension of all current capital ship construction. He included a proposal to scrap existing or planned capital ships to provide a 5 to 5 to 3 to 1.75 to 1.75 tonnage ratio for Britain, the United States, Japan, France, and Italy, respectively, and further tonnage limits of secondary vessels, i.e. cruisers and destroyers, though there was no limit on the numbers which could be built. While the British government was willing to accept these limits, they were controversial in British public opinion when first reported. The Royal Navy leadership was outraged that accepting such limits would mean it was no longer possible for Britain to deploy adequate fleets simultaneously in the North Sea, the Mediterranean, and the Far East. However, the fact that there was little likelihood of military competition or risk of war with the United States meant that the traditional policy of maintaining a fleet the equal of two potential antagonists was not considered. The fact that Britain was implementing major budget decreases due to the post-war recession led to acceptance of the American proposal. The proposal divided the Japanese delegation. Imperial Navy doctrine required maintenance of a fleet that was 70% the size of the U.S. Navy, which was considered the minimum necessary to defeat the U.S. fleet in any war. This was a 5-to-3 ratio, or 60%, unacceptable. Navy Minister Admiral Tomosaburo Kato, leader of the delegation, preferred accepting the ratio since the relative industrial strength of the two countries would mean Japan would lose such an arms race with the United States, pointing out that at the time, Japan had only 55% of U.S. capital ships and 18% of American GDP. He also pointed out that the lack of limits on the numbers of cruisers and destroyers would mean that the Imperial Navy could continue development of these two types, which were most useful in the Navy's South Seas strategy. Admiral Tomosaburo Kato's view was strongly opposed by Admiral Kanji Kato, president of the Naval Staff College, who represented the influential Big Navy opinion that, in the event of war, the United States could build more warships indefinitely due to its industrial power, thus requiring Japan to prepare thoroughly in anticipation of the inevitable conflict. In the end, Tomosaburo Kato convinced the Navy's high command to accept the ratio, even with the limitation on the sizes of cruisers and destroyers added to the treaty. However, the treaty would be a cause of controversy within the Imperial Navy until its abrogation 14 years later. Importantly, Article 19 prohibited construction of any new fortifications or naval bases in the Pacific by Britain, Japan, and the United States, though existing fortifications in Singapore, the Philippines, and Hawaii were allowed to remain. This was significant for Japan, since additional fortified British or American bases would be a serious obstacle in any future war. The article essentially guaranteed Japanese dominance in the Western Pacific and was pivotal to Japanese acceptance of the capital ship limits. Domestically, both within the Army and Navy and newly active ultranationalist civilian political groups, the 5-5-3 ratio was seen as another snub by the West. Given that during the term of the treaty the United States and Britain did not build out their navies to the treaty limits, the result was the Imperial Navy could muster a greater concentration of force in the Western Pacific than either potential opponent. Over the period of the treaty, the terms provoked controversy in the Imperial Navy between the treaty faction and the fleet faction, with the latter allied with the ultranationalists in the Japanese Army and other parts of the imperial government. This led to political instability and assassinations of political and military leaders seen as insufficiently pro-Japan in the late 1920s and early 1930s, when the Japanese military began the expansion that led first to war in Manchuria, then China, and eventually to the Pacific War. The perception of inequality was responsible for the failed relationship between the United States and Japanese governments during this period. The 1930 extension of the Washington Treaty was only approved by Japan due to the economic uncertainties created by the worldwide economic depression. The internal rivalries finally resulted in Japan's renunciation of the Second London Naval Treaty in 1936 and the subsequent overthrow of the treaty faction in the Imperial Navy's leadership by the fleet faction. While Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto had personally opposed the 1930 treaty, after its adoption, he argued that Japan should remain in the treaty. His opinion was based on his direct experience of traveling through the United States in the 1920s, which led him to understand that in the event of war, the United States could outproduce Japan by far more than the 5-3 ratio due to the huge U.S. industrial production advantage. His position was that anyone who has seen the auto factories in Detroit and the oil fields in Texas knows that Japan lacks the power for a naval race with America. The ratio works very well for Japan. It is a treaty to restrict the other parties. Nevertheless, the government gave formal notice on December 14, 1934, that Japan intended to terminate the treaty. Its provisions remained in force formally until December 31, 1936. In the end, Admiral Yamamoto would be proven right following passage of the Two-Ocean Navy Act of 1940 by the U.S. Congress, which created the Navy that eventually won the war both sides had foreseen for 30 years. While the senior leadership of the Imperial Navy continued to plan for the decisive battle, one Japanese admiral saw the future more accurately. Vice Admiral Shigeyoshi Inoue, a brilliant, iconoclastic, and eccentric officer in a navy where all those qualities worked against acceptance of his views, was head of the Navy Ministry's Naval Affairs Bureau. Throughout the final treaty years, he urged his fellow admirals to cease thinking of the decisive battle and instead prepare for protracted air and amphibious warfare across the Pacific, and to use the fleet's submarines as commerce raiders rather than limiting them to directly working with the main fleet. Most importantly, he urged development of a significant anti-submarine capability with large numbers of escort vessels to defend Japan's crucial merchant marine from American submarines. His reward was to be sidelined after his perceived failures in the initial 6 months of the Pacific War, particularly the failure to take New Guinea and to defeat the U.S. Navy at the Battle of the Coral Sea, for which he was held responsible as the senior commander, until 1944, when he was finally appointed Navy Vice Minister with the power to initiate his plans. Years too late. An essential point in understanding how the Japanese military would fight the Pacific War relates to the political control of the armed forces. Unlike the American military, which is firmly under the control of the civilian political authority, the ministers of the Army and Navy in the imperial government were the heads of the respective force. These officers were given direct contact with the emperor, which allowed them to operate independently of the civilian political leaders. Any time either service wanted to bring the operation of the civilian government to a halt, they had only to withdraw their minister and refuse to participate in the government. With the Army looking north and west, and the Navy looking east and south, Japanese interwar policy was necessarily schizophrenic. While the Imperial General Headquarters was created in 1937, ostensibly to establish unity of command, with the Army and Navy General Staffs participating in meetings held at the Imperial Palace twice a week, operational control of the forces in the field remained separate. At the outbreak of the Pacific War, the Army and Navy were still separate and equal, each jealously guarding its prerogatives against the other. If the Army and Navy could not agree on a proposed operation, it would be either postponed or abandoned. There was never an overall commander with authority over both services who could enforce cooperation, as was established in American theater commands. This division of military authority and its independence from civil political control would hobble Japan in creating an effective strategy to fight the Pacific War, and ultimately prolong it far past the ability of Japan to fight effectively. Since they saw themselves operating from a position of material weakness, pre-war Japanese planners and strategists counted on what they saw as the superior toughness, morale, and fighting spirit of the soldiers and sailors, the Japanese spirit that brought victory in the wars with China and Russia. This meant the development of new and superior weapons and incessant training in the use of those weapons to bring that spirit to the forefront. During the 1930s, the Imperial Navy became the world leader in the development of the torpedo and torpedo carriers. Design of a torpedo to be used by surface warships began in 1931, and in 1933, the first Type 93 torpedo was produced. At the same time, the Type 95 submarine torpedo was developed. Both were 24 inches in diameter, completely oxygen-fueled, with a range of 24 miles at 39 knots, or 12 miles at 49 knots, with a 1,000-pound high-explosive warhead. Oxygen fuel provided 5 times the energy of conventional compressed air and greatly extended range. These torpedoes were extensively subjected to live-fire tests under operational conditions, and mass production of the torpedo was instituted in 1935. Every Japanese combat ship, from heavy cruisers to destroyers, was equipped to use it, since the terms of the Washington Treaty allowed unlimited armament development of these classes of warship. Additionally, the Imperial Navy operated on a training schedule that was jokingly known to crews as all weekdays, and emphasis was directed toward developing a fleet-wide capability for successful night fighting using torpedoes as their primary attack weapon. Ships were damaged, and a few were lost in this training during pre-radar days, which was considered acceptable by senior fleet commanders as the cost of being fully prepared for combat. During the surface battles in the South Pacific of 1942 to 43, Japanese destroyers and cruisers routinely launched torpedoes at unsuspecting Allied warships that did not expect torpedo attacks from ships further away than 5 miles, while 12 miles away, which ran to their targets at a stunning 49 knots, while the ships that launched them closed to gun range. In comparison, development of the American Mark 14 submarine and aerial torpedo and concurrent Mark 15 surface ship torpedo, which was the main American weapon during the war, also began in 1931. This torpedo was 21 inches in diameter, with a maximum range of 15,000 yards at 27 knots, or 6,000 yards at 45 knots, with a significantly smaller 825-pound warhead and powered by compressed air. Significantly, the smaller warhead was meant to explode under the target's keel, using a Mark VI magnetic exploder developed from a German World War I design for magnetically exploded mines. While the magnetic exploder was extensively tested using torpedoes with instrumented heads, amazingly, no live-fire test was ever done, since the authorities were loath to sacrifice a $10,000 torpedo or supply a target ship, even if it was one due for scrapping. The Naval Torpedo Station at Newport had been designated the sole designer, developer, builder, and tester of torpedoes in the United States by congressional order in 1923. During the development of the Mark 14, no independent or competing group was allowed to verify the test results. Only destroyers and submarines were to be armed with torpedoes, and there was little training of any sort in their use and no training at all in night fighting due to the fear of ship damage or loss in training accidents. Other manufacturers were not brought into the Mark 14 program until after Pearl Harbor. By the time of the Japanese attack, the government factories at Newport and Alexandria, Virginia, were producing a total of 23 torpedoes per day, and only 2,000 additional torpedoes were produced in all of 1942. Even with additional manufacturers, there would be a torpedo shortage in the Navy throughout the war. Worst of all, however, was the fact that without live-fire exercises, it was not known that the Mark 6 exploder was faulty, that it was not strong enough and could be deformed when the torpedo hit a target, leading to a dud. The majority of American torpedoes fired in the first 24 months of the war were duds, and the problem was not solved until 1943, when Admiral Charles Lockwood, commander of the Pacific Fleet submarines, finally forced a live-fire test to be held that conclusively demonstrated the problem. In addition to developing a torpedo for surface ship and submarine use, the Imperial Navy also developed the Type 91 aerial torpedo, which achieved service production status in 1934. The weapon was 17 3/4 inches in diameter and 18 feet long, weighing 1,841 pounds with a 450-pound warhead, and was powered by compressed air. It had a range of 2,200 yards and a speed of 42 knots. Most importantly, from the outset, the torpedo was designed so that it could be dropped successfully by an aircraft flying at a speed of 180 knots at an altitude of 70 feet. By the outbreak of the Pacific War, further development allowed it to be dropped in a power glide torpedo bombing run at a maximum speed of 200 knots and an altitude of 500 feet. In 1935, the Nakajima Aircraft Company began design of the B-5N1, which first flew in 1937 and was quickly ordered into production as the Type 97 carrier attack bomber. A total of 1,150 B-5N1 and B-5N2s were produced. Its maximum speed was 206 miles per hour, with a range of 1,230 miles. Like the contemporary American TBD-1, it was the first Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force carrier type to feature all-metal monoplane construction, with fully retractable landing gear, a fully enclosed cockpit, and power-folding wings. The B-5N1 first saw combat in China in 1938. Primarily in its secondary role as a level bomber, the aircraft was further developed into the B-5N2 by the outbreak of the Pacific War. Known to Americans as the Kate in the initial carrier battles of 1942, the performance of the B-5N2 with the Type 91 torpedo making high-speed, higher-altitude attacks astounded its U.S. Navy opponents, who expected a torpedo attack similar to that which their torpedo bomber could perform. At Coral Sea, the attacking Japanese bombers outran the defending U.S. fighters, with fatal results for the carrier Lexington. U.S. Navy torpedo bombers were armed with the Mark 13 aerial torpedo. Developed from a 1925 design, the torpedo had been subject to changing requirements that resulted in on and off development. Early versions were prone to running on the surface, or not running at all, even when dropped from low altitude at slow speeds. The torpedo was unusually squat for its type. With a diameter of 22 1/2 inches and length of 13 feet 5 inches. It had a top speed of 33 1/2 knots, 12.8 knots slower than the Mark 14, and a range of 6,300 yards. The version in service at the outset of the Pacific War and during the first 2 years had to be launched at a speed of 100 miles per hour at an altitude of exactly 100 feet, with the aircraft flying straight and level with no G-force, which was suicidal for the attacking airplane. If the bomber flew lower, the torpedo would porpoise when it went into the water. If dropped from higher altitude, the torpedo would explode when it hit the water, and any G-force experienced at the time of drop would harm the guidance system. the U.S. Navy's Douglas TBD-1 torpedo bomber was ordered in 1934. It first flew in 1935 and entered service in 1937. For the Navy, the airplane was revolutionary, the first all-metal, low-wing monoplane with fully enclosed cockpit and power-folding wings. At the time, it was called the most advanced carrier-based airplane in the world, since the Navy knew nothing of the B-5N that entered service at almost the same time. Only 129 were built, with pre-war attrition reducing that number to 100 at the outbreak of war. The airplane had a top speed of 206 miles per hour and a cruising speed of 128 miles per hour, with a range of only 435 miles. After the Battle of Midway, the remaining TBDs aboard the carriers were quickly replaced by the Grumman TBF-1 Avenger, a vastly superior aircraft, though it was still armed for shipping attack with the same poorly performing torpedo. By far the most important American technical development in the 1930s was the creation of the Scout Bomber. Fleet exercises had clearly demonstrated that the side which first disabled or sank the opposing aircraft carrier would win the battle. The Scout Bomber was developed to allow discovery of the enemy carrier, with the opportunity to place 1 or 2 bombs in the flight deck after radioing the location, effectively knocking the enemy carrier out of the fight from the beginning. Dive bombing, which provided the best chance for accuracy, was the tactic to be used. Design work at the Northrop Corporation in El Segundo, California, on what would become the BT-1 began in 1935, with a young engineer named Ed Heinemann working under the supervision of Jack K. Northrop, who at the time was responsible for some of the most advanced aircraft construction techniques in the U.S. The BT-1 used all of Northrop's advanced technology to create an all-metal, low-wing airplane with an enclosed cockpit. Unfortunately, the 750 horsepower Wright engine was only allowed a 500-pound bomb load. Douglas Aircraft acquired the Northrop Corporation in 1937, which became the El Segundo division of Douglas. Northrop's active projects continued, and the BT-2 was developed with more aerodynamic landing gear and a more powerful engine. In response to a Bureau of Aeronautics request for a more modern dive bomber, Heinemann's design team created the XSBD-1 Scout Bomber Douglas in the spring of 1939. It was powered by a 1,000 horsepower Wright R-1820 Cyclone engine and could carry a 1,600-pound semi-armor-piercing bomb. The SBD-1 went into production in the summer of 1940. The aircraft was short-ranged, and the 57 produced were passed on to the Marine Corps, while 87 SBD-2s with increased fuel capacity arrived in the Navy in the spring of 1941. That fall, the SBD-3, which had self-sealing fuel tanks and increased fuel capacity, entered production. 584 would eventually see service. At the outbreak of war, the U.S. Navy's scouting, VS, and bombing, VB, squadrons were all equipped with the SBD-2 and SBD-3, now known as the Dauntless. Few airplanes would live up to their name as well as the SBD, which would turn in a truly dauntless performance during the crucial first year of the Pacific War, where it would become the Navy's premier ship killer. The cutting edge of Japanese aerial success in the first year of the Pacific War was the astounding Mitsubishi A6M2 Type 0 carrier fighter Rei Shikikanjo Sentoki, or A6M Raisen. The A6M was called the Raisen Zero Fighter by its pilots, 00 being the last digits of the imperial year, 2600, 1940, when it entered service with the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force. It became known as the Zero, or Zeke, to its opponents. At the time it entered service in 1940, it was the most advanced carrier-based fighter in the world, and the first carrier-based fighter to have superior performance to its land-based opponents. In the hands of pilots who were the products of the most demanding aviation training program in the world, the Zero attained nearly legendary status, both in its home country and in the minds of those who flew against it, as it established a 12-to-1 victory-loss ratio during 1942. Development of what became the A6M began when the IJN issued planning requirements for the prototype 12-Shi carrier-based fighter to Nakajima and Mitsubishi on October 5, 1937. At the time, the Mitsubishi A5M1, the first all-metal, low-wing carrier fighter in the world, was just entering service with the IJNAF. Both companies commenced initial design work in anticipation of more definitive requirements. At the end of October, the updated requirements were issued. The new fighter should be capable of a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, 370 miles per hour, and climb to 3,000 meters, 9,800 feet, in 3.5 minutes. Flight endurance should be 2 hours at normal power, with 6 to 8 hours at economical cruising speed. Armament was set at two 20mm cannon and two 7.7mm (.303 inches) machine guns. The aircraft was to be equipped with radio and an RDF for long-range navigation. Maneuverability should at least equal that of the A5M, with a wingspan less than 12 meters, 39 feet, for carrier use. The aircraft was to be powered by an available engine, which was a significant design limitation. In January 1938, Nakajima's design team concluded the requirements exceeded the capability of the industry to achieve and withdrew from the competition. At Mitsubishi, chief designer Jiro Horikoshi, who had created the A5M, concluded the requirements could be met if the aircraft was as light as possible. Accordingly, he utilized every possible weight-saving measure in the design. The airframe was built from a new top-secret aluminum alloy, Extra Super Duralumin, ESD, that had been developed by Sumitomo Metal Industries in 1936 and was lighter, stronger, and more ductile than other aluminum alloys, though it was prone to corrosion, which made it brittle. This was countered by the application of an anti-corrosion coating after fabrication. The design did not include armor for the pilot, engine, or other vital points, and it did not include self-sealing fuel tanks. The result was the most maneuverable, longest-ranged single-engine fighter of World War II. In return for this astounding performance, the design trade-off in weight and the construction material used meant it was likely to catch fire and explode when hit by enemy fire. The wide-track landing gear made it easy to land on either a carrier or a land base. The airfoil gave high lift at low speeds. Combined with low weight, the stalling speed was below 60 knots, which was the basis of the phenomenal maneuverability that allowed it to outturn any contemporary opponent. The large ailerons, which provided the amazing maneuverability at lower speeds, required servo tabs due to increased heaviness of control forces at speeds over 250 miles per hour, with the ailerons losing most of their effectiveness at speeds over 350 miles per hour. When this fault was discovered during testing of a captured A6M2 in 1942, Allied fighter pilots were instructed to keep their speed up in combat with the Zero, which negated its maneuverability. During the war, there were several claims that the aircraft was either a copy or highly influenced by some contemporary Western designs. However, a thorough analysis of the Zero in later years revealed that it was an incredibly original design, unlike any other at the time. The A6M first entered service in July 1940. On September 13th, Lieutenant Saburo Shindo led 13 A6M2s that attacked 27 Soviet-built I-152s and I-16s of the Chinese Nationalist Air Force, shooting down all 27 without loss. The event passed without notice in the West, and the Zero was unknown when the war broke out. This was despite the fact the Chinese had captured an early example and examined it, and a report of this examination and of combat experience was forwarded by Major Claire A. Chenault to the Pentagon at least 8 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. American myopia about Japanese achievements and capabilities was nearly impenetrable before the war, and was then quickly replaced by a belief in superhuman superiority that was equally misplaced. On December 7, 1941, the IJNAF possessed 521 Zeros, 328 in first-line units such as Saburo Sakai's Tynan Air Corps, and the 6 carriers of the mobile fleet. The A6M2 Model 21 had a range of more than 1,600 miles that could be extended by skilled flyers such as those in the Tynan Air Corps, who managed to convince MacArthur's command that there were at least 2 carriers operating in the Philippines, when there were actually none, due to their ability to fly to the Philippines from bases on Formosa. The Zero's fearsome reputation came from inexperienced Allied fighter pilots who attempted to engage it in traditional air combat maneuvering at which it excelled. The fighter ranged over the Central Pacific, the Philippines, and the Netherlands East Indies, sweeping nearly all before it. While the Imperial Navy had developed aircraft that were the equals, if not the superiors, of their Western opponents, this was not the case with the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. At the outbreak of the Pacific War, most JAAF, Japanese Army Air Force, fighter units were equipped with the Nakajima Ki-27 Kiyunana Shiki Santoki, or Type 97 fighter. The fighter had been developed in a 1935 Imperial Japanese Army competition between Nakajima, Mitsubishi, and Kawasaki to design a low-wing monoplane to replace the Kawasaki Ki-10, Army Type 95 fighter, biplane, which was also to have a better performance than the experimental Mitsubishi Ki-18 that was the prototype for what became the A5M1. The Ki-27 made its first flight on October 15, 1936. Though it displayed a lower top speed and worse climb performance than its competitors, the Kawasaki Ki-28 and the Mitsubishi Ki-33, a modification of the A5M1, the Army chose the design for the outstanding turning ability provided by its remarkably low wing loading. Conservative Army pilots were still wedded to the high-G, close-in maneuvering of biplane fighters. Like the A5M, it was armed with 2 7.62mm, 30 caliber machine guns. While the A5M had been relegated to second-line status by the outbreak of war, the Ki-27 was the primary JAAF fighter during the battles in the Philippines, Malaya, and the Indies. While it was more maneuverable than its Allied opponents, its light armament and slow speed put it at a disadvantage as opponents learned not to fight it on its own terms. The closest JAAF equivalent to the Zeros was the Nakajima Ki-43 Hayabusa, Peregrine Falcon, Army Type 1 fighter, for its adoption in the year 2601. Eventually known by the Allied reporting name Oscar, the Ki-43 was frequently mistaken throughout the war for the Zero by Allied pilots due to its resemblance to the Mitsubishi fighter. Both had a generally similar low-wing layout with similar round cowlings and bubble-type canopies. The initial Ki-43-1 that entered combat in limited numbers just at the outset of the war was armed with just 2 7.62mm machine guns, though this was later increased to 2 13mm 50 caliber weapons in subsequent series development. At the outbreak of war, the JAAF could only field 2 Sentais equipped with the Ki-43. Due to its light construction without armor or self-sealing fuel tanks, Allied pilots often reported that the Ki-43 was a difficult target, but that only a few hits were needed to set it afire or break it apart. Like the Zero and the IJNAF, the Ki-43 remained the primary JAAF fighter throughout the Pacific War and was credited with shooting down more Allied aircraft than any other Japanese fighter. Nearly all JAAF aces achieved the majority of their victories while flying the Hayabusa. While the U.S. Navy had engaged throughout the 1930s in fleet exercises that demonstrated the rules of carrier warfare, the Japanese had concentrated on the nuts and bolts of creating a well-trained fighting force able to put to use the most advanced weapons they could create. The result was a desperate struggle for the first 18 months of the Pacific War, in which the United States, despite its great strength, faced defeat at several points. Throughout the interwar years, the Japanese doctrine of strategic defense remained a fixture in Japanese fleet exercises. American naval intelligence had broken the pre-war Japanese naval codes so that, as early as 1927, it had been possible to monitor the Imperial Navy's annual grand maneuvers and know that the Japanese strategic posture was largely defensive. However, there was virtually no intelligence penetration within Japan, so that the change in strategic outlook of the late 1930s was unknown. The official American intelligence estimate, as late as 1941, was that the Imperial Navy would largely remain in home waters to await the American move west. American naval war planning, epitomized in WPAC 46 under Admiral Kimmel, promulgated in the summer of 1941, counted on this inaction, calling for an advance across the Central Pacific once hostilities began. With the defeat of France and the Netherlands in 1940, their colonies in Indochina and the East Indies were unprotected and vulnerable. Britain's fight for survival in Europe meant that the entire British Empire in Asia, Malaya, Burma, and India itself, was vulnerable to attack. Under army pressure, Japanese Premier Admiral Matsumoto Yonai resigned his position, to be replaced by Prince Funemaro Konoye, an aristocrat of considerable intelligence and experience who was nevertheless weak, irresolute, and unable to stand up to pressure from the army for action to take advantage of the new situation. The new foreign minister, the ultranationalist Yosuke Matsuoka, was described by a fellow cabinet member as crazy. In September 1940, the Vichy French authorities in Indochina allowed Japan to establish air bases around Hanoi that enabled more wide-ranging air attacks against southwestern China and positioned Japanese bombers to threaten the rest of Southeast Asia. At the same time, negotiations proceeded for an alliance with Germany and a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. Japan joined Germany and Italy in the Tripartite Pact in November 1940. The Imperial Army had discovered that the Red Army was a more dangerous opponent than expected during the 90-day Nomonhan incident in the fall of 1939, and was thus eager to secure that front. The Japan-USSR Non-Aggression Pact was signed on April 13, 1941. Japan had chosen the South Seas for expansion. This was not a unanimous decision. The Navy opposed a war that would involve both the United States and Great Britain, with the Imperial Navy hopelessly outnumbered by the two largest naval powers, not to mention that the Navy and the entire Japanese civil economy was dependent on imports from the United States. Vice Navy Minister Admiral Yamamoto and clear-eyed Admiral Shigeyushi Inoue led the Navy's resistance to the Army's desires. At the time the Tripartite Pact was signed, the two men were targeted by right-wing extremists, with the situation becoming so threatening that tanks and machine guns manned by Special Naval Landing Force troops were set up to guard the Navy Ministry, while Yamamoto was the target of several serious assassination plots that resulted in his changing his residence from night to night. Japanese planning was assisted by the fact that in November 1940, just after the signing of the Tripartite Pact, the German raider Atlantis captured and boarded the British SS Automaton, where they found top-secret documents, including a copy of the British War Cabinet Minutes of August 1940, that included a summary of British Far Eastern strategy and admitted the indefensibility of Malaya and Hong Kong. Crucially, the papers indicated Britain would not go to war over the fate of French Indochina. The Germans gave the documents to the Japanese, which allowed them to assess correctly the weakness of Britain in the Far East. With this information in hand, the Navy came around and accepted the argument in favor of South Seas expansion. Junior officers were pro-German, and the leaders came to accept Foreign Minister Matsuoka's argument that the alliance with Germany and Italy would deter the United States and Britain from acting in response to Japanese expansion. Admiral Yamamoto left Tokyo for the safer assignment of commander of the combined fleet. In late May 1940, President Roosevelt had given orders that the Pacific Fleet would remain in Pearl Harbor, following the end of Fleet Problem 21, turning the Hawaiian base from an advanced deployment base to the main American base in the Pacific. The president had hoped this change would act as a deterrent to Japan. However, the move put the Pacific Fleet's radio communications within range of the Japanese radio intelligence listening station of the 1st Detachment of the 6th Communications Unit on Kwajalein in the Marshalls. This allowed the Japanese, who had over the years developed a similar radio intelligence capability to the U.S. Navy, to gather much more intelligence. The Japanese Telephone and Telegraph Ministry was able to monitor commercial telegrams and radio telephone calls made by Pacific Fleet sailors to the mainland. Additionally, sailing schedules, supply train arrivals, unit manning, and ship locations were available through open communications in Hawaiian media. At the end of 1940, this Japanese capability was revealed when the U.S. Army Signal Corps began testing a new speech scrambler system designed by AT&T for radio telephone calls between Honolulu and San Francisco. The device was already being used for communications between Washington and American embassies in Europe. During testing, an operator in Tokyo broke in to ask if there was a problem with the channel, since he could not understand the voice transmission between the two U.S. terminals. This knowledge that the Japanese were monitoring calls between Honolulu and the United States was the reason why General George Marshall would direct that the final warning of impending Japanese attack be sent to Hawaii by commercial telegraph rather than by telephone. With the Navy having come around to agreeing with the Army regarding future strategy, Admiral Yamamoto proposed the idea of a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in January 1941. The proposal overturned 20 years of naval strategic thinking, and the Navy General Staff initially opposed the idea. However, in July 1941, Vichy France agreed to complete Japanese occupation of Indochina. Surprisingly, President Roosevelt responded to this action immediately by embargoing the sale of American oil and aviation gasoline to Japan. The Navy was now faced with the fact that, in the aftermath of the U.S. embargo, it had fuel supplies for only 18 months of wartime operations, while the country as a whole had barely enough resources to support 2 years of war. The Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Osami Nagano, stated, "There is no choice left but to fight and break the iron chains strangling Japan." Following imposition of the U.S. embargo, the General Staff finally agreed that Admiral Yamamoto should develop a plan that would allow Japan to prevent the immediate move forward across the Central Pacific by the U.S. Pacific Fleet after the outbreak of war. Initial planning, training, and war games conducted in September 1941 demonstrated technical and operational shortcomings that had to be fixed if the plan was to be successful. Significantly, Yamamoto had imposed radio silence on the September war games, which meant that U.S. naval intelligence did not detect the change in thinking and continued to believe the fleet would stay in home waters. All the admiral had to do to ensure surprise was to convince the Americans they should continue to think that way. Timing of the outbreak of war was constrained by weather. The monsoon dominated all thinking. December and January were the 2 months during which the weather would be favorable to the attackers in invasions of the Philippines and Malaya. After that, the northeastern monsoon would make conditions progressively more difficult until they became impossible in late spring. On November 5, 1941, an imperial conference concluded that if no diplomatic agreement could be reached with the United States by the beginning of December, Japan would go to war. With the majority of the Imperial Army tied down in China and the main striking force of the Navy involved in the Pearl Harbor operation, Japanese military planners foresaw that speed would be essential in catching the enemy off guard and then defeating him in detail. While Allied forces in the southern region appeared formidable on paper, they were dispersed throughout the area rather than concentrated. Additionally, they suffered from a lack of command unity, since there were 3 national armed forces facing the unified Japanese. Furthermore, much of the enemy's current equipment on hand was obsolescent. The Japanese plan allowed 50 days for the conquest of the Philippines, 100 days for Malaya, and 150 for the Indies. The carrier striking force, Kido Butai, departed Hokkaido on November 26, 1941, headed across the northern Pacific for the surprise strike on Pearl Harbor. The key to success lay in Japanese radio denial and deception actions. In March and June 1941, when the carriers had been dispatched south to support the Japanese move in French Indochina, it had been discovered that the British radio monitoring station in Hong Kong had identified and tracked the ships. While it was unknown that U.S. naval radio intelligence had been equally as successful, it was assumed such was possible. A counterplan was created. In mid-November 1941, the Imperial Navy held a week-long communications drill with a series of scheduled radio contacts between certain ships and stations. This drill began as Kido Butai moved to its initial rendezvous in the Inland Sea. At that point, Japanese radio operators left the ships and continued these communications so as to appear to U.S. radio monitors in Hawaii and the Philippines as the same exercise. Kido Butai, in the meantime, instituted strict radio silence from their departure for the Kurils on November 17th. The monitored transmissions reinforced the American expectation that the carriers were in home waters. On the crucial day of November 17th, American Ambassador Joseph C. Grew cabled from Tokyo that internal security in Japan was now so tight that the embassy was no longer able to monitor activity and provide any sort of early warning of warlike moves. The false transmissions were picked up by the monitoring station on Corregidor in the Philippines. Using direction-finding gear, analysts plotted lines of bearing on the call signs. The lines crossed the naval bases of Sasebo, Kura, and Yokosuka. American naval intelligence analysts in Washington, Hawaii, and the Philippines stated their conclusion that the carriers were still in home waters, preparing for the expected emergence of the Pacific Fleet from Pearl Harbor. Unfortunately, at this point, the Navy cryptanalysts had not broken JN-25, so they did not know that a daily radio broadcast from Tokyo, to which Kido Butai did not respond, contained updated information from the Japanese spy in Honolulu regarding Pacific Fleet ship movements and information that Navy aerial reconnaissance was not being flown into the stormy northern Pacific. The Japanese operational security had beaten American intelligence. In the end, the Japanese mistake was to attack the United States at all. Isolationist sentiment still dominated domestic American politics. Had Japan attacked the British and Dutch possessions and ignored those of the U.S., President Roosevelt would likely not have had the ability to win congressional political support for the military defense of distant European colonies in Asia. Had Roosevelt not been able to lead a crusade to avenge Pearl Harbor on December 8th with a virtually unanimous congressional declaration of war against Japan, Hitler would not have adhered to his promises in the Tripartite Pact and declared war on the United States on December 10th. Without the German declaration of war, the United States Congress would likely never have declared war unilaterally against Germany. Though it would take 2 dangerous years for the full military force of the United States to be felt, Churchill was entirely right when he recorded on that night of December 7, 1941, "He slept the sleep of the saved." Chapter 3. Preparation in the Philippines. Throughout the pre-war years, U.S. Navy planners recognized that, in any war with Japan, the Philippines were doomed, since the Japanese could overwhelm the defenders long before the main American force in the Pacific could arrive on the scene. It was estimated that within the first month of the war, the Japanese could land 300,000 men on Luzon, which would easily defeat the 11,000 American troops and 6,000 members of the Philippine Constabulary. This knowledge on the part of American Army and Navy leaders was kept from the Congress and the American people throughout the interwar years. By the time the Navy's Orange Plan was adopted in 1924, the American forces in the Philippines were charged with holding Manila Bay against the enemy until the fleet arrived. When it was proposed in 1940 that U.S. forces in the Philippines be increased to 40,000 by 1942, General Douglas MacArthur dissented, stating it would take a minimum of 400,000 troops to hold the Philippines against a Japanese assault. During the 1920s and 30s, the Naval War College held war games, applying the various versions of War Plan Orange 127 times. Admiral Nimitz later stated that the courses were so thorough that nothing that happened in the Pacific War was strange or unexpected. By 1937, the Army and the Navy were at loggerheads regarding a future war with Japan. General Stanley B. Embick, chief of the Army War Plans Division, called War Plan Orange an act of madness, and advocated that the United States withdraw in the Pacific to the natural strategic peacetime frontier in the Pacific, along the Alaska-Hawaii-Panama line, which would create an almost invulnerable defensive position. The Navy, which considered that the Pacific War would be a naval war and not a land war, demurred. The Joint Board directed General Embick and the Navy's chief planner, Rear Admiral James O. Richardson, to develop a compromise Orange Plan. The result, which was adopted by the Joint Board in February 1938, avoided the important differences between the Army's defensive outlook and the Navy's offensive position. While U.S. forces would position themselves initially in line with the Army concept, they would prepare to take the offensive against the Japanese-held Central Pacific mandates and then proceed to the Philippines. This was implicitly a multi-year task, but the forces in the Philippines were still directed to hold out in Manila while it played out. In 1939, in the face of international political and military changes and the prospect of a world war breaking out, the Orange Plan was put aside in favor of the Rainbow Plans, which foresaw the United States fighting on multiple fronts with multiple allies against multiple enemies. The primary result of this was the adoption in 1941 of the Germany First position advocated by the Army, while the Pacific War would be a secondary fight with the United States taking a defensive position until forces could be brought to bear following the defeat of Germany in Europe. While the Navy officially went along with the decision, none of the senior naval leadership agreed with it. The Pacific War would still be the Navy's fight against Japan. General Douglas MacArthur had retired as Army Chief of Staff in 1937 and taken the position of military advisor to the Commonwealth Government of the Philippines. He was also made commander of the Philippine Army with the rank of Field Marshal. During 3 frustrating years leading the undermanned and ill-equipped Philippine Army, he had chafed at the reality that in any foreseeable conflict he was to oversee the loss of the islands and the surrender of the Army to Japan. Raised since birth to see himself as a man of destiny, such a role was inconceivable. The general was recalled to active duty in the U.S. Army in July 1941, with the possibility of war with the Empire of Japan looming in the foreseeable future. He was named Commander of United States Army Forces in the Far East, USAFFE, which united the Philippine Army and U.S. Army in the Philippines under one command, with MacArthur now the most senior general in the Army. The mobilization provided American pay to Filipino soldiers. Their army was viewed with contempt by American officers in the islands, many of whom subscribed to the view that Filipino soldiers knew 2 things. 1, when an officer appeared, to yell attention in a loud voice and jump up and salute, and the other, to demand 3 meals a day. MacArthur had a history throughout his career of confusing his personal desires with reality. Once returned to active service, he pointed out that he would soon have an additional 10 divisions in the Philippine Army, as these units were activated starting in September 1941. In addition to the American troops under his command, this would provide a force of 200,000 men. MacArthur assured his superiors in Washington that with such a force he could defend all of the Philippines, rather than cling to defending Manila Bay. His words fell on responsive ears, since most Americans in the government and the military who were aware of War Plan Orange chafed at the thought of sacrificing the Philippines so easily. MacArthur was telling Secretary of War Henry Stimson and Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall what they secretly wanted to hear. That such a plan was impossible never entered MacArthur's mind. The 10 divisions were impressive only in numbers. The units were being called up one regiment at a time, and most of the troops received no training whatsoever before September 1941. MacArthur was assured by his staff, led by Chief of Staff Major General Richard K. Sutherland and Intelligence Chief Colonel Charles A. Willoughby, both of whom owed their careers to MacArthur and were viewed with disdain by the Army Senior Command in Washington, that his forecast the Japanese would not attack before April 1942 at the earliest allowed sufficient time to train this force. MacArthur announced his strategy was to meet the invaders on the beaches and throw them back into the sea. In August 1941, MacArthur was told by Colonel Leonard T. Garrow, chief of the War Plans Division in Washington, that American war production was now moving into high gear, making it possible to supply the Philippines with modern military equipment. By the end of September, the Army in the Philippines was scheduled to be the first to re-equip with the new Garand M1 rifle and the new M2A1 105mm howitzer to replace the World War I vintage French 75mm field howitzers. American naval power in Asia was composed of the Asiatic Fleet based at Manila and commanded by Admiral Thomas C. Hart. The fleet included the heavy cruiser USS Houston, CA-30, and the light cruiser USS Marblehead, CL-12, supported by 4 World War I-era 4-Piper destroyers. The fleet's primary striking force was 23 submarines, of which 17 were among the latest fleet submarine classes. Submarine Squadron, Subron, 2, was composed of 6 Salmon-class fleet submarines and 6 World War I vintage S-class submarines, while Subron 5 had 11 Porpoise and Sargo-class fleet submarines. 6 new PT, patrol torpedo, boats of Motor Torpedo Boat Squadron 3, commanded by Lieutenant John D. Bulkley, arrived in September 1941. Patrol Wing 10, with 2 squadrons of consolidated PBY-4 Catalina flying boats, was available for reconnaissance and patrol missions. Reinforcing the Air Corps units in the Philippines held high priority. In November 1940, the 17th Pursuit Squadron arrived to join the 20th and 21st Pursuit Squadrons of the 24th Pursuit Group, formerly a squadron in the elite 1st Pursuit Group and the lineal descendant in the Army Air Corps of the famed American-manned Lafayette Escadrille of World War I. The pilots of the 17th Squadron were amazed at the equipment that waited for them at Clark Field. Back at Selfridge Field, outside Detroit, they had been flying the Seversky P-35 and Curtiss P-36, the first modern fighters adopted by the USAAC, with all-metal construction, low wings, retractable landing gear, and enclosed cockpits. The pilots of the 24th Pursuit Group in the Philippines were still flying ancient Boeing P-26 pea shooters that were thoroughly obsolete in 1940 by any standard. The P-26s remained the front-line fighter defense of the Philippines through the rest of 1940. At the end of the year, they received new equipment that had come into the Air Corps inventory following the June 18, 1940 government embargo on the export of military equipment to any nation other than Great Britain. The action resulted in the seizure that September of 60 Seversky EP-106 fighters developed from the P-35 that had been ordered by Sweden. 48 of these, now designated P-35A, with their flight instruments still metric and their flight manuals written in Swedish, arrived at Clark Field in February 1941 to replace the ancient Boeings. Powered by a 1,050 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp, the P-35A had a top speed of 310 miles per hour and was armed with 2 .30 caliber machine guns in the nose and a .50 caliber weapon in each wing. Lacking spare parts, the planes were soon in poor shape. That summer, 20 Curtiss P-40B fighters, hand-me-downs from stateside units re-equipping with the new P-40E, arrived. While the 17th Pursuit Squadron flew the P-35s, the 20th Pursuit Squadron considered themselves fortunate to receive the P-40Bs. Unfortunately, the pilots of both squadrons were unable to ever engage in any gunnery training with their new mounts due to a shortage of .50 caliber ammunition. Newly commissioned Second Lieutenant Lamar Gillett arrived at Clark in May 1941, assigned to the 17th Squadron. They were operating P-35As and still had a few P-26s. As a very junior pilot, I got to fly what was available, which meant I got to put in quite a bit of time in the P-26. Of all the planes I flew in the Air Force over 25 years, it was my favorite. While most of the 17th pilots cursed the P-35As, Gillett was happy to fly them whenever the schedule allowed. I became quite proficient in that airplane, which, as it turned out, was fortunate. As war clouds gathered, the P-35As lost their shiny pre-war aluminum look under a coat of quickly applied olive drab paint. There wasn't enough paint in the Philippines to paint them right. There was no primer, so the paint was applied directly over the bare metal. The first time you flew one through a rainstorm, and there were a lot of rainstorms in the Philippines, most of the paint came off. After only a few flights, the airplanes looked like they had already been through a war. When the first new Curtiss P-40E Kitty Hawks arrived in September 1941, the 17th Squadron happily handed down their Severskys to the newly arrived 34th Pursuit Squadron at the end of October. The 3rd and 21st Pursuit Squadrons were equipped with the latest P-40Es to arrive in the Philippines during November and early December. The pilots of the 3rd Squadron found their oxygen masks didn't work, which meant they could not fly above 13 to 15,000 feet. With the exception of the 17th Squadron, most of the pilots in the other squadrons were newly commissioned graduates of flight school, with only a few hundred flying hours. The new fighters were subject to several teething problems, most prominently an unfortunate tendency for engine fires. The armorers received an AAF technical order to disable the hydraulic gun charging system, which meant that the guns could only be manually charged on the ground prior to takeoff, and it was impossible to recharge the guns in flight should they jam. Again, due to the shortage of ammunition, none of the new fighters ever had their guns fired before the outbreak of hostilities. Due to his lack of seniority, Gillett only received a basic transition flight in the P-40E, while the more senior pilots flew them as often as possible to become familiar with their new mounts. Unfortunately, we didn't get that much opportunity to fly, since the monsoon is at its height in the Philippines in October and November. The senior pilots in my squadron had perhaps 10 hours in the P-40, and the others a lot less. The 17th kept several P-35As on strength, so Gillett continued to build time and experience in them. General Henry H. Hap Arnold, commander of the newly renamed U.S. Army Air Forces, planned to base 300 B-17s in the Philippines, which were expected to take offensive action against Japanese-held territory in eastern China, Formosa, and even perhaps Japan itself. The 30th and 93rd Bomb Squadrons of the 19th Bombardment Group were selected for initial service in the Philippines. The group's other two squadrons would not make it to the Philippines before the war broke out. The 19th Group's deployment was delayed while their B-17Cs were brought up to the B-17D standards. Thus 9 B-17Ds of the 14th Provisional Squadron, composed of crews from the 5th and 11th Bomb Groups, led by Major Emmett C. Rosie O'Donnell, Jr., departed from Hawaii bound for the Philippines on September 5, 1941. Among the pilots was Captain Colin P. Kelly, Jr., who had been assigned from the 11th Bomb Group. Their route staged from Hawaii to Midway to Wake to Port Moresby in New Guinea to Australia. The leg from Wake to Port Moresby was flown at night at high altitude as they transited near the Japanese-held island of Ponape in the Eastern Carolines, part of the Japanese-controlled Central Pacific island chains. Pilot First Lieutenant Henry C. Godman remembered that, "At Wake, our machine guns were loaded, test-fired, and readied to ward off an attack as we flew near the Mandate Islands." Among the pilots in O'Donnell's provisional squadron was First Lieutenant Frank Kurtz. In 1927, enamored of the exploits of Charles A. Lindbergh, like many other youths of his generation, Kurtz managed to convince a pilot at his local airfield in Hollywood, California, to teach him to fly at age 16. While a student at the University of Southern California in 1933, he qualified for the U.S. Olympic team, winning a bronze medal in diving from the 10-meter platform. He qualified as fifth in the event at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Following graduation, Kurtz bought an airplane and over the next 2 years established 6 speed records for light planes. In 1935, he set the national junior transcontinental speed record for a flight from Los Angeles to Mexico City to Washington, D.C., and back to Los Angeles, after which he joined the Air Corps. At Port Moresby, native tribesmen refueled the planes by hand, a process that took 4 hours per plane. They then flew on to Darwin, Australia, before heading north for Clark. 300 miles south of their destination, they ran into a typhoon. First Lieutenant Edward C. Teets, flying B-17D 40-3078, recalled, "We let down to within 100 feet of the water and bored right through with raindrops as big as goose eggs slamming the windows." Lieutenant Godman remembered, "At times, we could see maybe 2 or 3 miles ahead, and as an island would loom up, we would veer to the left or right. Talk about frightening. We were flying under the typhoon." After a 7,000-mile trans-Pacific trip, the longest overseas flight yet attempted by the Army Air Force, the only casualty happened when the last plane to land at Clark taxied off the runway and accidentally tore off its tail section when it hooked a derelict airplane by the runway. Every crewman was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for accomplishing the feat. On October 16th, 9 B-17Cs of 30th Bombardment Squadron departed from Hamilton Field, north of San Francisco, bound for Hawaii. They were followed on October 20th by 19th Bomb Group Commander Lieutenant Colonel Eugene L. Eubank, leading 17 shiny silver bombers. At Hickam Field, Hawaii, the bombers were armed with 100 rounds per gun and given orders that, in the event of contact in the air with planes of a possibly belligerent nation, do not hesitate to bring them under immediate and accurate fire. The 26 B-17s made the trans-Pacific flight in 2 13-plane formations. The first departed Hawaii on October 24th, followed by the second on October 27th. En route to Port Moresby, the first formation ran into bad weather, and 3 bombers were forced to land at Rabaul to refuel while the others continued on, arriving in New Guinea on October 31st. The second group arrived the next day, with the airplanes nearly out of gas. Both groups arrived at Darwin on November 2nd and left for the Philippines that night, arriving at Clark on November 3rd. Once the 19th was at Clark, O'Donnell's 14th Provisional Squadron became the group's 14th Bombardment Squadron. The 35 B-17s constituted the largest American heavy bomber unit outside the United States. Clark Field was the only base in the Philippines that could handle them. The main runway was hard-packed sod, 6,700 feet long. The land surrounding the runway was too soft to take the weight of the B-17s, so the bombers were forced to park alongside the runway. By the end of November, only 2 protective revetments had been completed. Morale was high. Second Lieutenant Edgar D. Whitcomb remembered, "The feeling of American superiority had a strong hold on each of us. Since childhood, we had been taught that American machines, American planes, American equipment, and American men were superior in quality to all others on the face of the earth. Why, then, should any of us doubt that we would be able to crush the Japanese in a very short time if they were foolish enough to attack us?" Lieutenant Godman recalled, "The feeling of war was in our veins, and we wanted some action." An October 1941 report by the War Plans Division stated that American air and ground units now available or scheduled for dispatch to the Philippines in the near future have changed the entire picture in the Asiatic area. Major General Lewis H. Brereton arrived in Manila on November 5th to take command of the newly constituted Far East Air Force, FEAF. On December 6th, Colonel Harold George, commander of FEAF, Fighter Command, spoke to his pilots about the gathering threat from Japan and his expectation that war would break out in a matter of days. He ended by saying, "You're not a suicide squadron yet, but you are damned close to it." Chapter 4. All hands have behaved splendidly. The booming surf was so loud that Navy Commander Winfield Scott Cunningham, one of the original Navy aviators who had first flown from USS Langley back in 1922, couldn't hear the 4 engines of the Pan American Martin China Clipper flying boat as they coughed to life at the mid-lagoon buoy, where the big flying boat had awaited better weather over the Pacific since flying in from Manila on the previous Thursday. The plane cast off and taxied for takeoff, headed for Honolulu with 4 passengers. It lifted off and was soon silhouetted against the rising sun through the cloud decks and the approaching squall line. Cunningham couldn't hear the shouts from Captain Wilson, the officer in charge of the U.S. Army radio unit, until the man was a mere 10 feet away. "Commander, sir, war!" All thoughts of the difficulties he had been consumed with since assuming command 10 days earlier on November 28th left Cunningham's mind as he incredulously read the words on the paper Wilson handed to him. "Air raid, Pearl Harbor, stop. This is no drill." The booming waves suddenly sounded to him like the sound of naval gunfire. Enemy naval gunfire. He ordered Captain Wilson to contact the Clipper and tell it to return. On Wake Island, 2,298 miles west of Honolulu and only 1,991 miles southeast of Tokyo, it was Monday, December 8th, 1941. Cunningham would later remember that it was around 0730 hours when he read the message. The American force on Wake was pitifully small to face the oncoming enemy. 10 officers and 58 naval personnel, 6 officers and 173 men of the 1st Marine Defense Battalion who had arrived on the island the previous August 19th, now fleshed out by 9 more officers and 200 men who had arrived on November 5th, commanded by Major James P.S. Devereaux, who had arrived on October 15th, and a detachment of 12 F-4F-3 Wildcat fighters from VMF 211, commanded by Major Paul A. Putnam, which had landed on the half-finished airstrip 4 days earlier, having been transported by the carrier USS Enterprise. The fighters were supported by 47 Marine ground support personnel from Marine Air Group 21, MAG-21, who had been dropped off by the seaplane tender USS Wright, AV-1, on November 28th, along with Commander Cunningham. Cunningham was also responsible for the safety of 1,221 civilian employees of the Morrison-Knudsen Civil Engineering Company, who had been on the island since February 1941, constructing the airfield and gun emplacements. There were an additional 45 Guamanian Chamorros employed by Pan American Airways at the company's hotel on Wake, one of the stops on Pan Am's Trans-Pacific service. Wishbone-shaped Wake Atoll contained 3 islands, Wake, the largest, Wilkes, and Peel. Comprising only 2,600 acres in total, the islands were not the bare sandy coral found on most Pacific atolls, but were rather covered by large boulders, stubby trees, and thick underbrush. No part of the 3 islands was further than 1,100 yards from the sea. Wake is one of the most isolated places in the world. 592 miles northwest of the nearest inhabited island, Utirik Atoll, in the Marshall Islands. Spanish explorer Alvaro de Mondaña first discovered the atoll in 1586, naming it San Francisco. The name Wake was given it by the British master of a whaling ship who happened upon it in 1796. A few Americans became aware of the island during a survey voyage commanded by Commodore Charles Wilkes, who left his name on the second-largest island in 1840. The atoll was formally claimed by the United States in 1898 by a ship of the United States Expeditionary Force on its way to Manila following Commodore Dewey's victory over the Spanish fleet. After a further 36 years of neglect, Wake was officially placed under the jurisdiction of the Navy Department in 1934. It gained a measure of renown the following year when Pan American World Airways chose it as a stop for the China Clipper service between San Francisco and Shanghai, and built a hotel for overnight stays by passengers bound for the Philippines and China. In 1938, the Hepburn Board recommended the atoll be developed as a Navy seaplane base for long-range reconnaissance into the Japanese-held Marshall Islands of the Central Pacific. Work on the base did not begin until February 1941. With an air base on Wake to provide air defense, a seaplane base for the proposed reconnaissance patrols was to be established on Peel. The Navy was well aware of Wake's exposed position should war break out with Japan. On April 18, 1941, Pacific Fleet Commander Admiral Husband E. Kimmel had written a prophetic letter to Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Harold R. Stark. To deny Wake to the enemy without occupying it ourselves would be difficult. To recapture it if the Japanese should seize it in the early period of hostilities would require operations of some magnitude. Since the Japanese Fourth Fleet, based in the mandated islands, includes transports and troops with equipment especially suited for landing operations, it appears not unlikely that one of the initial operations of the Japanese may be executed against Wake. If Wake be defended, then for the Japanese to reduce it would require extended operations of their naval force in an area where we might be able to get at them, thus affording us opportunity to get at naval forces with naval forces. We should try, by every possible means, to get the Japanese to expose naval units. In order to do this, we must provide objectives that require such exposure. The official Marine Corps 1941 Table of Organization called for 43 officers and 939 enlisted men to man the island defenses, formed around 6 5-inch 51 caliber artillery pieces for coastal defense, with an additional 12 3-inch 50 caliber anti-aircraft guns, with one working fire control director among them, of which only 6 could be operated at one time, which had been removed from the battleship of USS Texas, BB-35. The defenders were also armed with 18 Browning 50 caliber water-cooled heavy machine guns and 30 caliber water and air-cooled light machine guns, none of which had a full set of maintenance tools or spare parts to fight off invaders. The Marines were personally armed with 1903 Springfield rifles with 100 rounds per man. The VMF-211 Wildcats operated from the single paved runway, 5,000 feet long, but less than 100 feet wide, so narrow that aircraft could not take off while recently landed aircraft turned around and taxied back on the runway. There was a parking area adjacent to the runway, but the protected revetments the civilian workers had started the week before were not yet completed. The squadron, which had been VMF-2 when its pilots flew their Grumman F-3F-2 biplanes for the cameras during the filming of the popular aviation movie Dive Bomber the previous spring, had become VMF-211, Marine Air Group 21, 1st Squadron, on July 1, 1941. At the end of September, they traded their biplanes for new F-4F-3 Wildcat monoplanes. Most of the pilots had less than 20 hours flight experience in their new mount by the time they landed aboard Enterprise for transport to Wake. None of the 47 recently arrived ground support personnel were experienced airframe or engine mechanics. The 2 senior gunnery sergeants were both ordnancemen. The island's air-ground radio set consistently malfunctioned. VMF-211 Detachment Commander Major Paul A. Putnam had joined the Marines in 1925 after attending Iowa State University for 1 year and was commissioned as a second lieutenant on March 4, 1926. After a tour of duty in Nicaragua as an aerial observer fighting Sandinista insurgents, he was sent to flight training at Pensacola, where he graduated in 1928, and served 2 more tours in Nicaragua as a pilot. Promoted to major in the summer of 1941, he had joined VMF 211 as executive officer in October and been assigned command of the 12-plane detachment the squadron sent on to Wake. Putnam's acting executive officer of the detachment was the senior division leader, 36-year-old Captain Henry T. Elrod, a Georgian who had enlisted in the Marines in 1927 after 3 years of study at Georgia University and Yale. Promoted to corporal in 1930, he was assigned to Marine Observation Squadron 8, VO-8M, a unit of the West Coast Expeditionary Force based at NAS San Diego in March 1930. That July, he entered officer training at the Marine Barracks in Washington, D.C., where he was commissioned as a second lieutenant on February 10, 1931. In April 1933, he was ordered to flight training at Pensacola and received his Wings of Gold in February 1935, when he was also promoted to first lieutenant. Promoted to captain in September 1937, Elrod, known to his fellow Marine aviators as Hammer and Henry, had joined VMF-2 in September 1940. Since the arrival of the Wildcats, Commander Cunningham had ordered that a 4-plane patrol be flown at dawn and just before sunset in hopes of spotting any incoming Japanese attackers and providing warning to the island in time to launch the other defending fighters. By the time Cunningham arrived back at the island headquarters in his pickup truck, Major Devereaux had ordered the bugler play Call to Arms, and the Marines had manned their coastal defense artillery and the 2 batteries of anti-aircraft guns that were operational. Major Putnam and his 3 pilots soon landed from the morning patrol. With news of the Pearl Harbor attack, an additional patrol was immediately sent out with Captain Elrod leading Second Lieutenants Carl R. Davidson and John E. Kinney, and Tech Sergeant William Hamilton. Climbing to 12,000 feet, through an overcast at around 5,000 feet, they split into sections, with Elrod and Davidson heading southeast, while Kinney and Hamilton headed southwest. Any Japanese attack would most likely come from the Marshall Islands, some 600 miles to the south, the nearest Japanese-controlled territory to Wake. At about the time the Wildcats took off, the 34 Mitsubishi G3M Type 96 land-based attack aircraft of the 24th Air Flotilla's Chitose Kokutai, known to the IJNAF as the Rico, and soon to be known to Allied flyers as the Nell, descended from their 10,000-foot cruising altitude to 1,500 feet so they could approach their target from beneath the overcast through the end of a rain squall. The bombers had taken off from their base on Roy Island of the Kwajalein Atoll in the Central Marshalls shortly after dawn for the 720-mile flight, led by Lieutenant Commander Hideo Matsuda. By the time Elrod's 2 Wildcats reached the limits of their search and turned back toward Wake, the Japanese bombers had flown beneath them, out of sight below the cloud deck in the squall-filled sky. At approximately 11:58 hours, Major Putnam spotted dots in the sky to the south, which quickly resolved themselves as what he recognized to be Japanese bombers. There was no time to get the other Wildcats into the air. They were grouped closely together in the paved parking area, and Putnam wished that the Japanese had delayed their attack 2 hours, when the sandbagged revetments were supposed to be ready to shelter his fighters. Now, the 8 fighters were sitting ducks. Only Battery D of the anti-aircraft guns had a full set of fire control equipment. Battery E had a director, but no height finder, and had to rely on telephone calls from Battery D to obtain information about target altitude. The 6 guns were the island's sole air defense, since there were not enough trained men to crew the other 6 guns. Marines and civilian workers ran for the recently dug slit trenches, while the bombers wheeled around to head into the wind as they approached their bombing point. First Lieutenant Lewis, commanding Battery E, made an estimate of the enemy's height and opened fire when the 100-pound fragmentation bombs began to fall from the bombers. Battery D opened up, and the gunners manning the 50-caliber heavy machine guns raised their barrels as high as possible and opened fire. The bombers couldn't miss from only 1,500 feet. In a matter of minutes, 7 of the Wildcats were blown apart and set afire, while bomb splinters savaged the 8th. The two 12,500-gallon aviation fuel tanks were set afire, with black smoke rising over the island. The planes came around again, lower this time. Their gunners strafed the island repeatedly. When they left 10 minutes after first being spotted, flames from the gas tanks were flooding the parking area, setting other gasoline drums on fire. The oxygen tanks exploded when the flames reached them, and what tools and spares they had were smashed to pieces. The malfunctioning radio was wrecked almost beyond repair. Camp 1, where the Marines had their tents, was wiped out, along with much of the fresh food supplies. In a matter of minutes, Wake's aerial defenders had lost 2/3 of their strength and most of the fuel the surviving planes would need to fly and fight. In the sky above, the 4 Wildcats were north of the atoll, unaware of the battle beneath the clouds, until Lieutenant Kinney and his wingman, Sergeant Hamilton, swung southeast, and Kinney spotted the black smoke from the burning fuel supply rising through the clouds. He increased speed and flew toward Wake. Suddenly, the enemy bombers emerged into clear air from beneath the clouds, and Kinney spotted the 2 formations. Kinney, with Hamilton on his wing, pushed his throttle full forward and dived after the enemy planes, but lost them in the clouds. Short on fuel now, the 2 Wildcats turned back to Wake. Captain Elrod and Lieutenant Davidson knew even less about the fight than Kinney and Hamilton did as they dropped beneath the cloud deck, where they spotted the fires and black smoke rising from the island. On landing, Elrod struck his propeller on runway debris. His Wildcat was now plane number 9, either destroyed or damaged beyond repair, since there was no propeller on the other 8 that could be used as a replacement. Wake was now down to 3 aircraft for defense, and it was obvious the enemy would return. Staff from the civilian hospital joined the surviving Navy corpsmen and began treating the wounded. VMF 211 had 23 either dead or dying, including VMF 211 pilots, Second Lieutenants Graves and Holden, who were killed, and Lieutenant Conderman, who was so badly injured he died later that night. 11 other squadron personnel were badly wounded, including Lieutenant Webb. Major Putnam, Captain Theron, and Staff Sergeant Arthur were also wounded, but could still fly. 10 Pan Am employees were dead, and the clipper that had landed just before the arrival of the Japanese was holed, but still flyable. 25 civilian workers were dead, and several others wounded. All of the wounded military personnel and civilians were taken to the civilian hospital in Camp 2 for further treatment by Navy Doctor Lieutenant Gustav Kahn, with his available corpsmen, and civilian Dr. Lawton Schenk and his hospital employees. 2 hours later, the clipper departed after several attempts to start its engines with its 5 passengers, along with the 26 surviving white Pan Am employees, but leaving behind the Chamorro Hotel staff as it headed to Midway and then Honolulu. Commander Cunningham noted in his log that he felt it was an unfortunate moment to draw the color line. The first day of the Pacific War found Task Force 12 centered around the carrier USS Lexington, CV-2, and her accompanying 3 heavy cruisers and 5 destroyers under the command of Rear Admiral John H. Newton, 500 miles southeast of Midway Island and about 1,200 miles east of Wake. The ships had departed Pearl Harbor 2 days before, tasked with delivery of 18 Marine Vought SB-2U-3 Vindicator dive bombers of VMSB 241 to provide the garrison at Midway with an air component. 2 hours after receiving news of the attack, the ferry mission was canceled. Task Force 12 was ordered to rendezvous with a force commanded by Vice Admiral Wilson Brown, 100 miles west of Niihau Island, and conduct an aerial search for the Japanese fleet with the combined force now designated Task Force 11. Lexington's flight deck was crowded with Air Group 2's 65 planes and the 18 Marine dive bombers. In order to increase flight operations, Captain Frederick C. Sherman used the ship's unique ability to reverse the phase of the electric propulsion motors to steam at full speed astern, which allowed the launch of a new Combat Air Patrol, CAP, resuming forward motion. The carrier could then recover the current cap. Sherman's unorthodox operation meant that Lexington could maintain a continuous cap, launching and recovering aircraft without the lengthy delay caused by moving aircraft fore and aft to allow flight operations. Lexington's task force spent the next 5 days sailing between Johnston Island and Hawaii as they reacted to several false alerts. Bad weather on December 11th and 12th prevented the carrier refueling her escorting destroyers, and Task Force 12 was forced to return to Pearl Harbor on December 13th. While Lexington and her escorts unsuccessfully sought to find the enemy in mid-Pacific, the defenders of Wake faced a continuing assault. VMF 211 had lost all the aviation mechanics, and the engineering officer, First Lieutenant Graves Kinney and Sergeant Hamilton, were put in charge of keeping the 3 remaining Wildcats flying, with Putnam offering Kinney a medal as big as a pie if he could accomplish the task. They set about salvaging everything they could strip from the wreckage. In addition to the dawn and dusk patrols, a midday patrol was set to meet the Japanese bombers if they took off from their marshal's base at dawn. Defensive works were created at a fever pitch. The 3 Wildcats were now protected by sandbagged revetments, and more trenches were dug around the island. Construction equipment was driven onto the airstrip when it was not in use to prevent a possible Japanese air landing. Kinney and Hamilton, joined by aviation machinist's mate, First Class James F. Hessen, managed to replace the most heavily damaged blade on Elrod's Wildcat, and by dawn on December 9th, they reported that 4 Wildcats were now available. The 3 men would eventually work wonders of improvisation in keeping airplanes in shape to fight throughout the battle for Wake, which epitomized the flair for improvisation that was a major feature of the battles during the opening months of the war. Major Putnam wrote of the trio, "These 3, with the assistance of volunteers among the civilian workmen, did a truly remarkable and almost magical job. With almost no tools and a complete lack of normal equipment, they performed all types of repair and replacement work. They changed engines and propellers from one airplane to another, and even completely built new engines and propellers salvaged from wrecks. They replaced minor parts and assemblies, and repaired damage to fuselages and wings and landing gear. All this in spite of the fact they were working with new types with which they had no previous experience, and were without instruction manuals of any kind. In the opinion of the squadron commander, their performance was the outstanding event of the whole campaign." General quarters were sounded at 0500 hours on December 9th. 45 minutes later, the 4 Wildcats took off for the dawn patrol, flying 80 miles to the south and returning at 0730 hours to report they had seen nothing of the enemy. The rest of the morning was devoted to work on improving the defenses. Major Putnam led 2 of the Wildcats off at 1100 hours, followed by Second Lieutenant David Cleaver and Sergeant Hamilton. The 4 defending fighters were at 14,000 feet when 26 G-3Ms of the Chitose Kokutai, again led by Lieutenant Commander Matsuda, were spotted to the south, approaching at 13,000 feet in the clear air. Cleaver and Hamilton managed to dive on the formation's tail-end stragglers and set one aflame. As the bombers closed on Wake, the 6 guns of batteries D and E opened fire and the Wildcats pulled away. While the bombers wheeled over the island, 12 of the 25 were holed by defending fire, but all managed to successfully return to their base. The damage inflicted was heavy. Camp 2, where the contractors lived on Wake, was hit. The civilian hospital and the Pan American Hotel were set afire and burned out. Navy Dr. Kahn, civilian Dr. Schenk, and the civilian hospital staff managed to pull many of those wounded the previous day out of the burning hospital, but 4 Marines and 55 civilians were killed. The rangefinder for Battery A's 5-inch coastal defense artillery was damaged, as well as one of Battery E's 4 3-inch AA guns, while the Navy radio station was damaged. To Major Devereaux, it was obvious the Japanese were working to a planned schedule of destruction, taking out the air defenses in the first raid and the support facilities in the second. He ordered the 3 surviving guns of Battery E to be moved several hundred yards from their current position, since they had obviously been spotted by the attackers. Commander Cunningham ordered that the ammunition in the 2 underground storage bunkers be moved so that the bunkers could be converted for use as hospitals. While the defenders at Wake endured the second day of attacks, USS Saratoga, CV-3, departed NAS North Island and cleared Point Loma. Flying the flag of Rear Admiral Aubrey Fitch as flagship of Carrier Division 1 and Task Force 15, the accompanying fleet included the heavy cruisers Astoria, CA-34, Minneapolis, CA-36, and San Francisco, CA-38, 9 destroyers, the seaplane tender transport USS Tangier, AV-8, and the fleet oiler USS Neches, AO-5. Once clear of land, Saratoga turned into the wind and brought Air Group 3 aboard. First to catch a wire on the freshly renovated carriers was Lieutenant Commander Johnny S. Jimmy Thatch, commanding Fighting 3's 18 F4F-3s and the Navy's leading exponent of aerial gunnery. He was soon followed by Senior Division Leader Lieutenant Edward H. Butch O'Hare, who had graduated from Pensacola in May 1940 and started in the squadron as Thatch's wingman. As executive officer at the time, Thatch was responsible for the squadron's gunnery training. He later declared O'Hare was the best gunnery student he had ever encountered in his 10 years as a naval aviator. During the fleet gunnery competition that November, 8 of 16 Fighting 3 pilots had qualified for the coveted Gunnery E, and Ensign O'Hare won the fleet trophy for best gunnery. Once the 36 SBD-3 Dauntless dive bombers of Scouting and Bombing 3 and the 18 TBD Devastator torpedo bombers of Torpedo 3 had been brought aboard, the LSO landed Marine Major Vern McCall and his 18 Brewster F-2A-3 fighters of VMF 221. Senior Division Leader Captain Marion Carl was 4th to catch a wire. The Marines were the reason for haste. Saratoga was headed for Wake Island, where VMF 221 would reinforce the embattled VMF 211. The fleet took a heading of 270 degrees and headed for Hawaii at flank speed. They would arrive at Pearl Harbor on December 12th. On December 10th, the Japanese bombers arrived earlier than expected at 10:45 hours and focused their attack on outlying Wilkes Island and Battery E on Wake. Fortunately, the morning patrol was airborne when the 26 G3Ms arrived over Peacock Point. Captain Elrod was leading the defending Wildcats. He dove through the enemy formation from rear to front, taking aircraft under fire as he put his sights on them. By the time he completed his pass, 2 of the bombers were headed for the ocean below, their wings wrapped in fire. Following the previous day's raid, the AA guns of the unmanned Battery F on Peel had been relocated in case the Japanese had photographed their positions. Wooden replicas had been erected in their place, which the Japanese attacked. A lucky strike on the civilian cache of 125 tons of dynamite set off a chain reaction that destroyed the 3-inch and 5-inch ready ammunition for the guns on Wilkes, crippling the defense on that side of the atoll. Seizure of Wake Atoll was the responsibility of Admiral Shigeyoshi Inoue's 4th Fleet based at Kwajalein. By December 10th, the Japanese estimated there were no more than 5 defending fighters and a maximum of 600 defenders, and perhaps that many civilian workers left on the island. It was time to act. Rear Admiral Kajioka commanded the Japanese invasion force from his flagship, the light cruiser Yubari. The fleet was composed of the light cruisers Yubari, Tenryu, and Tatsuda, destroyers Yayoi, Mutsuki, Kisaragi, Hayate, Oyate, and Asanagi, 2 older Momi-class destroyers converted to patrol boats, Patrol Boat 32 and Patrol Boat 33, each carrying 225 Special Navy Landing Force troops and 2 medium transports carrying heavy equipment. The fleet arrived off Wake before dawn on December 11th. The invaders closed to within 5,000 yards of the atoll. At 0500 hours, the 3 light cruisers opened fire, hitting the diesel fuel tanks on Wake. With shells exploding around them, the 4 Wildcats sped down the runway and lifted into the air. Kinney, Hamilton, and Hessen had somehow devised bomb racks, and each fighter carried 2 100-pound high-explosive bombs. Yubari had fired only 1 broadside when Battery A on Wake replied with 4 salvos. The cruiser turned away and opened the range. Battery A's 3rd and 4th salvos finally found their target, and 2 5-inch shells hit the cruiser at a range of 6,000 yards as she attempted to move out of range. Yubari belched smoke and steam and slowed as she disappeared over the horizon. Tenryu, Tatsuda, 3 destroyers, and the 2 destroyer transports closed on Wilkes as Yubari fought Battery A. Battery L's 3 guns took on the ships. At 0650 hours, the battery's 3rd salvo caught the leading destroyer Hayate amidships. Moments after being struck, she exploded and broke in 2. The first Imperial Navy ship sunk by U.S. forces in the Pacific War. When they saw the destroyer blow up, the Battery L gunners spontaneously cheered. Hard-bitten gunnery sergeant Henry Bedell restored them to reality in a voice that carried over the sounds of battle. "Knock it off, you bastards, and get back on the guns. What do you think this is, a ball game?" Destroyer Oyate followed Hayate, turned away, and made smoke to hide herself from the sharpshooting artillerymen ashore, but took a hit before the smoke hid her. Battery L then fired on and hit one of the destroyer transports, which turned away and made smoke. 9,000 yards from Wilkes, the cruiser Tatsuda took a hit from Battery L that forced her to withdraw. On Peel, Battery B engaged 3 destroyers. Fire from the ships knocked out the communication system and disabled 1 of the 2 guns, but the Marines continued to engage with the remaining gun and scored hits on Yayoi, which turned away, followed by her sisters. After 45 minutes, the Japanese were in retreat. At that moment, Major Putnam and Captains Elrod, Freuler, and Theron dove into action, strafing the ships relentlessly and bombing them. One of Freuler's bombs hit the transport Kongomaru on her stern, while destroyer transport Patrol Boat 33 was also hit. With their ammunition expended and the enemy in retreat, the Wildcats landed. 2 were quickly refueled and rearmed. Engineering miracle worker Kinney took off in one and caught the destroyer Kisaragi 20 miles offshore. His bombing run was perfect, and the destroyer blew up in an explosion that could be seen and heard ashore at 0815 hours. The Marine casualties were Freuler's Wildcat, which took hits in the engine with damage to the oil cooler and 1 cylinder, and Elrod's Wildcat, which took a hit from shipboard AA that severed his fuel line. His plane was wrecked when he crashed short of the runway. The defenders were now reduced to 2 Wildcats. The Japanese had lost 2 destroyers sunk and suffered severe damage to 7 other ships, including the cruisers Yubari and Tatsuda, with 407 Japanese sailors and troops killed or wounded. Admiral Kajioka credited the fighter attack with turning back the invasion attempt. Word of the successful defense of Wake electrified the American media, which had for the previous 4 days been consumed by dark news. The Washington Post compared the stand made by the Marine defenders to the Alamo. Topping the news and sending a wave of pride through the country was the news that the defenders had radioed, "Send more Japs!" In fact, the words were padding to the real message that Cunningham sent, listing critical equipment, gun sights, spare parts, and fire control radar, and reporting that half his equipment had been destroyed and morale among the civilians was low. Saratoga's task force arrived in Pearl Harbor the evening of December 13th. Over the next 2 days, the seaplane tender Tangier took aboard the officers and men of the 4th Marine Defense Battalion, along with 9,000 5-inch rounds, 12,000 3-inch rounds, and 3 million 50 caliber rounds, as well as ammunition for mortars and other small arms. 2 radar sets and their operators also came aboard. Lexington's task force had arrived back in Pearl from their unsuccessful search for the mobile fleet a few hours before Saratoga's arrival. After an overnight stay, Lexington and her escorts, under command of Admiral Wilson Brown, as Task Force 11 departed Pearl on December 14th. Their mission was to mount a diversionary raid on the Japanese base at Jaluit in the Marshalls to provide cover to the Wake Island relief mission. Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher came aboard Saratoga and relieved Admiral Fitch as Commander Task Force 14. Saratoga's task force departed Pearl Harbor headed for Wake on December 15th. Within a day, the fleet was battling heavy seas in a midwinter Pacific storm, their speed reduced in order that the old oiler Neches would keep up and provide fuel for the escorting destroyers. At Wake, the Japanese had sent bombers 4 hours after the invasion force had been forced to withdraw. Lieutenants Davidson and Kinney were airborne in the 2 surviving Wildcats when the 30 enemy bombers were sighted. Davidson shot down 2, while Kinney downed a 3rd. The AA batteries on Wake shot down a 4th in flames and sent 3 heading south trailing smoke. The surviving bombers continued on nevertheless and sent more bombs crashing into the defenses. The next day, 2 Kawanishi H-6K Type 97 4-engine flying boats that had taken off from Majuro Lagoon at midnight arrived over Wake at dawn after an 840-mile flight. Captain Theron, flying a solo morning patrol, downed one of the flying boats, while the other dropped bombs on the runway without effect. During the course of the morning, Kinney and his men managed to patch together another Wildcat from parts taken from the other wrecks. There were now 3 defenders. Everyone on the island was amazed on December 13th when the enemy failed to put in an appearance. However, one of the 3 Wildcats suffered a flat tire on takeoff and went off the runway, reducing the defense again to 2. The next morning, the flying boats returned, though they turned away when the 2 defending Wildcats intercepted them. At 1100 hours, 30 G3Ms from Roy appeared in the distance. Their bombs killed 2 VMF 211 Marines and wounded a 3rd, while also getting a direct hit on one of the Wildcats. Kinney, Hamilton, and Hessen rebuilt the engine from that Wildcat over the next 2 days to return the force to 2 fighters. The next day, December 17th, they finished work on 2 more. On December 19th, 27 bombers from Roy arrived at 10:50 hours. When they departed 20 minutes later, they left only 4 of the 3-inch AA guns operational. 2 Wildcats had gotten airborne in time to remain safe, and the bombers had missed the 2 newly returned from the graveyard. On December 20th, a PBY Catalina from Pearl landed in the lagoon at 15:30 hours, bringing word of the relief convoy that expected to arrive in 72 hours. It took off at 0700 hours the next morning, headed back to Hawaii with reports from the senior commanders on the island and letters written by the men to their families and loved ones. 90 minutes after the PBY departed, 29 Japanese D-3A dive bombers, escorted by 18 A-6 M2 Zero fighters, bombed and strafed all 3 islands, destroying the 2 newly repaired Wildcats. 3 hours after these attackers departed, 33 G3Ms from Roy bombed the island, destroying all but 1 3-inch AA gun of Battery D. Major Devereaux had Battery D's fire control equipment moved to Battery B. The radioed report of the attack by carrier-based bombers confirmed the information Navy Communications Intelligence had received that the carriers Soryu and Hiryu had been detached from the mobile fleet as it returned to Japan to support a second landing attempt at Wake. Vice Admiral William S. Pye, acting commander of the Pacific Fleet, canceled the planned attack on Jaluit and ordered Task Force 11 to turn northwest and cover Task Force 14 as it neared Wake. There was concern that a carrier battle could break out at any time. The next day, both U.S. task forces experienced difficulty refueling their destroyers in the heavy seas, slowing their progress even more. Saratoga was forced to refuel her escorts that had been unable to hook up with the Neches. Task Force 14 still planned to arrive at Wake on December 23rd. The morning of December 22nd found Captain Freuler and Lieutenant Davidson on patrol. They spotted a large formation coming from the north, which turned out to be 33 B-5N Type 97 level bombers, escorted by 6 Zeros from Soryu and Hiryu. Freuler dived through the formation and managed to shoot down one B-5N, then turned and hit a second bomber in a fight so close that flying fragments from the exploding enemy damaged his controls. He saw Davidson engage the escorting fighters. As he headed down toward Wake, another Zero closed on his tail. He saw Davidson for the last time, chasing a Zero with a second on his tail. A second Zero closed on Freuler and opened fire. Shot through the shoulder, he managed to crash land on the runway. Davidson was never seen again. Petty Officer 3rd Class Isao Tahara was credited with shooting down both Wildcats. The bomb aimer of the 2nd B-5N Freuler shot down was Petty Officer 1st Class Noboru Kanai, who had been credited with dropping the bomb that penetrated the magazine of USS Arizona, BB-39, at Pearl Harbor, causing the massive explosion that sank the battleship. Wake was now without air defense. The surviving 20 members of VMF-211 were issued rifles and ammunition. They were now Mud Marines. At Pearl Harbor, the report from Wake of the raid by carrier-based aircraft confirmed for Admiral Pai that Japanese carriers were now in the vicinity. A carrier battle was imminent. He could not risk 2/3 of his carrier force and a majority of the Pacific Fleet's remaining surface capital ships in such a fight. At 0800 hours on December 22nd, when Saratoga was 427 miles from Wake, Admiral Pai ordered Admirals Fletcher and Wilson to turn their task forces around and return to Pearl Harbor. Admiral Fletcher's staff officers called for him to ignore the orders, and he went below so that he would not officially hear such mutinous talk. Pilots in their ready rooms aboard Saratoga broke down in tears on hearing the order, and the Marine flyers begged to be launched to fly into Wake. Aboard Tangier, senior Marine officers intervened to prevent the Marines aboard from taking over the ship and sailing it to Wake in spite of orders. Admiral Halsey, who was aboard Enterprise, providing cover from the northeast with Task Force 8, later wrote he could not understand why the plan to send Tangier into Wake with the reinforcements was not carried out. No one knew that at the time the order was received, 4 Japanese heavy cruisers, including Tone and Chikuma, were patrolling east of Wake without air cover, or that the Japanese fleet that had arrived at dusk was disposed around the atoll with no security measures against surface attack. The outcome could have been different. On Wake, the night of December 22nd to 23rd was stormy, with rain squalls and high seas. The Marines were alerted to the presence of the enemy at 0200 hours on December 23rd, when the cruisers Tenryu and Tatsuda, which had missed the atoll in the stormy darkness, opened fire without effect. At 0245 hours, patrol boats 32 and 33 were run through the reef and put aground on Wake Island, carrying 1,000 men of the Maizuru 2nd Special Naval Landing Force, which had been sent from their base at Saipan to finish the operation at Wake. Marines manning machine guns opened up when flares fired from Peel illuminated the approaching ships. Lieutenant Robert Hanna turned the last 3-inch gun of Battery D on the 2 ships, hitting Patrol Boat 33 14 times and breaking its back while killing 7 and wounding 25 Japanese. He then took Patrol Boat 32 under fire with his target illuminated by the explosion of Patrol Boat 33, but the SNLF troops were already ashore. The gun was defended by the survivors of VMF-211, led by Major Putnam and Captain Elrod. Lieutenant Uchida led his detachment to surround the American position just as dawn broke, when shots rang out. There was 20 minutes of hard fighting to take the position, during which 62 Japanese were killed, as well as 14 of the 20 defending flyers. Hammerin Henry Elrod was killed by a SNLF trooper, hiding beneath a pile of casualties, as he rose to throw a grenade at the advancing enemy. Dive bombers from the carriers and gunfire from the cruisers offshore provided support to the invaders, who took 125 casualties before Commander Cunningham, seeing the American situation was hopeless, ordered Devereaux to surrender at 0700 hours. Fighting continued throughout the morning on Wilkes and Peel, where the gunners of Battery L made a final stand. It took until 1330 hours for Major Devereaux to reach Wilkes and find 25 Marines still alive. They had killed all 4 Japanese officers and their 90 troops who had landed on Wilkes that morning. The Marines lost 49 killed, 2 missing, and 49 wounded during the 16-day siege of Wake Island. 3 Navy personnel and at least 70 U.S. civilians were killed, including the 10 Chamorro employees left behind by Pan American, with 12 civilians wounded. 433 Americans became prisoners of war with the surrender. Japanese losses were 140 SNLF troops and 4 sailors aboard ships. 3 Japanese destroyers were sunk by artillery and aerial bombing along with both invasion vessels. 28 Japanese aircraft were either shot down or damaged. The next day, Christmas Eve of 1941, Saratoga was 180 miles south of Midway Island. Mary and Carl and the other pilots of VMF 221 were launched to fly to the atoll and provide air defense for the next American Pacific possession in the line of fire after Wake. In January 1942, the surviving American military personnel, as well as most of the civilians, were loaded aboard the Nitamaru and transported to prison camps in China. On the night of October 7, 1943, following the raid by aircraft from the new carriers Lexington and Yorktown, the 98 American civilians still on Wake were lined up on the beach and killed by machine gun fire. Captain Henry T. Elrod was posthumously promoted to major on November 8, 1946, when his widow was presented his Medal of Honor by President Truman. He was the first Marine in World War II to be so honored. Major Putnam's report to the commander of Marine Air Group 21, which was taken to Hawaii in the PBY the morning of December 21st, ended, "All hands have behaved splendidly and held up in a manner of which the Marine Corps may well tell." Chapter 5. Opening Blow in the Philippines. On November 28, 1941, General Brereton was informed that negotiations with Japan had broken down. He placed all FEAF units on a war footing. Blackouts were ordered on all airfields, and a 24-hour alert was established for half the squadrons. B-17 pilot Lieutenant Whitcomb recalled, "We were ordered to wear out 45s, carry a bulky gas mask, and wear a steel helmet. Flight training now included reconnaissance missions towards Formosa. Every day, at least 2 planes flew pie-shaped search missions in the vicinity of the Japanese-held island. They were under War Department orders to avoid any overt act. At first, they flew 2/3 of the distance from northern Luzon and southern Formosa, with the northern boundary soon changed to the international boundary of Formosa. First Lieutenant Frank Kurtz, in Old 99, was over a cloud deck when he looked down through an opening. My God, we were over a big Japanese base, a big hunk of something that was forbidden. I didn't want to become the first international incident, so I got out of there quick." Several days later, Major Gibbs flew across southern Formosa at 2,000 feet and reported, "Landing fields literally stacked with Japanese bombers." General MacArthur's intelligence chief, Colonel Charles A. Willoughby, discounted the report. First Lieutenant Earl R. Tash of the 19th Group, who also got close enough to see what was on Formosa, later recalled, "General MacArthur was of the opinion that these Japanese preparations were not for a strike against us, but against Malaya." Colonel Eubank began painting the shiny B-17s with a coat of olive drab paint. Without primer, the paint wore off quickly when the planes flew in rainstorms. On December 2nd, a Japanese C-5N-1 reconnaissance airplane, later known as Babs, overflew Clark Field and returned to Formosa with photos of 32 B-17s on the airfield. On December 4th, General Brereton decided to move some of his bombers to Mindanao, where they would be out of range of the Japanese, despite Chief of Staff General Sutherland's dislike of the idea. Brereton wrote that the overcrowding at Clark Field invited attack. On December 5th, Major O'Donnell led his 8 B-17s of the 14th Squadron to Del Monte Field, followed by 8 bombers of the 93rd Squadron. Lieutenant Teets was unimpressed by the new airfield, recalling, "In reality, it was just a big cow pasture backed up against some mountains. There were no shops, no hangars, no adequate servicing facilities, and the upper end of the runway slanted down like a ski run. Contrary to our expectations, the Del Monte Pineapple Company had a country club nearby with golf, tennis, and a swimming pool, but we still had to live in our tents. The one and only spray gun on Mindanao was operated day and night to give the planes a coat of olive drab paint." The night of December 7th, 1941, General Brereton was informed that, in the opinion of the War and Navy Departments, hostilities may break out at any time. He immediately ordered his airfields to go on full combat alert at first light on December 8th. The Asiatic Fleet headquarters in downtown Manila intercepted the message from Pearl Harbor announcing the Japanese attack at 0230 hours local time on Monday, December 8th. When Brereton heard the news, he later recalled, "It came as a surprise to no one." At 0340 hours, General Sutherland heard the commercial radio broadcast announcing the attack. He awakened MacArthur and informed the general of the news. Shocked that the enemy would dare to behave differently than he had declared they would, the commander of the Philippines retired to his private quarters in the penthouse atop the Army and Navy Club in downtown Manila, where he would remain incommunicado for the next crucial week. As word spread, commanders immediately began making plans to counter the expected Japanese invasion. Many men didn't believe the news, thinking it only a rumor, until well-known Manila radio announcer Don Bell announced, "Japanese aircraft have attacked Pearl Harbor. There is no report of the damage at this time." FEAF Commander Brereton arrived at MacArthur's Manila headquarters at 0500 hours, demanding permission to launch a B-17 raid against Japanese bases on Formosa. General Sutherland refused him permission to see MacArthur on the grounds the general was busy. Brereton returned to his own headquarters at Nielsen Field and ordered his commanders to prepare the mission. He also ordered the bombers to take off and remain in a holding pattern over southern Luzon so they would not be caught on the ground by the Japanese airstrike he expected momentarily. Having heard nothing from Sutherland by 0700 hours, he again returned to MacArthur's headquarters, where Sutherland told him to stand by for orders, and said there could be no attack before a photo reconnaissance mission was flown to Formosa. At 0940 hours, Sutherland called and authorized the reconnaissance mission. 30 minutes later, he again called Brereton and informed him MacArthur had authorized the bombing mission. In fact, this was Sutherland covering for his commander, who was in no state to issue any orders. Finally, at around 10:30 hours, while Saburo Sakai and his fellow pilots of the Tainan Air Group were finally free of fog on their Formosa airfields and able to take off, the B-17s, which had been sent off to avoid the dawn attack that had not materialized, were ordered to land at Clark and refuel. With Sutherland's permission to fly the mission, Brereton teletyped orders to the 19th Bomb Group at Clark, and at 11:30 hours the ground crews began to fuel and arm the B-17s in preparation for takeoff at 1400 hours to bomb Formosa at night. The 20th Pursuit Squadron's P-40Bs that had covered the landing of the B-17s then landed to refuel, while the 17th Pursuit Squadron took off from Nichols and landed at Clark to provide defense while the 20th Squadron refueled. The pilots were served lunch before they went on alert in their cockpits shortly after 1100 hours. At 1127 hours, the radar station at Iba Field detected a formation inbound from the north, 130 miles distant. 2 minutes later, the radar spotted a second formation to the west of the first force, and the officer in charge alerted FEAF headquarters and called the command post at Clark Field, where he informed the 17th Squadron's commander, Major Orrin L. Grover, of the incoming raids. FEAF ordered the 3rd Pursuit Squadron at Iba Field to take off at 11:45 hours and intercept the Western Force, which appeared headed for Manila. The P-40s became separated after they became airborne due to dust problems on the field during takeoff, and never found the enemy. 2 flights of the 21st Squadron at Nichols also took off at 11:45 hours, led by First Lieutenant William E. Ed Dias. After starting for Clark, they were diverted to Manila Bay to provide support to the 3rd Squadron. A 3rd flight of the 21st took off 5 minutes after and headed toward Clark, where the 17th Squadron took off at 12:15 hours, with orders to patrol over the Bataan Peninsula and Manila Bay. The 20th Squadron completed refueling and was ready for takeoff, but had not received orders to do so. At 12:30 hours, when a line chief spotted the incoming Japanese formation, Section Commander First Lieutenant Joseph H. Moore ordered a scramble. Lieutenant Frank Kurtz recalled the briefing for the Formosa mission. The operations tent was crowded with about 40 pilots and navigators waiting for the briefing to begin. As we waited, I snapped on my radio, and we all listened to Manila. Don Bell announced Clark Field had been bombed, and he could see big plumes of smoke rising from the burning bombers. We all smiled at this. We didn't know that he, from Manila, could see around the little hill over in the direction of Iba Field, and that those plumes of smoke were burning P-40s. Out on the field, a private spotted an approaching formation. "Oh, gee," he said. "Look at the pretty Navy formation." First Lieutenant Lee Coates looked up. "Navy hell, here they come!" The 27 G-3M2 bombers of the 23rd Kokutai arrived over Clark Field at 12:40 hours. Even though they had been tracked by U.S. radar, and with 3 defending fighter squadrons airborne, the Japanese had achieved complete tactical surprise. The B-17s were still on the ground, while the P-40Bs of the 20th Squadron were just starting to taxi toward the runway. Only 4 would make it off the ground, as the G-3Ms were followed minutes later by the 26 G-4M1s of the 21st Kokutai. The 53 bombers dropped 636 60-kilogram, 130-pound bombs on Clark Field as they flew above the range of the defending anti-aircraft guns. When the bombers turned away, 34 Zero fighters strafed the undamaged planes on the ground. Sergeant Lloyd Camerl of the 19th Group remembered, "As the apex of the first V approached the field, the bombs began falling, and as the V widened out, the area of the bombing widened out. As the last of the first group of bombers left the far end of the field, the first of the second group started." Hiding in a slit trench behind the operations tent, Lieutenant Kurtz remembered, "We could think of nothing except this earthquaking roar and grinding and the whistling of a mighty storm moving down the field. At its mildest, the hard dirt quivered like a steel-tired truck thundering over cobblestones, and at its worst, bucked and pitched like a bronco." At 12:47 hours, 53 G-4Ms dropped 486 60-kilogram, 130-pound bombs and 26 250-kilogram, 550-pound bombs on Iba Field, followed by strafing Zero fighters. All but 4 of the 3rd Pursuit Squadron's P-40Es were caught in their landing pattern short of fuel and were destroyed by the Japanese or crashed from lack of fuel, while strafing Zeros turned nearly all the P-40Bs of the 20th Squadron and the P-40Es of the 3rd that were on the field into smoking junk. The destruction inflicted at Iba was so complete the Zeros flew over to Clark Field, where they were able to expend their remaining ammunition on what was left there. Second Lieutenant Randall D. Keeter was one of 3 20th Squadron pilots who managed to get into the air ahead of the attacking enemy. 30 miles west of Clark, he came across a Zero that made a head-on pass at him. He opened fire and the enemy fighter exploded, to become the first American victory of the Philippines campaign. The 17th and 21st Squadrons had been circling over Manila Bay when they were called in to oppose the enemy over Clark. Several managed to engage the enemy fighters, where they quickly learned that tales of Japanese aerial inferiority were untrue. 9 victories were credited to 5 pilots, but over half the airborne P-40s were shot down, while nearly all the others sustained hits. The Japanese reported a loss of 2. In the course of the Japanese attacks, FEAF had lost half its effective combat force on the war's first day. Lieutenant Whitcomb remembered that, "When I was finally able to stand up, I wiped the sand out of my eyes. There, across the field, we could see our beautiful silver flying fortresses burning and exploding right before our eyes." During the hour-long Japanese attack, 12 of the 17 B-17s on the ground at Clark were destroyed, and 4 were damaged, while 2 that were flying patrols were unharmed. In the aftermath of the attack, Lieutenant Whitcomb recalled he could not walk 30 feet in any direction without finding a bomb crater. Nearly all the buildings had been hit and set afire, while a gasoline dump behind the hangars caught fire from a direct hit, shooting a dense cloud of black smoke skyward. 2 B-17s that had just been painted were in a hangar that caught fire. First Lieutenant Fred T. Crimmins, Jr. ran into the hangar to see if he could save one. There was a 10-minute lull in the attack, during which he was able to get 2 engines started. Just as he began to taxi out of the hangar, the Japanese fighters returned and strafed the field. He swung the fortress's tail to face the enemy, just as bullets began to ricochet off the armor behind his seat, and a 20mm cannon shell exploded in the instrument panel. He was hit in his hand, and he tried to shut down the engines, then was hit in the shoulder. He squirmed out of his seat to get out of the plane, and was creased by a bullet through his scalp. Flying shell fragments and pieces of the bomber ripped his head, neck, and arms. Finally able to drop out of the nose hatch, Crimmins ran across the tarmac to a gun pit, where he assumed command as they fired on the attackers. His action resulted in the award of the Distinguished Service Cross. First Lieutenant Ray Cox and Second Lieutenant Austin Stitt followed Crimmins into the hangar and managed to get the other B-17 started. The bomber was strafed as it moved out of the hangar and caught fire. The 2 pilots barely managed to bail out through the nose hatch before the plane was engulfed in flames, along with the one Crimmins had rescued. Tech Sergeant Anthony Holub jumped into another of the B-17s and manned the twin 50 caliber mount in the radio compartment. After running out of ammunition, he ran across to another bomber, grabbed as many ammo cans as he could, ran back to the first bomber, and opened fire on the attackers again. Lieutenant Tash had flown up from Del Monte, arriving just as the attack began. He began circling to see if he might be able to land. After the bombing, he attempted a landing, but the strafing Zeros sent him climbing back to altitude for a return to Del Monte. South of the field, he was jumped by 3 Zeros. Gunner Staff Sergeant Michael Bibbin, manning the right waist gun, was hit in both shoulders. Raking the big bomber from nose to tail, the enemy fighters damaged the superchargers, severed the aileron cables, and put holes in the propellers. As they continued their attack, Private Arthur Norgard fired at them from the radio compartment and hit the 3rd Zero, which caught fire and crashed into the jungle below to make Norgard the first American gunner to shoot down an enemy plane from an American airplane in the war. Despite the damage, Tash tried to get back to Del Monte, but the bomber was nearly uncontrollable. Finally, he turned around to return to Clark. He arrived around 1700 hours, with his tanks nearly empty, and managed to land despite having no aileron control. As the Zeros departed, men began to climb out of the slit trenches, Sergeant Camerl remembered. The field was covered with a pall of smoke, and there was an unearthly mixture of sounds. The moans of the dying, the crackling flames, the boom and flash of exploding gas tanks, the cries of the wounded, and the shouts of the work crews braving the shrapnel to aid the wounded and fight the fires. It all reminded me of a horrible nightmare. 20-year-old Corporal Dennis Main, a gunner in the 19th Bomb Group who had joined the Air Corps after graduating from high school in 1940, remembered the attack as the most terrifying event he experienced during the war. I was bombed several other times during my year in the Pacific, but the first such event is the one that stays with you forever. Frank Kurtz found Old 99 at the end of the field. Everything about Old 99 was still there, only melted and bent and ruined. He found his 8 crewmen where they fell when they ran from the burning plane and were killed in the explosion. They were there, lying so very still, My 8 boys in a senseless, irregular line. Some of the bodies were entirely naked, having lost their clothing in the blast. Total casualties at Clark Field were 100 dead and some 250 wounded. The badly wounded Lieutenant Crimmins was taken to the Fort Stotzenberg Hospital, where he remembered, "Kids were dying all night, crying out and calling for the nurses. Men who had gone to sleep would wake up shouting." Some of the dead at Clark were not recovered and buried for more than a week. Second Lieutenant John H. Poston of the 17th Squadron landed back at Clark that evening and later wrote in his diary, "That night everything was confusion. The hangars were still burning, and every once in a while ammunition would go off. Automobiles, trucks, and airplanes were wrecked and burning all over the place. We all went into the hills to sleep." Shortly before dawn on December 9th, a flight of 4 P-40s took off from Clark to provide cover for the inbound flying fortresses returning from Mindanao. The first Warhawk to take off hit a bomb crater and lost control, slamming into Colonel Eubanks' B-17D, one of 3 bombers on the field still relatively undamaged. The B-17's tanks were ruptured and the 2 planes caught fire, with bullets cooking off from the heat and keeping firefighters at a distance. The other 3 fighters crashed on takeoff due to poor visibility from the dust. The crashes reduced the number of operational P-40s to 54, from a total of 100 available 24 hours earlier. The Del Monte B-17s and the 2 Clark survivors spent the day of December 9th in fruitless searches for the Japanese carriers everyone was convinced must be off the Luzon coast. Finally, at 1700 hours, the Del Monte B-17s began to land at Clark. Bad weather throughout the day prevented further American losses, since the Japanese were unable to mount any attack successfully. Saburo Sakai remembered, "We were forced to turn back from a mission to Luzon by the weather. Torrential rains broke up our formation on its return flight. The rain was incredible. It lashed at the planes in the worst downpour I have ever encountered. Swirling masses of clouds drove us to the ocean's surface. I had no choice but to fly at this low altitude, my 2 wingmen hugging my tail, desperate to not lose sight of my plane. For hours we fought our way northward, our fuel gauges dropping lower and lower. Finally, after what seemed like countless hours, the southern tip of Formosa came into view." On Luzon, the 14th Squadron was diverted from Clark to a new airfield at San Marcelino, which was only 4,000 feet long. Nevertheless, the B-17s were able to operate successfully from the field. Lieutenant Teets wrote, "We found out a lot about those big fortresses that we hadn't known. We discovered we could take off from any field we could land in. We took off and landed no matter what the wind direction was. We threw the book away." By December 10th, the 19th was ready for action, with 7 B-17s at Clark, 8 at San Marcelino, and 4 at Del Monte. General Brereton decided to abandon Clark as a base and use it only as a forward staging field. On December 10th, the Japanese 14th Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Masaharu Homa, commenced the invasion of the Philippines. The 48th Yuitsu Tsuchihashi Division, which was specially trained in amphibious operations, invaded northern Luzon, landing at Vigan, Apari, and Gonzaga. Despite his lack of familiarity with the P-40, Lieutenant Gillett was surprised and happy to find himself on the list of pilots who would fly that day. The P-40s were assigned to escort the 16 P-35As from the 34th Squadron that had survived the morning attack at Del Carmen and were assigned to strafe the newly landed Japanese forces in northern Luzon. The P-40s were in line for takeoff when First Lieutenant Joe Kreuzl jumped on the wing of Gillett's airplane and told him to go see the squadron commander, First Lieutenant Boyd D. Buzz Wagner. He told me he'd hold the plane for me, so I got out. I went to Wagner's airplane, but he was just ready to take off. When I got back to my plane, Kreuzl was taxiing away. He'd stolen it. Gillett's loss of his airplane was fortunate. The ex-cavalrymen of the New Mexico National Guard manning the anti-aircraft guns defending the field promptly shot down 3 P-40s and damaged the one Kreuzl had stolen badly enough to force his return. Those guys couldn't tell a P-35 from a P-40 from a Zero. If it flew, they shot at it. I think they shot down as many of our airplanes as the Japs did. 8 of the P-35As in the attack force suffered failures of their worn engines, forcing them to return to Del Carmen. By the time the defenders arrived over the invasion beaches, there were 8 P-35As and only 12 P-40Es. 5 B-17s of the 93rd Squadron, each armed with 20 100-pound bombs, participated in the attack on the invading troops. The fortresses attacked from 12,000 feet, as the 34th Squadron commander, First Lieutenant Sam Merritt, led his P-35As to attack the ships in the Gulf. Merritt made several runs on the minesweeper W-10 until the ship blew up, in an explosion so powerful that Merritt's wing was torn off as he flew over his target, to become the first U.S. AAF fighter pilot aerial combat casualty in the Philippines. The 93rd's Lieutenant Van de Vantar recalled that there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but it was mostly behind us. The bombers hit 2 ships, claiming 1 sunk. In the midst of this battle, Buzz Wagner claimed his first victories that would make him the first ace of the USAAF of the war a week later. 11 of the P-40s sent on the mission were lost to enemy fighters and anti-aircraft fire. By that evening, there were only 22 P-40Es and 8 P-35As left flyable. While the pilots of the 17th and 34th Squadrons prepared to fly their futile missions against the Japanese invaders in Lingayen Gulf on December 10th, Saburo Sakai and 26 other Zero pilots of the Tainan Air Group departed Taiwan at 1000 hours, headed for Luzon. As the Japanese headed south, Captain Colin P. Kelly, Jr., a 1937 West Point graduate who had arrived in the Philippines with the 14th Provisional Squadron, lifted his Boeing B-17C 40-2045 off the main strip of Clark Field, having flown over earlier from San Marcelino to bomb up. He and his crew were also assigned to attack the invaders in Lingayen Gulf, along with other single B-17s from the 14th Squadron. Sakai and the others arrived over Clark Airfield at around 1300 hours. We circled the burned-out American base for 30 minutes, but were unable to find an American airplane on the ground or in the air. The Zeros turned north to provide air cover for the invasion. They maintained their patrol over the invasion force for 20 to 25 minutes, circling at 18,000 feet. Suddenly, I noticed 3 large water rings near the ships. They were unmistakable. There was a bomber somewhere above us attacking them. The attacker was Colin Kelly. Bombardier Corporal Meyer Levin closed the bomb bay doors, having dropped the 3 600-pound bombs they were carrying. He reported to Kelly that they had hit their target, which he identified as the Japanese battleship Haruna. The target was actually the light cruiser Natori, which was undamaged. Kelly turned to the south to return to Clark. Sakai searched for the intruding bomber. After a few minutes searching for the enemy, squirming around in my cockpit, I saw a lone B-17 about 6,000 feet above us, speeding southward. We continued looking for the others we were sure were part of the attacking force. Unbelievable as it seemed, the B-17 had made a lone attack despite our presence. The pilot certainly did not lack for courage. Sakai signaled the others to follow and began climbing after the enemy bomber. The B-17 was surprisingly fast, and only with full throttle did we manage to get within range. Approximately 50 miles north of Clark Field, we caught up. The thin air at 22,000 feet reduced the Zero's performance. We swung out in a long file and made individual attacks on the bomber, one after the other. Amazingly, after all 10 had fired on it, we were flabbergasted as it appeared not a single bullet or shell had touched the plane. This was our first experience with the B-17, and the airplane's huge size caused us to misjudge our firing distance. In addition, the bomber's extraordinary speed, for which we made no allowance, threw our sights off. All through the attack, the B-17 crew fired at us from their gun positions. Fortunately, their accuracy was no better than our own. We were now over Clark Field, and it seemed certain the bomber had called for help. We had to destroy it quickly before we became caught in a trap of our own making. I decided to approach close from the stern. Fortunately, this was an early model B-17 without a tailgun position, or I might not have survived. 2 others joined me, and we raced in for the kill. I opened fire, and pieces of metal flew off the right wing. Then a thin white film sprayed back. I exhausted my ammunition at the same time. The white film became flames as the bomber burned from inside the fuselage. I turned aside, and the others attacked. Kelly's radio operator, Private Robert E. Altman, described the Japanese attack. The first heavy burst from the fighters went right through the middle of our ship and burst the instrument panel. The top of Sergeant Delahanty's head was sliced off. They also set us on fire in the middle of the ship. We had all those gasoline lines and oxygen lines in there. We were on fire like an acetylene torch. Sakai recalled the end of the fight. The damage had been done, and the B-17 nosed down, still with the wings level. I dropped below and saw 3 men parachute from the now flaming plane. It disappeared into an overcast. Since no Japanese pilot saw the B-17 actually crash, no credit was given at the time. What Sakai failed to see was that Captain Kelly held the burning bomber under control while the rest of his crew bailed out. Bombardier Levin and navigator Joe M. Bean managed to get out of the nose hatch after a struggle, while Altman and waist gunner Staff Sergeant James Hawkyard went out the open bomb bay. Moments after the last man was clear, the B-17 blew up, killing Kelly while blasting co-pilot Second Lieutenant Donald D. Robbins clear of the plane. He was able to deploy his parachute successfully. A second explosion tore the fortress apart, and 3 burning sections struck the ground 6 miles north of Clark Field. Kelly's body was found a few yards from the nose section, while Sergeant Delahanty's body was in the tail section. The 5 parachuting crewmen were strafed in their parachutes by the other group of Zeros that had joined in Sakai's attack, with Hawkyard later reporting that each counted over 100 holes in his parachute canopy after they had landed. Only Bean was wounded, being grazed in his ankle. Kelly became the first hero of a nation desperate for heroes. Early reports mistakenly identified the heavy cruiser Ashigara, which was present, as the battleship Haruna, which was nowhere near the Philippines. Kelly was feted as the man who sank a battleship, when in fact Bombardier Levin hit nothing. This is unsurprising, given that throughout the war very few bombs dropped on ships in motion from high altitude struck their target, and no capital ship on either side was sunk by high-altitude level bombing attacks other than the battleship Arizona at Pearl Harbor. The light cruiser Natori, the ship that was actually attacked, was lightly damaged by shrapnel from one near-miss bomb. In the popular mind of the time, Kelly was awarded the Medal of Honor for diving his plane into the Japanese battleship after his crew bailed out, when in fact the Air Force decorated him with a posthumous Silver Star for his willingness to stay with his airplane and allow his crew to escape. As of the 2006 edition, the Encyclopedia Britannica continues to state that Kelly bombed and sank either Haruna, Natori, or Ashigara, and that the date of the bombing was December 9, 1941, and not December 10th. The Army Air Forces were not the only units to attack the Japanese invaders. The lumbering PBY Catalinas of Patrol Wing 10 were also involved. In fact, the invading force had originally been spotted just after dawn by a PBY-4 flown by VP-101's Lieutenant Clarence Keller, who had spotted some ships 250 miles off the west coast of Luzon, which the crew mistakenly initially identified as the British warships HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse, which were at the time in Singapore, readying for what would be their final combat engagement. Keller swung away, searching for Japanese ships, but when he flew back over the British ships, his identification was quickly revised when he came under anti-aircraft fire from the ships below. Keller's 0800 sighting report resulted in Pat Wing 10 Commander Captain Frank Wagner ordering 5 bombed-up Catalinas at their advanced sea base at Laguna de Bay to attack the ships Keller had found. Around noon, the 5 PBYs found the fleet and dropped 20 500-pound bombs, just missing the stern of the heavy cruiser Ashigara. The Catalina crews reported seeing the cruiser slow and circle as the other ships moved away. All 5 flying boats returned to base safely. Wagner then ordered 4 VP-101 Catalinas at the Sangley Point Seaplane Base in Manila Bay to load with torpedoes and bombs for a second strike against the fleet. Before this mission could be organized and get off, 27 G3M Nels of the 1st Kokutai, led by Lieutenant Commander Tateo Ozaki and escorted by 12 Zeros of the Tainin Kokutai, arrived over Cavite at 24,000 feet, well above the maximum altitude range of 18,000 feet for the anti-aircraft guns manned by the Marine Defenders, at around 12:45 hours, while the other bomber units went after Clark and Nichols. Ozaki made a circuit over Cavite before taking up a heading into the wind for his bomb run. There were a number of ships tied up to the docks at Cavite, including the British destroyers HMS Thanet and Scout, which had arrived that morning after escaping from Hong Kong. The submarines Sea Dragon and Sea Lion were moored side by side at Mackinac Wharf, along with the submarine rescue vessel Pigeon, a converted minesweeper, and the minesweepers Bittern and Quail. 2 old 4-piper destroyers, Pillsbury and Peary, were moored to either side of Central Wharf, undergoing repairs after colliding back in October. The 4 armed PBYs had just been launched from the ramp at Sangley Point and were readying for takeoff. Several other smaller vessels were also in the harbor. As the Japanese bombers entered their bomb run, the 4 PBYs gunned their engines and attempted to get airborne and escape the attack. Ensign McConnell staggered into the air where the PBY was riddled by strafing Zeros, but he managed to stay airborne and make it to Laguna de Bay, where he made a forced landing. Lieutenant Harmon T. Utter, pilot of the 2nd heavily loaded Catalina, to get airborne, found his plane surrounded by enemy fighters. Utter held the flying boat low and made wide sweeping turns to throw off the enemy's aim, while Chief Boatswain Earl D. Payne, Utter's bow gunner, fought it out with the enemy using his single .30 caliber machine gun. One attacking Zero overshot and flew in front of the Catalina at close range, and Payne filled it with bullets. The Zero smoked, caught fire, and crashed into Manila Bay to become the first U.S. Navy air-to-air victory of the Pacific War. Utter managed to make a hard landing. Fortunately, the other enemy fighters had scattered to strafe the Navy Yard. The Catalina was patched up overnight to be ready for operations the next morning. Utter was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for the action, the citation concluding, "Despite the fact that the plane was heavily laden with a torpedo and bombs, his skillful landing of his injured plane in a heavy sea without further injury to it or its personnel made it possible to have the plane in service again on the following day." Chief Payne was awarded the Silver Star for his victory. 3 Grumman J2F2 Ducks and an OS-2U-1 Kingfisher managed to get off the water and evade the Zeros. The Nels passed overhead on their first run without dropping their bombs. Ozaki then came around on a second run, carefully lining up the Navy base below. The first building hit was the power plant. Lieutenant J.A. Stewart was inside, and he shut down the key machinery, which avoided an explosion even though the base lost power. He was later awarded the Navy Cross for his cool-headed action. The rest of the base was mostly closely spaced wooden buildings, which caught fire as they were hit, with the fires quickly spreading. Quail and Pigeon, which were moored together, managed to pull away from the dock, still tied together, and move into the harbor as their crews fired their single 3-inch guns at the high-flying enemy, to no effect. The 2 ships then cut the lines that held them together and moved back toward the Navy Yard to aid in the rescue of those who survived the bombing of the other ships. The destroyer Peary was near missed, then struck in the bridge, which caught fire. Pillsbury caught fire from burning pieces of Peary that flew across the wharf and hit her. The minesweeper Whippoorwill, which had been on patrol in the bay, moved in to fight Peary's fires and attempt to pull the burning destroyer away from the dock before her fires spread to the torpedo stowage building. Unfortunately, the torpedo storage did catch fire, and suddenly the torpedoes stowed within began exploding. With torpedoes exploding and falling bombs making a rain of further explosions, Whip's commander made a final effort to pull Peary free, and succeeded. The senior officer aboard Pillsbury, Lieutenant R.W. Germany, ordered her to get underway despite her repaired engines having not been tested. Pillsbury moved into the bay. Peary would survive, though she suffered 23 dead and 19 wounded of a ship's company of 130. Sea Dragon and Sea Lion were also hit by the bombs, with Sea Lion hit by 2 bombs, one on the conning tower and one aft that penetrated to the engine room where it exploded. As Sea Lion's crew abandoned ship, open paint cans on Sea Dragon's deck caught fire. Sea Dragon couldn't move because Bittern was tied up to her and had also caught fire. At that moment, the submarine rescue vessel Pigeon returned and managed to pass a line to Sea Dragon, by which she was able to pull the submarine away from the dock and save her. Just as the submarine pulled free of the dock, a large fuel tank on the wharf exploded, sending burning fuel right where Sea Dragon had been moored. Sea Lion lay by the wharf, half sunk, the first U.S. submarine lost in the Pacific War. The bombers made 4 runs over Cavite, attacking in 9-plane groups. The G-4M Bettys of the Takao Kokutai, which had been unable to attack Del Carmen Airfield, joined the Nels, adding even more bombs to the attack. The bombers departed by 1500 hours, with Cavite Navy Base aflame from end to end. For those ashore, the situation was dire. Power for firefighting pumps was dead. The city of Cavite outside the base was also on fire and could spare no resources to help. Firefighting efforts went on throughout the afternoon and evening, but were unable to get control. By 2100 hours, it looked like the fires would get to the ammunition department. At that point, Admiral Rockwell, the base commander, ordered complete evacuation. Across the bay in Manila, Admiral Hart needed no one to tell him Cavite was gone, though amazingly, the ammunition depot did not explode. There was no effective air defense left in Luzon. Reluctantly, the admiral ordered his surviving ships of the Asiatic Fleet to abandon Manila. Shortly after giving the order, Hart learned of the fates of Prince of Wales and Repulse earlier that day. The Japanese attack on Cavite was the most thorough and devastating attack on a U.S. naval installation since the British burned the Washington Navy Yard in 1814. Carl Meidens of Life magazine and Mel Jacoby of Time had witnessed the attack. Meidens, who had reported from the Russo-Finnish War, remarked he had never seen such an accurate bombing attack. There was no effective air defense left in Luzon, and with the losses of Repulse and Prince of Wales and the destruction of Cavite, there was now no effective Allied naval force in Asia to oppose the Japanese Navy. By dusk on December 10th, the opportunity for any effective defense of the Philippines was gone. All but 3 of the B-17s on Luzon had been ordered to return to Del Monte, flying through a weather front. 2 of the 3 planes were forced down at emergency strips while low on gas, and the 3rd ditched in the Sulu Sea, with the crew surviving. The 19th Bomb Group now had only 17 B-17s left. There was no organized aerial opposition to the Japanese hitting targets of their choice at their will. The American attacks that day had spread disarray among the invaders, but by the night of December 12th, following a second landing that day, the Japanese were firmly in control of Lingayen Gulf. The only question now was how long it would take them to conquer all of Luzon and the rest of the Philippines. Chapter 6. A Fighting Retreat. Following the successful Japanese landings in northern Luzon Island at Lingayen Gulf, no one knew where the next blow would land. The fate of American forces on Luzon was quickly sealed. Over the next 2 weeks, American forces in the Philippines reeled from unrelenting Japanese attacks. The pilots of the North American fighter squadrons on Luzon were quickly reduced to making hit-and-run raids of as many as 2 pairs of P-40s per mission, and most were flown by only 2 or even 1 aircraft. On December 12th, Boyd Buzz Wagner flew a solo reconnaissance mission to Apari, where it was believed the Japanese were now basing aircraft. Intercepted by 2 Zeros at low altitude, Wagner claimed them as victories on his return to Nichols, raising his score to 4. On December 17th, Wagner led Lieutenants Allison W. Strauss and Russell M. Church, Jr. to attack a Japanese airstrip near Vigan, in northern Luzon. Church was hit by defending fire on his run and stayed with his burning P-40 to complete his pass before the plane crashed and exploded, while Wagner and Strauss continued the attack. A Zero took off and attempted to attack Wagner. He chopped his throttle and the enemy fire overshot him. Once in position, Wagner shot it down, to be credited as the first USAAF ace of World War II. While Wagner claimed all 5 of his victories were Zeros, later research indicates these were actually Nakajima Ki-27 fighters of the Japanese Army Air Force's 5th Air Group, commanded by Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, which had been transferred from Manchuria to Formosa, then flown to Luzon following the Lingayen invasion. This would square Wagner's account of his victories with the fact that the Tainan Air Group and the Kaiyosung Wing, which operated the only Zeros in the region, never relocated from Taiwan to the Philippines. Being unfamiliar with Japanese types at the beginning of the war, most American pilots in 1942 claimed to be fighting Zeros, even when the nearest IJNAF unit, equipped with the now mythological fighter, were hundreds, if not thousands, of miles distant. While the Ki-27 was among the most maneuverable fighters, it did not have the performance of the Zero, and JAF pilots were not trained to the same level as their Imperial Navy counterparts. On December 14th, the 19th Group's First Lieutenant Hewitt T. Wheelis was assigned to lead a flight of 3 B-17s from Del Monte to bomb a new invasion at Legazpi on southern Luzon. Wheelis had difficulty starting his plane, and the other 2 proceeded without him. He managed to get off and ended up alone over the invasion fleet some 15 minutes after the others had unsuccessfully attacked. By this time, other planes had pretty well stirred up the Japanese there, Wheelis recalled. He had just begun his bombing run at 9,500 feet when the flying fortress was swarmed by 18 defending Zeros. Radio operator Private First Class W.G. Killen was manning the guns in the belly bathtub position when the first burst of fire from the Zeros tore off the top of his head, killing him instantaneously. Assistant radio operator Corporal W.W. Williams, who manned the radio compartment guns, was hit by an explosive bullet that ripped his leg open from hip to knee. Right waist gunner Sergeant Russell Brown was hit in his right wrist, while left waist gunner Sergeant John Gootey had his right hand almost shot off. As the enemy continued their attacks, Brown fired the waist guns with one hand, while Gootey ignored his pain after fashioning a tourniquet and swung the guns for Brown with his good hand. Together, they managed to shoot down 3 enemy fighters. Wheelis later described the fight. Sometime during the fight, my number 4 gas tank was hit by an explosive bullet, knocking a hole in it about 6 inches in diameter and allowing the fuel to leak out. The intercom was shot out in the cockpit, and the oxygen system was entirely shot out. Out of 11 control cables, only 4 remained, which made it very difficult to maneuver the ship and almost impossible to turn. The enemy followed the B-17 for 75 miles, over 30 minutes, before giving up. Wheelis fought to stay airborne as darkness fell. With the controls shot out, I could only fly straight ahead. Realizing he couldn't make it over the mountains of Mindanao to get to Del Monte, Wheelis landed on a small airfield near Cagayan, on the northern side of the island. He came in low and hit some palm trees. The plane, on hitting the ground, rolled some 200 yards, then the brakes locked, causing it to stand straight up on its nose. It settled back on the ground, and all were able to get out unhurt. B-17D 40-3096 was a total loss. Sergeant Benjamin Kimmerly reported. The inside was covered with blood, the propellers had bullet holes in them, the tail was almost completely shot away, and one could hardly put his hand on the wing or fuselage without touching a bullet hole. A mechanic gave up counting the bullet holes when he reached 1,200. Wheelis later stated, "Don't let anyone tell you the B-17 can't take it." He would be awarded the Distinguished Service Cross and mentioned by name in President Roosevelt's fireside chat on April 28, 1942. Over a 28-year Air Force career, Wheelis would rise to lieutenant general and serve as Deputy Commander of the Strategic Air Command before retiring in 1968 as Assistant Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. After attempting more unsuccessful missions against the invaders from Mindanao, the surviving B-17s at Del Monte Field were flown to Darwin, Australia, between December 17th and 20th. Lieutenant Teets recalled, "The primary fact in the whole situation was just this. We had to go someplace where we could get decent maintenance on the planes and where the crews could get some rest." The bombers had to fly up to Clark 3 at a time to be fitted with bomb bay gas tanks for the 1,700-mile flight, arriving at dusk and departing for Australia before dawn with as many men as could be carried crammed inside. Teets recalled, "We ignored the rated maximum load. There wasn't such a thing. The only criterion was how much we could carry and still get to Australia." Eventually, 145 men escaped aboard the 12 B-17Ds and 2 B-17Cs that made it to Bachelor Field, south of Darwin. On December 18th, a Japanese reconnaissance plane found Del Monte, and the Japanese attacked on December 19th. 6 B-17s were still there, and 2 were destroyed. The next day, the Japanese landed on Mindanao. On December 22nd, 9 fortresses flew from Darwin and bombed the invaders at Davao. The Japanese later admitted that the dock area had been set afire, that a 10,000-ton troop ship had been sunk, and a heavy cruiser damaged badly enough it had to return to Japan for repair. Refueling at Del Monte in a driving rainstorm, 5 of the bombers managed to bomb the main Japanese landing at Lingayen Gulf at 0300 hours on December 23rd, but were only able to inflict light damage. They were forced to divert to the Dutch island of Ambon to get fuel to return to Australia on December 25th. The main Japanese landing in Lingayen Gulf occurred on December 22nd. Buzz Wagner led the 17th Squadron's last 6 P-40Es, along with the last 6 P-40Bs of the 20th Squadron, in a strafing attack. The two formations became separated in the pre-dawn darkness, and Wagner, with his wingman, 2nd Lieutenant William J. Bill Hennon, proceeded alone. They dropped their fragmentation bombs among the landing barges on the beach, then circled around to make a strafing run. Before they could, they were jumped by a formation of Ki-27 fighters. Wagner's P-40 was hit several times, and the windshield was shattered, spraying his face and eyes with glass while he was hit in the shoulder by another bullet. He managed to make it back to Clark, covered by 2nd Lieutenant George E. Kaiser, but his days as a fighter pilot in the Philippines were over. The next day, he was evacuated to Australia for treatment. The 2 Philippine Army divisions guarding northern Luzon were decimated in the days following the landings, with the weather proving a greater hindrance to the Japanese than the poorly trained, ill-equipped Filipino troops. MacArthur was forced to realize that his cherished plan of defending all of Luzon was impossible as the defenders fell back in the face of the enemy's advance from Lingayen Gulf. Field commanders were notified on December 24th that the old War Plan Orange was in effect, and Manila was declared an open city. The evacuation of the city was complete by December 31st. MacArthur was taken by ship across Manila Bay to Corregidor, where he, his wife and son, and the rest of the staff took up residence in Malinta Tunnel. On the morning of December 24th, Lieutenant Gillett was sent to pick up a newly repaired P-40E at Clark Field and return it to Nichols Field, where the 17th Squadron was still operating. A sudden Japanese air raid saw the airplane destroyed before he could touch it. At the same time, Captain Moore, the commander of the 20th Pursuit Squadron, learned of a possible Japanese landing at Limon Bay on the west coast of Luzon. If the reports were true, American forces around Manila would be threatened with encirclement. Moore asked for volunteers to fly a reconnaissance mission. The guys in the 20th weren't too anxious to go up against the Zero, and there weren't too many volunteers. Gillett was among the few who raised their hands. With Squadron Executive Officer 1st Lieutenant Anderson assigned as leader, Gillett and 2 other pilots he didn't know manned the 4 surviving P-35As that were wheeled from under the trees. They were not in the best of shape, and only mine and 1 other started up right away. Lieutenant Anderson signaled us to go ahead and take off. Once airborne, Gillett noticed that the other P-35A was flying wing to him. He thought I was Lieutenant Anderson, but I knew he had to be senior to me because I was about the most junior second lieutenant in the Philippines. I slid back to flying wing on him, but he slid back again. Finally, I just took the lead and headed out toward the coast. I knew if I took off from Clark Field and headed west to the ocean, then turned south and followed the shoreline, I would come across Lamon Bay at some point, but I wasn't sure how far south it was. In Lamon Bay, the sky was overcast, with the threat of rain, as Japanese troops of the 16th Tsusuma Morioka Division climbed into the waiting invasion barges. North of the invasion fleet, the bad weather forced the two P-35As lower and lower as they headed down the coast. Gillett recalled, "I was at about 900 feet when we came over the hills, and there was the Japanese fleet in the bay. I started counting the transports. I'd gotten up to about 50 when two destroyers spotted us and opened fire." As Gillett tried to count the fleet below, he didn't know that in the clouds above, Petty Officer 3rd Class Toshio Kikuchi of the Tynan Air Group was part of the zero air cover for the invasion fleet. Equally befuddled by the weather, Kikuchi saw the ships open fire and dived to investigate. I was trying to evade the anti-aircraft fire when all of a sudden a Zero popped out of the overcast practically right beside me. I don't think he ever saw me because he immediately turned away. I just turned immediately to my right and was directly on his tail. I opened fire and realized the tracers from my wing guns were converging ahead of him. I couldn't throttle back to open the distance, but then he just dove and headed for the ocean as I realized my two .30 caliber nose guns were tearing up the rear fuselage in back of the cockpit. They tell you not to get target fixation, but I just stuck right behind him, firing all the way till he impacted the ocean, on fire all over. Looking back, I think I probably killed him with the first burst, but I was too green to know that. Gillett became separated from the other P-35A when he turned to go after the Zero. I pulled out, and I was right over an invasion barge with a tank in it, and the Japs were jumping over the sides into the water. Just past it, there were other ships, and I fired at them. I turned, strafed another ship, then came back on that barge with the tank and shot at it, and it rolled over and sank. Just at that moment, I ran out of ammo, because I'd wasted so much shooting at that Zero. I pulled up, saw 4 Zeros headed toward me, and climbed up into the overcast. Once in the clouds, Gillett set course for Clark. I wasn't instrument rated, but I stayed in the clouds because I didn't want the Japs to see where I was going. They had Nichols Field and Clark Field pretty well covered, and they knew where we'd be going and chase us there and shoot us down when we tried to land. After a few minutes, Gillett felt safe to drop out of the clouds. I looked out through the rain and saw another airplane in the distance with a radial engine. I couldn't tell if it was a Zero or maybe my wingman. Gillett then spotted Clark Field and turned to enter the landing pattern. Just as I dropped my gear, I felt the impact of bullets in the airplane. I thought to myself that the airplane I'd seen was a Zero, and now he'd gotten me. I retracted the gear, dived across the field, and down into one of the canyons beyond. I looked around and didn't see anyone, so I turned back to Clark and got a green flare and landed. As Gillett taxied in to where the other airplanes were hidden, a sergeant ran out and told him the field was under attack. I shut down, got out, and watched the Japanese bombers come overhead. Our anti-aircraft defense was pathetic. I later figured out it was our gunners who were the ones that shot me up when I tried to land the first try. There were 24 .50 caliber holes in my airplane from just behind the cockpit to the tail. I was lucky they were as bad with their shooting as they were with airplane identification. After the Japanese departed, Gillett caught a ride across the field to the 20th Squadron's headquarters, where he found the unknown pilot who had flown with him. We were talking, and he told me how Lieutenant Anderson had shot down a Zero over the invasion fleet. He described the whole thing, and I told him, "That wasn't Lieutenant Anderson, that was me. Anderson never took off." Second Lieutenant Lamar Gillett had just become the only P-35 pilot to ever shoot down an enemy airplane. The mistake was finally rectified by the Air Force in 1986, when retired Lieutenant Colonel Gillett was awarded the Bronze Star for his feat in shooting down a Zero on Christmas Eve, 1941. However, as recently as 2003, a book on the P-35 put out by Squadron Publishing assigned credit for the victory to Anderson. Christmas Day saw the 19th Bomb Group fly its final Philippine mission when the 3 B-17s still at Del Monte made their escape to Australia, each bombing Davao as they departed. Lieutenants Schatzel and Muller were followed by defending fighters and climbed to 28,000 feet when they believed the fortresses were safe from the enemy. The Japanese fighters were at their maximum altitude, but they continued their attacks. Muller's airplane was seemingly ignored while the Zeros concentrated on Schatzel. By the time the enemy departed, Schatzel's airplane was badly damaged, though both managed to make it to Australia, where his B-17 was written off and Muller's was only used afterwards as a transport. The 19th now had 11 flying fortresses left after 18 days of war, but only 2 of the 24 lost had been shot down. Had the Japanese pressed harder, they might have destroyed the defending army south of Lingayen Gulf, but General Hama had orders to take Manila and Japanese planners had expected the defenders to fight the big battle on Luzon to defend the city. There were no plans to counter a retreat by the Americans into Bataan. From his headquarters on Corregidor, MacArthur ordered the army to retreat into the Bataan Peninsula. The Japanese had no plans to counter a retreat by the Americans into Bataan. On December 30th, General Hama finally realized the full extent of MacArthur's change in strategy, and the 48th Division was ordered to press forward in order to cut off the American retreat into Bataan. Between January 2nd and January 4th, 1942, the Philippine Army's 11th and 21st Divisions, the 26th Cavalry of the Philippine Scouts, and the Provisional Tank Group were able to keep the road from San Fernando to Dinalupion at the neck of the peninsula open so the retreating units of the South Luzon Force could enter the peninsula before making good their own retreat. The 194th Tank Battalion suffered the loss of half its M2 tanks, but that unit and a supporting battery of M3 anti-tank half-tracks armed with the M1897A4 75mm cannon of the Provisional Field Artillery Brigade were able to repeatedly stop the Japanese thrusts as they became the last unit to enter Bataan. Unfortunately, following MacArthur's change of strategy before the war, the necessary supplies of food and ammunition that should have been waiting on the peninsula for the American last stand had not been positioned. There was not enough time to move sufficient supplies into the peninsula before the evacuation of Manila. Within a week of the retreat, the defenders were forced to go on half rations. Lacking fresh fruits and vegetables as well as medical supplies, scurvy, beriberi, and dysentery soon broke out, followed by malaria. The day War Plan Orange was reactivated, the 5 remaining flyable P-35As were ordered to fly to Bataan and land at Lubao Airfield. 2 were lost when nervous Army gunners mistook the P-35As for Zeros and shot the planes down as they circled to land. Gillett remembered. I was headed to the field when suddenly I was fired on. There was oil all over my windshield, and when I glanced at my instruments, the oil pressure was 0. I slid open the cockpit and rolled inverted to bail out, and then saw the field right below me, so I rolled upright and brought her in dead stick. The ground crews examined the airplane and informed Gillett it would take 10 days to change the engine and make repairs. I was ordered to become an infantryman. Lieutenant Poston was one of 7 pilots from the 17th and 21st Squadrons who managed to land P-40s at Bataan Field. Captain Ed Dias, commander of the 21st, was placed in overall command. After escaping Japanese imprisonment in 1943, he recalled their last stand on Bataan. At the time, we had 5 planes from the 21st and 2 from the 17th, and 2 old civilian airplanes. We used these for bombing, strafing, recon work, dropping ammunition, and ferrying in medical supplies from the south. Dias named his P-40 Kibosh and fitted it with a camera in the baggage compartment. He flew aerial reconnaissance missions as well as one-man bombing raids. Over the week following the American retreat, Japanese actions concentrated on reconnaissance and necessary preparations to attack the main battle line from Abukai to Mount Natib to Maban. Believing that the jungle-covered Mount Natib was impassable, the American defenders had not located any defensive positions on the steep slopes. In accordance with previous plans, the experienced 48th Division that had been responsible for the Japanese success was replaced by the less capable 65th Brigade that had been intended as a garrison force. On January 5, 1942, the JAAF 5th Air Group was also pulled off operations to accompany the 48th Division to the Netherlands East Indies. The American forces commenced an unsuccessful counterattack on January 16th, but the Japanese counterattack forced the Philippine Division to withdraw to the reserve battle line on January 26th. On January 23rd, a battalion of the Japanese 16th Division attempted to make amphibious landings behind the lines. Lieutenant Gillett and the other airmen-turned-infantrymen, along with U.S. Navy sailors, were able to turn back this attack successfully in desperate fighting in the dense jungle, with high casualties on both sides in what became known as the Battle of the Points. Additional Japanese landings to reinforce the survivors on January 26th and February 2nd were disrupted by air attacks from the last few American fighters based on Bataan. The Japanese were trapped and annihilated on February 13th in the Battle of the Pockets. Lamar Gillett recalled, "They came in barges at night, and we managed to stop them on 3 occasions." Following the final battle that stopped the Japanese, Gillett managed to get back to Libau Airfield, where he learned that his airplane and the other remaining flyable P-35A had been ordered to fly out to Del Monte Airfield on Mindanao in the southern Philippines. The P-35A had a wet wing, so it had the longest range of any of our fighters. It also had a large baggage compartment right behind the cockpit. Each of those planes left from Mindanao with 2 other pilots crammed in there. Gillett rejoined the Air Corps infantrymen he'd been with, who were commanded by a Lieutenant Sloan. One day, a few weeks later, I complained to a colonel about the World War I ammunition we were being given to use. There were a lot of duds and a lot of misfires. He got terribly angry with me, asked who my commanding officer was, and when I told him, he told me to have Sloan go over to Corregidor to explain himself to the colonel in charge of ordnance. When Gillett informed Sloan, he was told to go to Corregidor and explain things himself. I ended up on Corregidor for 3 days until I could see that colonel. When I told him why I was there, he told me to return to my unit and he would take care of that colonel. On his return, Gillett discovered Sloan and 2 other officers he was friends with had been killed by artillery fire called in from Corregidor during another attempted landing. General Homa was forced to request reinforcement to overcome the American resistance. Japanese forces were stretched thin with the simultaneous assaults on Malaya and Singapore, and it was not until the British bastion had fallen that additional troops could be sent to the Philippines. Reduced to a single brigade on the front line, the Japanese dug in and commenced siege operations. The army was not equipped for jungle warfare, and the troops suffered many of the same diseases as their American opponents. Lamar Gillett recalled that during this time the cavalrymen of the 26th Cavalry were forced to kill and eat their horses, and that he and his fellow involuntary infantrymen hunted water buffalo to supplement their dwindling rations. Most of the meat was tougher than shoe leather, but when you're down to living on 1,200 calories a day, which is not supposed to be enough to support an active human being, and you have to fight on that, you take what's offered. If you boiled it long enough, it became almost soft enough to eat. The guys who had scurvy were in bad shape because their teeth were falling out, which made it even more difficult to eat. Men hoped and believed that reinforcement was coming. It was, but it was now too late to reinforce those on the front line in the Philippines. Chapter 7. The Forgotten Campaign. The Netherlands East Indies, which contained among many other important natural resources the largest source of sweet crude oil in Asia, that was the basis of the fuel oil for the Imperial Navy and the aviation gasoline that was crucial to the IJNAF and JAAF, became the focus of the Japanese Southern Seas strategy as plans were developed to put the strategy into action. For Japan, the Indies would be the crown jewel in their new empire. By the fall of 1940, with the defeat and surrender of the Netherlands to Hitler's armies, and the isolation of Britain in its stand against potential invasion, both the British colony of Malaya and the Dutch-controlled East Indies seemed ripe for conquest with little difficulty. Like the Americans in the Philippines and the Dutch in the East Indies, life before the war in Singapore was good, at least for some. An RAF, Royal Air Force pilot who flew from Seletar and lived in Singapore with his wife, wrote, "Few of us in Singapore knew anything of the reality of war. War will never reach us, we had always thought, and like ostriches with our head in the sands of splendid isolation, we enjoyed our lives. At night the clubs and restaurants were crowded with tuxedo-clad men and bare-shouldered women drifting together around the dance floors. At Seletar Airdrome, life was especially good. It was reputed to be the most comfortable of RAF stations in the Far East. It had its own golf course, a yacht club, a swimming pool, and private taxis available for all ranks at about £1 for all-day hire. The Singapore civilians accepted us with studied tolerance, and most of the town's amenities were open to us." Like most of the rest of Britain's Eastern Empire, white Europeans lived the good colonial life. However, the British class system was still present. Places such as the Raffles Hotel were out of bounds to other ranks, as they were in Rangoon or New Delhi. While the colonials may have believed that it can't happen here, both the British government and the Dutch government in exile in London were aware of the likelihood of a Japanese invasion. For the Dutch, there was little possibility of further reinforcement in the Indies, though the colonial government there had worked to modernize the colony's defenses. The Royal Netherlands East Indies Army Air Force, Militair Luchtvaart van het Koninklijk Nederlands-Indisch Leger, ML-KNIL, the air arm of the Royal Netherlands East Indies Army and a separate organization from the Royal Netherlands Air Force, had been expanded beginning 2 years before the outbreak of war in 1939 through the purchase of American aircraft. 144 Brewster Model B-339C and 339D export versions of the U.S. Navy's Brewster F-2A-2 fighter had been ordered, though only 71 had been delivered by the fall of 1941. These were lighter than the RAF's B-339Es, since the armament was reduced from 50-caliber machine guns to 30-caliber weapons, while the engine was the same 1,200 horsepower Wright Cyclone used in the F-2A-2. Additionally, 24 Curtiss Hawk 75A-7s, the export version of the Air Corps P-36 fighter, had been delivered in 1940. They had flown so many hours by the outbreak of the Pacific War that their engines were in need of overhaul. A further 24 Curtiss-Wright CW-21s, a lightweight interceptor developed specifically for export, arrived in Java in February 1941. The CW-21's lightweight construction gave rise to structural problems on operations, and nearly half had been grounded by cracks in their undercarriage that had not yet been repaired when the war broke out. A force of bombers had been created, beginning in 1938 with the initial purchase of an eventual 121 Martin Model 139WH and Model 166 bombers, export versions of the Martin B-10, the Air Corps' first all-metal twin-engine monoplane bomber, which had entered service in 1932. By the fall of 1941, the ML-KNIL was composed of 5 groups, with 3 or 4 squadrons assigned to each group. The 2 fighter groups were based on Java, the central island of the archipelago. The 4E Jachtvliegtuiggroup, 4th Air Group, fighter, was based at Mauspadi Airfield, outside Madian, where the 1E Jachtvliegafdeling, 1st Fighter Squadron, 4th Fighter Group, operated 12 H-75A-7s alongside the 2E Afdeling's 16 CW-21s and the 12 B-39Ds of 3E Afdeling. The VE Jachtvliegtuiggroup, 5th Air Group, fighter, was based at Semplak Airfield outside Buitenzorg. The B-339Ds of the 1E Afdeling operated 2 flights at Samarinda II Airfield and 3 flights at Singkawang Airfield in Dutch Borneo, while the 2E Afdeling and 3E Afdeling operated their B-339Ds from Semplak Airfield, with 3E Afdeling basing a detachment of 4 B-339Ds at Ambon Airfield on a rotating basis following the outbreak of hostilities. The 3 bomber groups were also based on Java. 1E Vliegtuiggroup, 1st Air Group, operated 9 Martin 139s each of the 1E Afdeling and 2E Afdeling from Ondir Airfield outside Bandung, Java, with detachments deployed to Tarakan and Samarinda airfields in Dutch Borneo. 2E Vliegtuig Group, 2nd Air Group, was based at Singosari Airfield, near Malang, Java, where the 1E Afdeling was equipped with 12 Model 139s. 3E Vliegtuig Group operated from Chililitan Airfield outside the capital of Batavia, with 1E, 2E, and 3E Afdeling each assigned 9 Model 139s. They were joined on December 15th by the newly mobilized Reserve 7E Afdeling Horizontal Bommenwerpers, 7th Horizontal Bombing Squadron, with 9 more Model 139s of various subtypes. 2 independent Army cooperation squadrons were also based on Java, with Verkenningsafdeling 1, 1st Cooperation Squadron, operating 12 two-seat CW-22s at Chicamber Airfield, and Verkenningsafdeling 2, 2nd Cooperation Squadron, at Yogyakarta. These were under the control of ML-KNIL headquarters and assigned to provide battlefield aerial reconnaissance. In addition to the ML-KNIL units, the Marine Luchtvaartdienst, MLD, the Royal Netherlands East Indies Naval Air Force, operated 24 Dornier DO-24K tri-motor flying boats and 6 Catalina flying boats throughout the colony for marine patrol. The DO-24s were assigned in Groepen Vliegtuigen, aircraft groups, of 3 each to Pontianak, West Borneo, Sorong, Netherlands Papua, Surabaya, Java, Sambas, West Borneo, Ternate, Moluccas, Morakrembangan, Java, Tarakan, Dutch Borneo, and Paolo Sambo, Sumatra. The 6 Catalinas operated in units of 3 each from Tanjung Priok on Java and Halong on Ambon. Dutch naval units in the region were organized into 3 sea forces, Zeemacht Nederlands-India. Submarine and mine warfare forces were controlled by the Netherlands Indies Navy, Nederlands-Indië Marine, while cruisers and destroyers were under the control of the Netherlands Indies Squadron, Nederlands-Indië Eskader, led by Admiral Karel Doorman, a customs and patrol force similar to the American Coast Guard. The militarized government navy, Gemilitariseerd Gouvernementsmarine, provided coastal control. The Netherlands Indies Squadron was divided into 2 task forces. Task Force 1, based in Java and directly commanded by Admiral Doorman with his flag and the light cruiser De Ruyter, included the light cruiser Tromp and destroyers Van Gent, Kortenaer, Piet Hein, Witte de Wit, and Bankert. Task Force 2, based in Sumatra, included the light cruiser Java and destroyers Evertsen and Van Ness. 15 submarines in 4 squadrons were based at Surabaya. The British in Malaya and Singapore were also hard-stretched to provide a defense. British military strategy in the Far East had been undermined in the decades after the end of World War I by a lack of attention on the part of both the Royal Navy and Army, and a lack of funding by Parliament. Major General William Dobbie, the General Commanding Officer, GOC, Malaya, wrote in 1937 that during the monsoon season, which lasted from October to March, an enemy could land on the east coast of Malaya and Siam at Songkhla and Patani in Siam and Kota Baru in Malaya. His predictions would turn out to be correct, but his recommendation that additional forces be sent to the colony were ignored. The British plan of defense involved stationing a strong fleet at Singapore to defend both Malaya and the sea lanes throughout the Straits of Malacca that led to Australia. Dobbie's recommendation was updated in 1940 by Lieutenant General Lionel Bond, who stated that stationing a fleet at Singapore would not deter a Japanese invasion, and that a successful defense of Singapore required that the Malayan Peninsula be defended. He estimated that an air force of 300 to 500 aircraft would be required for a successful defense. By then, the Army and the RAF were in no position to achieve either goal. It was obvious to the British and Dutch that the defense of Southeast Asia required action by all 3 major powers with possessions in the region, operating as allies with a coordinated strategy and command. Unfortunately, despite some low-level discussions of this with Americans from the Asiatic Fleet in the Philippines, no plans for such cooperation could be made because there was no American commitment to enter a war that might break out if the Japanese only attacked the British and Dutch possessions. Given that U.S. war plans for the Pacific foresaw a quick loss of the Philippines to the Japanese, there was little that could be done in the way of planning any defense before a war actually broke out. Additionally, Churchill and Roosevelt had agreed during their conferences in 1941 that if a war broke out in Asia, it would take second priority to finishing the war against Germany in Europe. So far as Washington and London were concerned, the only policy in Southeast Asia would be to contain a Japanese advance to the extent that was possible. To defend Singapore, the RAF decided that the fighter units would be equipped with the Brewster B-339E export version of the U.S. Navy's Brewster F-2A-2 fighter, which the RAF had named Buffalo Mark I. 170 Model 339Es had been ordered by the British Purchasing Commission in early 1940, even though the Air Ministry had determined in October 1939 that the fighter was unsuitable for the RAF. Since British pre-war intelligence regarding the equipment of the Japanese air forces was as faulty as that of the United States, with Japanese aircraft considered not up to Western standards, it was decided that the Buffalo fighters would not have any difficulty dealing with second-rate opposition. This, despite the fact that 1,100 horsepower Wright R-1820-G105 Cyclone engine, which offered 100 horsepower less than the engine that powered the F-2A-2, had fuel starvation problems above 18,000 feet since the Buffalo did not use the same fuel line pressurization as the F-2A-2. Also, the single-stage supercharger reduced performance at higher altitudes. Once the airplanes were flown at Singapore, it was discovered that the tropical climate caused the engine to overheat, spraying oil over the windscreen. With pilot armor and an armored windscreen, gross weight rose 1,000 pounds more than the F-2A-2, to 6,500 pounds. The increased weight coupled with the less powerful engine made the airplane underpowered. Maximum speed dropped to 330 miles per hour, while rate of climb was reduced to 2,600 feet per minute. The extra weight increased the wing loading and landing speed, while reducing maneuverability. The second batch of Buffaloes produced for the British order were forced to use reconditioned engines that had been used in DC-3s. 167 Buffaloes began arriving in Singapore in the spring of 1941 to provide the air defense of Singapore, Malaya, and Burma, and were assigned to each of the 5 Commonwealth squadrons. By the outbreak of war, the main fighter base was at Kalang Airfield on Singapore, where 453 Squadron RAAF, Royal Australian Air Force, had 18 Buffaloes and 243 Squadron RAF had 15, while 488 Squadron RNZAF, Royal New Zealand Air Force, the least trained unit and not yet fully operational, had 17. 21 Squadron RAAF was equipped with 18 Buffaloes, based at Sungai Petani in northwest Malaya, while RAF 67 Squadron's 16 fighters were moved in the fall of 1941 to Mingaladon Airdrome outside Rangoon, Burma. A shortage of pilots meant that additional squadrons could not be formed, so many of the Buffaloes went into storage. Most of the Commonwealth pilots were new and inexperienced, which led to the loss of 20 Buffaloes in training accidents during the fall of 1941. Among the pilots at Singapore was RNZAF Flight Sergeant Jeff Fiskin, a sheep farmer's son from Gisborne. The 25-year-old had learned to fly at age 16, taking lessons in a DH-60 Gypsy Moth. He had finally joined the RNZAF in the summer of 1940 and had arrived in Singapore in February 1941 after completing flight training. Fiskin was first assigned to 205 Squadron, which at the time was still flying the ancient short Singapore 1 biplane flying boats. Shortly after his arrival, the Singapores were transferred to 5 Squadron RNZAF, which resulted in his being sent on a fighter conversion course, followed by assignment to 67 Squadron, an RAF unit that was filled primarily with New Zealanders. When 67 Squadron was posted to Rangoon in October, Fiskin was transferred to 243 Squadron and remained at Singapore. Unlike most of the pilots, Fiskin did not dislike the Buffalo. In describing his experience with the airplane, he later recalled having accrued a total of 150 flying hours by the time he first met the Buffalo in early 1941. Compared to the other inexperienced pilots, he was considered high time. Due to having a few hours of time in the Oxford, which had a retractable landing gear, he was assigned as a test pilot for the newly assembled Buffaloes and also delivered them to their respective squadrons. The Buffalo was his first real fighter. He thought it was quite easy to fly and landed as easily as it flew, and enjoyed doing aerobatics in it. However, he quickly found that it was underpowered, with poor turn, and it climbed like a brick, taking 15 to 20 minutes to stagger up to 15,000 feet. His opinion overall was that it was not a suitable aircraft with which to fight the Japanese, but if it had been given an additional 300 horsepower, the outcome would have been different. By the time the squadrons had received their full organization of pilots, Fiskin had over 300 hours flying the Buffalo in his logbook. In conclusion, he recalled that he had heard the Americans thought Buffaloes were awful, an opinion with which most of the others he flew with agreed. However, Fiskin found he enjoyed flying it even in combat. It is likely his 300 hours in the airplane, when most others had far less than 50 when the Japanese attacked, colored his opinion. That experience would allow him to survive battle with the enemy, where many others did not. The offensive force based at Singapore consisted of 27, 34, 60, and 62 squadrons, RAF, equipped with Bristol Blenheim 1 and 4 light bombers, 1 and 8 squadrons, RAAF, operating Lockheed Hudson maritime reconnaissance bombers, and 36 and 100 squadrons, RAF, flying the ancient and obsolete Vickers Wildebeest biplane torpedo bomber, though 36 Squadron also had some equally obsolete Fairey Albacore carrier biplanes. 205 Squadron, RAF, had recently transferred their Shorts Singapore biplane flying boats to the RNZAF, but only 2 Catalina II flying boats of 18 planned for had arrived for long-range maritime patrol duties. All of the units faced numerous operational problems, including a lack of adequate spare parts and ground support maintenance personnel, as well as no clear and coherent command structure. There was no radar for early warning of air raids, which meant the airfields on Singapore and the Malayan mainland were difficult to defend against air attack. The Australians received the full force of the Singapore mentality, being ostracized by the RAF and other British servicemen. In Singapore, clubs, bars, and hotels refused entry to anyone under the rank of lieutenant, while they got a cold reception from most civilians. This reinforced the anti-British sentiment most Australians held, and the pilots responded by ignoring their British allies whenever possible and calling them all bloody pommies. On top of all that, there was a Japanese spy in the Army Air Liaison Staff, Patrick Stanley Vaughan Heenan, a captain in the British Indian Army. After the outbreak of war, others in the staff found it remarkable that the Japanese seemed to know the correct recognition codes, despite the fact that they were changed every 24 hours. Heenan was caught red-handed with a radio during an air raid on December 12th and arrested. He was court-martialed for treason in January 1942. By February 13th, as the Japanese closed in, Heenan began taunting his guards that he would be free while they became prisoners. British military police cut cards to determine who would execute him, and he was taken to the docks, where he was shot in the back of the head by a sergeant, who then dumped the body in the harbor. The attitude of Singapore at the moment the war began was caught by an Australian soldier whose unit arrived in the colony shortly before the outbreak of hostilities. I still have very vivid memories of my first mental reactions on our arrival in Singapore. The first sight that met our eyes on the first evening was officers in mess dress and women in evening dress. It was not only incongruous, it was wrong. Either we were crazy or they were crazy. An RAAF pilot recalled that RAF Seletar was like a holiday camp with excellent accommodations and plentiful good food, with cheap alcohol and tobacco available. Officers lived a life of relative luxury compared to conditions in the UK, with most of the married ones accompanied by their wives. In a service where British class consciousness was pervasive, even the other ranks did very nicely, with the result that there was a softness and never-never-land atmosphere. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities, there were even many Japanese employed as servants and manual workers, some of whom may have been spies. The Royal Navy's contribution to the defense of Singapore was Force C, comprising the battleship HMS Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser HMS Repulse, commanded by Vice Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, with his flag in Prince of Wales, which arrived in Singapore on December 2nd. The task force had originally included the aircraft carrier HMS Indomitable, which was detached after it ran aground off Jamaica on October 27th and was unable to rendezvous with the rest of the force in Ceylon. While the British and the Dutch prepared as best they could for what was seen as an inevitable Japanese attack, the Imperial Navy did not devote any real attention to the seizure of the Dutch colony until a map exercise was held in the spring of 1940, the only time before the outbreak of war that such planning was conducted. The results were disconcerting, since the primary lesson was that any action by Japan to gain control of the Dutch Indies would inevitably result in a protracted war with the United States, which the Japanese had only a slight chance of winning. While the results were reported to the Navy Minister and Imperial Navy's Chief of Staff, the Navy's leadership did not share this information with Japanese political leaders or with the Imperial Army. By the summer of 1941, the Imperial Army and Imperial Navy strategists saw 4 alternative strategies for the southern move. The first entailed seizure of the Dutch East Indies, followed by Malaya and the Philippines. The second foresaw a step-by-step advance to the Philippines, then to Borneo, Java, Sumatra, and Malaya. The third involved taking Malaya first, followed by the Philippines, in an attempt to delay hostilities with the United States. The fourth plan involved seizing the Philippines and Malaya simultaneously, followed by seizure of the Dutch East Indies. While the last was the most difficult, bringing on a tricky problem of timing and coordination that entailed a dangerous dispersion of force, it was, however, the only plan on which both the Army and the Navy agreed, which led to its adoption. This was typical of Japanese decision-making, which would be a major influence on the outcome of the Pacific War. Throughout the war, a compromise that allowed the two competitive services to offer the appearance of unanimity was more likely to be adopted regardless of its realistic chance of success. After the war, an Imperial Army planner lamented, "When agreement was fairly unanimous, it was easier to join the group than to cause trouble. Hence, as a general rule, no one said anything even when assailed by doubts." The Army also had what turned out to be misplaced confidence in the ability of the Imperial Navy to hold back the United States Navy. The Navy's leadership said nothing to the Army leadership regarding their own doubts as to their ability in this task. The Imperial Navy had used the probability of war with the United States in the Pacific as the primary argument in support of its relative power position within the military bureaucracy throughout the interwar years. Faced with the reality of what they had proclaimed for so long, the admirals could not now retreat from their public position that they would be victorious in the grand confrontation. The first Japanese move in the southern campaign following the occupation of French Indochina in the summer of 1941 was against Thailand, which was seen as a crucial base for operations against Malaya, Burma, and the Netherlands East Indies. Over the years since the Siamese Revolution of 1932, Thailand had become increasingly fascist under the rule of Major General Playak Phibonsongkhram, known throughout the country in the years following the revolution as Phibon. The general began as foreign minister of the revolutionary government. Following his appointment by the king as prime minister in December 1938, the previous military-civilian cooperation broke down. An admirer of Benito Mussolini, Phibon arrested 40 political opponents, both monarchists and Democrats, in early 1939. Following rigged trials, 18 were executed. These were the first political executions in Siam in more than 100 years. Prince Damrong and Preah Songsuradeh were exiled with many others, while Phibon launched a campaign against the Chinese business class that was hated by native Thai. As with Hitler in Germany with the Jews, taxes on Chinese businesses were increased to confiscatory levels, and Chinese schools and newspapers were closed. Phibon and Luang Witchitwatakan, the government's ideological spokesman, followed these moves with a campaign that created a domestic cult of the leader. The ex-monarch, King Prachadepak, an outspoken critic of the Phiban regime, was banned and sent into exile in Switzerland. The government passed laws which gave the authorities almost unlimited arrest powers and complete press censorship. On June 23, 1939, the country's name was changed from Siam to Pratetta, Land of the Free. A campaign of pan-Thai nationalism was organized against the Malay and Chinese ethnic minorities to integrate the Shan, Lao, Burmese, Vietnamese, and Thai ethnic communities into a great kingdom of Thailand. Modernization required all Thais to salute the flag, sing the national anthem, and speak the national language. Performance of traditional Thai music, dance, and theater was abolished. Phiban's photo was ordered to be displayed at the end of every motion picture, as if it were the king's portrait. The audience was ordered to stand and bow. Phiban adopted the title of Tan Phu Nam, Thai for the leader. Phiban's regime also revived old territorial claims against French Indochina, demanding restoration of former Thai territory in Cambodia and Laos. Confronted with American opposition and British hesitancy regarding these claims, Phiban turned to Japan for support. In the aftermath of the surrender of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, the Franco-Thai War erupted that October. Sporadic battles along Thailand's eastern frontier ended with an invasion of Laos and Cambodia in January 1941 that saw the Thai armed forces occupy the disputed territories. Japan intervened diplomatically and used its influence with the Vichy government, and in March 1941, France agreed to cede 54,000 square kilometers of Laos west of the Mekong and the majority of the Cambodian province of Battambang to Thailand, which renamed the territory to its original name, Phra Tabong Province. In fact, the Japanese forced Thailand to accept only a quarter of this territory and to pay 6 million piastres to the French, since the Japanese wished to maintain their relationship with Vichy. Phiban's government proclaimed themselves the victors over a hated European colonial power, which increased Phiban's domestic reputation and popular support and allowed him to change his policy and began courting the British and Americans in hope of blocking what he now saw as an imminent Japanese invasion. The first step was to declare Thailand neutral in any future regional war, a move that came too late. At 2300 hours on December 7th, the Thai government was presented with a Japanese ultimatum with a 2-hour response deadline to allow the Japanese military to enter Thailand. With no response from the Thai government by the deadline of 0100 hours on December 8th, the Imperial Army invaded Thailand at dawn from their bases in French Indochina. After several hours of fighting, the Thai government acceded to the Japanese demands, and aircraft of the Japanese Army Air Force began landing on Thai airfields to provide bases for the planned attacks on Burma and Malaya. Phiban assured the country in a radio message that the Japanese action was agreed to by the Thai government. On December 21st, Phiban announced a mutual assistance pact with Japan. On December 30th, the pact was revised to provide Japan full access to Thai railways, roads, airfields, naval bases, warehouses, communication systems, and barracks. Phiban's government declared war on Britain and the United States on January 25, 1942. However, Seni Pramo, the Thai ambassador to the United States, refused to present the declaration of war. As a result, the United States did not declare war on Thailand. Seni, a publicly anti-Japanese conservative aristocrat, began organizing the Free Thai movement, using the Thai assets frozen by the United States. Thai students in the country worked with the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, during the war. Following the Malayan campaign, Thailand benefited from Phiban's cooperation by the return of the 4 northernmost Malay states. During the war, Japan stationed 150,000 troops in Thailand and built the infamous Death Railway using Allied prisoners of war, and the country was treated as an ally by the Japanese the same way the Germans treated Finland, Hungary, and Romania as allies in the European War. For all of Phiban's efforts, Both the Allies and the Japanese called Thailand the Italy of Asia. It was not meant as a compliment. The Japanese air forces available for the Malayan and Indies campaign totaled 464 aircraft, compared with the 160 operational British aircraft in Malaya, Singapore, and Burma, the 180 airplanes available to the Dutch, and 18 P-40s of the American volunteer group's Hells Angels Squadron. The Imperial Navy was represented by the 22nd Koku Sentai Air Flotilla, comprising the Genzin, Mihoro, and Kanoya Kokutai air groups, equipped with 33 Mitsubishi G3M2 Type 96 land-based attack aircraft, NEL, and 25 A5M4 Type 96 fighters, Claude, under the command of Vice Admiral Sadaichi Matsunaga, and based on 3 airfields near Saigon in southern French Indochina. The 21st Koku Sentai's 1st Kokutai and Kanoya Kokutai were equipped with the new Mitsubishi G4M1 Type 1 land-based attack bomber, Betty, while the Toko Kokutai 4-engined Kawanishi H6K1 Type 96 large flying boat, Mavis, provided maritime search capability. The Japanese Army Air Force provided 354 aircraft for the coming attack. The JAAF 3rd Hiko Shudan Air Corps was composed of the 3rd Hikodan Air Division with the 59th Hiko Sentai that flew Nakajima Ki-27 Type 97 fighters, Nate, the 27th Hiko Sentai operating the Mitsubishi Ki-51 Type 99 assault plane, Sonya, and the 75th and 90th Hiko Sentai equipped with the Mitsubishi Ki-30 Type 97 light bomber, Anne. The 7th Hikodan's 64th Hiko Sentai was the first to take the new Nakajima Ki-43 Hayabusa Peregrine Falcon Type 1 fighter, Oscar, that had only entered service in September. The 47th Independent Chutai was equipped with the first 14 Ki-44 Shoki Demon fighters, Tojo. The 12th, 68th, and 98th Hiko Sentai flew the Mitsubishi Ki-21 Type 97 heavy bomber, Sally. The independent 1st and 11th Hiko Sentai were also equipped with Ki-27 fighters. Reconnaissance units were equipped with the Mitsubishi Ki-1 5-1 Type 97 Command Reconnaissance Plane, BABS, and the new Mitsubishi Ki-46 Type 100 Command Reconnaissance Aircraft, DINA, which could outrun any Allied fighter. All these aircraft were based on airfields in Thailand near the Malayan border. Over the course of the month following the outbreak of the Pacific War, the need for a joint Allied command became painfully obvious. During the 3-week Arcadia Conference attended by President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill in Washington to develop the Allied Master Strategy for the War, ABDICOM, which stood for the United States, America, Great Britain, the Netherlands East Indies, Dutch, and Australia, was created on December 29, 1941. Its mission was to coordinate the joint defense of the Malay Barrier. British General Sir Archibald Wavell, Commander-in-Chief of British Forces in India, was appointed commander of ABDICOM, with American General George H. Brett appointed deputy commander. RAF Air Marshal Sir Richard Pierce was appointed commander of Air Forces, ABDAIR, with U.S. General Lewis H. Brereton as his deputy. U.S. Asiatic Fleet Commander Admiral Thomas C. Hart was appointed commander of the combined ABDA navies, ABDAfloat. Hart was succeeded in command by Dutch Admiral Conrad Helfrich on February 12, 1942. When American Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall proposed that the top commander be British, General Sir Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, saw it as an American setup to be able to blame the British for what was seen as an obviously inevitable defeat. While General Wavell had the responsibility of command, he did not have authority, since the top subordinate commanders from the 4 component nations could override his orders if they believed such orders ran counter to their nation's national interest. Wavell was generally considered to have a brilliant mind and was admired by his staff, but he lacked charisma. By the time General Wavell arrived in Singapore on January 7, 1942, the situations in the Philippines and Malaya were too late to save, while the Indies would soon come under attack. 10 days later, on January 18th, Wavell moved his headquarters to Lembang near Bandung on Java, where he was joined by Air Marshal Pierce and the Abda Air Staff. Throughout the campaign, the Joint Allied Command would be playing catch-up as they reacted to the continuing series of Japanese offensives. Chapter 8. The Malay Barrier. On December 6, 1941, a 205 Squadron Catalina sighted a Japanese troop convoy through the clouds, headed south in the Gulf of Siam toward the Malayan coast. Shortly after dawn on December 8th, the airfields at Alor Star, Sungai Petani, and Butterworth on the Malay Peninsula were struck by Mitsubishi Ki-21 bombers of the 7th Hikodan. Without an effective early warning system, over 60 RAF aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Losses included 23 Blenheims and 12 Buffaloes. The pilots, who did manage to get off the ground in their Buffaloes, quickly discovered that the intelligence they had received regarding the inferiority of Japanese aircraft and pilots was the opposite of reality. The fact that the Nakajima Ki-27 and the newer Ki-43 Hayabusa fighters were each armed with only two 7.62mm machine guns was the saving grace for the Commonwealth pilots, since their Buffaloes were not so easily shot down, though both Japanese fighters could fly circles around their opponents and eventually overwhelm them with sheer numbers, while many of the JAAF pilots were veterans of fighting in China and the Nomonhan incident, and were thus skilled in air combat. The 64th Sentai, the first JAF unit equipped with the Hayabusa, was led by Major Takeo Kato, who became the most celebrated and distinguished ace of the JAAF during the war. Joining the Imperial Army in 1925, Kato was transferred to the JAAF in 1927. He was a captain commanding the 1st Chutai, which was equipped with the Nakajima Ki-10 Type 95 biplane fighter, when the war in China began in July 1937. On March 25, 1938, he shot down 4 Polikarpov I-16 Type 5 fighters in one combat. 3 weeks later, now flying the brand-new Ki-27, he shot down 3 Polikarpov I-15 fighters on April 10th. When he returned to Japan at the end of April, he was the leading ace of the war with 9 victories. Commanding the 64th Sentai at the outset of the Malayan campaign, Major Kato disallowed individual victory credits for the sake of teamwork and led his pilots personally as they claimed an eventual 260 victories over Malaya and Burma by the end of April 1942 to become the leading JAAF fighter unit of the campaign. The Sentai would be joined a few weeks into the campaign by the 59th Sentai, the second unit to equip with the Hayabusa. When the Japanese 25th Infantry Division landed at Kotobaru, 4 Lockheed Hudson bombers flown by pilots of the RAAF-1 Squadron attacked the invasion fleet. The transport Awaji-san Maru was sunk, while the transports Ayota-san Maru and Sakura Maru were damaged in the attack. 2 of the Hudsons were shot down at 0118 hours local time, an hour before the planes of Kido Butai arrived over Pearl Harbor. Following Japanese air raids on Singapore during the day of December 8th, the Royal Navy's Force Z departed the harbor with orders to attack the Japanese invasion fleet at Kotobaru. HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse were escorted by the destroyers HMS Electra, Express, Tenedos, and HMS Vampire. Shortly after dawn on December 9th, the fleet was spotted by the Japanese submarine I-65. Shortly thereafter, Prince of Wales radar failed, depriving the fleet of any early warning of an air attack. While Force Z streamed through the Gulf of Siam during the day of December 9th, searching for the enemy, invading troops seized Kotobaru, supported by fighters based at Singora and Patani airfields in Thailand. 8 Blenheim 1 bombers from 62 Squadron took off from Butterworth Airdrome to attack Singora, but quickly ran into the fighter escorts of an unreported incoming Japanese raid, which shot down all but one of the RAF bombers. The surviving Blenheim, flown by 28-year-old squadron leader Arthur Scarfe, who was leading the mission, managed to evade the enemy fighters and fly on to Singora, where he successfully bombed the airfield. Returning to Butterworth, Japanese fighters caught up with Scarfe's Blenheim and shot it up thoroughly, severely wounding him and shattering his left arm. Despite drifting in and out of consciousness, he managed to keep the airplane in the sky until the Japanese turned back and then successfully crash-landed the shot-up bomber at Al-Star Airdrome. His navigator-bombardier, Sergeant Paddy Calder, and gunner Sergeant Cyril Rich were uninjured. But Scarf died of his wounds 2 hours later in the hospital. His pregnant wife, a nurse based at Al-Star, had just been evacuated south that morning. In 1946, when the facts of the mission became known, Scarf was awarded the Victoria Cross, making him the first British soldier of the Pacific War to receive the highest award for valor. During the daylight hours of December 9th, the H-6K flying boats of the Toku Kokutai searched for Force Z, finally spotting the ships at the end of the day, though the searches were unable to maintain contact in the darkness. Shortly after midnight on December 10th, Admiral Phillips received a message that the Japanese were landing at Kwantan, and he was ordered to investigate. The submarine I-58 spotted Force Z at 0220 hours and fired 5 torpedoes that missed after reporting their position. At dawn, the Toku Kokutai launched 11 H-6K Mavis flying boats to search for the British ships. Force Z arrived off Kwantan at 0800 hours to find the reported landings were a diversion and was spotted by a Mavis 30 minutes later. Shortly after 0900 hours, 86 bombers from the 22nd Koku Sentai in Saigon took off to attack the British ships. A G3M2 Nell of the Genzin Kokutai spotted Force Z at 10:15 hours. The pilot was ordered to maintain contact and broadcast a directional signal. The rest could follow. At 1100 hours, 8 G3M2s of the Genzin Kokutai were spotted visually as they entered their bomb runs over the fleet. Each carried 6 250-kilogram, 551-pound bombs and attacked Repulse. The first 2 bombs straddled the battlecruiser, while the third passed through the hangar roof and exploded on the 1-inch armor plating of the main deck. Repulse's anti-aircraft fire damaged 5 bombers, 2 so badly that they immediately turned back to Saigon. 30 minutes later, 17 torpedo-carrying Nells of the Mihoro Kokutai were spotted as they divided into 2 groups for a hammer and anvil attack. Repulse's commander, Captain Bill Tennant, managed by skillful handling to avoid 9 Type 93 torpedoes aimed at the ship, as well as bombs dropped by 6 other Nells of the Genzin Kokutai. The 8 other torpedo-armed Nells attacked Prince of Wales, which was struck by 1 torpedo on the port side next to Y turret. The blast wrecked the outer port propeller shaft and destroyed bulkheads along the shaft all the way to B engine room. Power to the electric dynamos was lost, which stopped the pumps and caused uncontrollable rapid flooding that put the entire electrical system in the after part of the ship out of action. With much of the interior plunged into total darkness, attempts by the damage repair parties to counter the flooding were slowed, and the battleship soon took on a heavy list. Flight Sergeant Fiskin and the other pilots of 243 Squadron at Ipo Airdrome were sent off to provide air cover when news of the attack was received at Singapore. As the Buffaloes winged north, Repulse was able to avoid 9 more torpedoes in a third attack by the Mihoro Kokutai. But minutes later, 17 torpedo-carrying G4M1 Betty bombers of the 21st Koku Sentai's 1st Kokutai and Kanoya Kokutai arrived and made a third hammer and anvil attack. Repulse was hit by 5 torpedoes in rapid succession that gutted her. Repulse's gunners shot down 2 attackers from the 1st Kokutai and heavily damaged 8 more. But the damage inflicted by the torpedoes was fatal. Repulse listed severely to port at 12:28 hours and quickly capsized, taking 508 officers and men down with her. Minutes later, Fiskin and another pilot arrived overhead. He later described that he saw the bow sticking out of the sea, surrounded by an oil slick, and many bodies as the destroyers HMS Electra and HMAS Vampire rescued the survivors. The squadron remained overhead watching the final struggle of Force Z until they were relieved by the Australians of 453 Squadron. Prince of Wales had also been attacked by 6 G4M1s from the Kanoya Kokutai, which hit her with 3 torpedoes that caused further damage and flooding. 6 G4M1s armed with 500 kilogram, 1,100 pound, armor-piercing bombs also attacked. One bomb hit the catapult deck and penetrated to the main deck, where it hit near the makeshift aid station and killed many of the wounded. Several other bombs were near misses that popped rivets and split hull plates along the seams, increasing flooding. With the approval of Admiral Phillips, Captain Leach gave the order to abandon ship at 13:15 hours, and 5 minutes later, the battleship that had first fought the Bismarck and later carried Prime Minister Churchill to his first meeting with President Roosevelt, capsized and sank. The admiral and captain were among the 327 lost with the ship. The 20-year question of whether or not aircraft could sink battleships capable of maneuvering and defending themselves had finally been resolved in favor of the aviators. That evening, after returning from their unsuccessful mission to defend Force Z, 243 Squadron was transferred from Ipoh to Kuala Lumpur. The Japanese invasion was well underway by December 11th, with bombing raids on the airfields of Alor Star, Sungai Petani, and Butterworth, and the city of Penang. The single fighter unit up north, 21 City of Melbourne Squadron, suffered heavy losses due to strafing and was badly mauled. Squadron leader Flight Lieutenant Tim Viggers led 453 Squadron to Ipoh on December 12th as reinforcement for 21 Squadron, which was pulled back from Sungai Petani to Ipoh. The next day, Viggers led 5 453 Buffaloes on to Butterworth. They had just landed to refuel when the field was attacked by Ki-27s. Viggers and his wingman managed to get airborne, but both were quickly shot down. While the other 3 were taking off, they were attacked, and Flight Sergeant Ronald Ulrich was shot down in flames, while another made a forced landing in a rice paddy, and Wing Commander L.J. Neal crashed, surviving with injuries in what became known as the Butterworth Massacre. Back at Ipoh on December 15th, 12 453 Squadron Buffaloes intercepted a force of JAAF Nakajima Ki-48 Shike Sowatu Keibaku Army Type 99 twin-engined light bombers, Lily, and Mitsubishi Ki-51 Type 99 Sonyas. Flight Lieutenant R.D. Vanderfield scored the first confirmed aerial victories for a Buffalo pilot by shooting down 2 Ki-48s, while Flight Sergeants Neville Reed and V.A. Collier claimed a Ki-51 each. The squadron's first day of combat cost 1 pilot killed, 2 pilots wounded, and 5 Buffaloes written off. Butterworth was raided again on December 17th, and 3 Buffaloes intercepted an attack on Ipoh. 8 more Buffaloes were scrambled while they were engaged with the first force. A second formation of Japanese bombers raided the airfield, destroying buildings and aircraft. The raids on Ipoh continued on December 18th. On December 19th, 6 Buffaloes of 453 Squadron and 1 21 Squadron survivor were flown back to Singapore, leaving 9 working aircraft and 5 pilots at Ipoh. Another Japanese raid that evening left 2 aircraft. After 6 days at Ipoh, 453 and 21 squadrons withdrew to Kuala Lumpur in southern Malaya, where they were re-equipped with new aircraft. Before the war, Sungabrezi Airfield at Kuala Lumpur had been home to a flying club whose clubhouse became 453's headquarters. On December 20th, the day Butterworth was occupied by the enemy, the Buffaloes flew defensive patrols. The next day, a formation of bombers appeared over the airfield. Flight Sergeants Lays and Peterson attacked the formation. Lays was shot down but bailed out, while Peterson claimed 2 Ki-48s. On December 22nd, 18 of the 64th Sentai's Ki-43 Hayabusas, led by Major Kato, appeared in force just after the standing patrol landed to refuel. 6 Buffaloes managed to get airborne, but were shot down or crash-landed. Flight Sergeant Reed rammed a Ki-43. Both pilots were killed in the crash. That afternoon, 4 Ki-43s strafed the airfield, shooting down and killing Pilot Officer Drury when he tried to take off. By the end of the day, 453 had lost 3 pilots killed and 4 injured, with 3 Buffaloes shot down and 4 seriously damaged. The next day, the 4 serviceable Buffaloes were flown back to Sembawang Airfield on Singapore, and on December 25th, the survivors of 21 and 453 squadrons were combined into a new 21/453 squadron under command of Squadron Leader Harper. The Japanese had established air superiority over Malaya in less than a week. The pilots had quickly discovered their fighter was underpowered in comparison to their opponents, and now made an attempt to wring more performance out of the Buffalo by lightening it. On December 28th, the Shadow's Super Sport Special made its first flight. The Shadow was Squadron Leader Harper, and the Super Sport Special was a Buffalo with the ammunition boxes half empty, 2 of its 4 guns removed, armor plate removed, the radio equipment lightened, the gun ports faired over, and the airframe otherwise cleaned up. With all this, the Special weighed 1,000 pounds less than a standard Buffalo and was 30 miles per hour faster. Unfortunately, there was no time to modify the other fighters. 243 Squadron's Flight Sergeant Fiskin claimed his first victory over what he called a zero on December 15th. At this point in the war, Allied pilots called every enemy fighter they fought a zero. He recalled the squadron had almost 20 Buffaloes to start with before the war began, but only 10 pilots. The climate created difficulties for operations, since the Buffaloes were ready to fly in the early morning hours, but as soon as the sun came up, most would become unserviceable due to the heat and humidity. Fiskin was fortunate to have a ground crew of Welsh mechanics and a Welsh rigger, who were the biggest thieves on 2 legs. They would steal whatever was needed from other aircraft to keep his Buffalo operational. I never asked, and they never told me how they fixed it. All they would say as I climbed into the cockpit was, "Now give that a try and see if that fixed your problem." Fiskin's extra experience in the Buffalo showed up well as combat increased. He shot down his second airplane on January 14th. On January 17th, he was on patrol with 3 other Buffaloes. They were flying through cloud again. Emerging from the clouds, he found 2 of the others had gotten lost and turned back. He spotted 24 G3M Type 96 twin-engine bombers 4,000 feet below. The 2 pilots dived straight down on top of them. Fiskin began firing at one bomber that was on the outside of the formation. His rounds found one engine, despite the wild defensive fire from the gunners. The bomber began to smoke heavily before bursting into flames and diving straight into the jungle below. Fiskin zoomed through the formation and pulled out of his dive at 2,000 feet, blacking out momentarily. He pulled up underneath the formation and shot down a second one that also burst into flames, but didn't blow up, dropping out of the formation and gliding down until it crashed into the jungle. The 2 pilots were miles from their base, so they turned for home since they were low on gas. On the way home, they spotted another bomber and attacked it, leaving the Nell smoking very heavily and losing altitude. Fiskin was credited with the 2 bombers, giving him 4 victories in the Buffalo. The Royal Netherlands East Indies Army Air Force sent reinforcements to Singapore on Christmas Day. The 2E Afdeling 2nd Division of Squadron 5, 2-VLG-V, arrived with 12 B-339D fighters, along with 4 Martin 139W bombers from the 1E Afdeling 1st Division of Squadron 3, 1-VLG-3. Before the Dutch fighters were recalled to Java on January 18th, Captain Jacob van Helsdingen had scored 2, while First Lieutenant August Deibel was credited with 3 victories over the island while stationed at Kelang Airport. The first aerial reinforcements arrived in Singapore on January 3, 1942. 51 crated Hurricane 2B fighters were unloaded from the ship they arrived in and assembled by the 151st Maintenance Unit. 21 were ready by January 5th to be flown by the 24 new pilots, several of whom were Battle of Britain veterans, and 232 Squadron was activated on January 8th. By January 12th, the remaining Hurricanes had been assigned to the New Zealanders in 488 Squadron, which passed its surviving Buffaloes to 453 Squadron, which was combined with the survivors of 243 Squadron on January 21st. The 2 Hurricane squadrons were controlled by the newly established 226 Group. Flight Lieutenant Harry Tweedale, a communications specialist, recalled that on the final 2 days of their journey to Singapore, they were escorted by 2 warships for each cargo and troop vessel in the convoy. The convoy was important and represented the last hope of holding Singapore. They were fortunate that the final 2 days found them in a tropical storm with heavy rain, which saved them from discovery by 2 formations of enemy bombers sent to attack them, that were unable to find the ships. Some of the enemy fighters escorting the bombers were able to inflict some damage, but were driven off by defensive fire from the convoy and the air cover provided by Buffaloes from Singapore. The convoy was welcomed in Singapore with relief. Tweedale remembered that the island itself had hardly been touched, and the battle was still raging in Malaya. Now that we had arrived, though, people thought that Singapore would be safe, and the papers were filled with photographs of hurricanes and news of our squadron. The squadron members had to help with unloading the ship that carried their planes and equipment. One night in particular stood out in his memory. Bob Robinson and I were working down in the hold of the Kotagete, with bright arc lights shining down upon us. The air raid warning sounded. The work couldn't stop, which meant that the lights had to remain on. They were unloading ammunition, and Tweedale was scared throughout the raid that they would take a hit, but eventually the all-clear sounded. The unloading was completed in a few days, with the men working continuously in shifts around the clock. They then moved to Seletar to assemble the aircraft and test them. The tropic sun was brutal. You've no idea how uncomfortable it was climbing on the hot metal of the planes with bare knees. The first morning at Seletar saw a Japanese air raid, which was the first experience of combat for the men, who remained nonchalant and remained in the canteen rather than taking shelter. We were determined to show the natives there was nothing to be frightened about. In a mere matter of days, we were reaching the shelters ahead of the natives and demonstrating what real running was like. These Hurricane 2Bs were armed with 12 rather than 8 .303 caliber machine guns, and were fitted with the bulky Vokes tropical dust filter under the nose, which reduced their speed to around 305 miles per hour. The additional weight of the guns and drag of the dust filter resulted in the fighters being slow to climb and less maneuverable at altitude, although the increased armament made them more effective bomb killers. 232 Squadron was declared operational on January 22nd. That day, G3Ms of the Genzen Kokutai attacked Seletar Airdrome, and the Hurricanes took off to intercept them. Unfortunately, the pilots threw away the anti-bomber capability by engaging in the air combat tactics they had learned in Europe against the Luftwaffe. By the end of January, the 2 Hurricane squadrons had been as badly decimated as the Buffalo squadrons. On January 12, 1942, Jeff Fiskin claimed another 0. 2 days later, he scored a 3rd during a fight in which he was lucky to be able to land after being caught in the explosion. He was on patrol with 7 other Buffaloes at 20,000 feet when they came out of the clouds and spotted 20 enemy fighters 1,000 feet below. They immediately dived on the enemy. One Ki-27 turned on him and opened fire. As the 2 fighters closed, the enemy fighter burst into flames and blew up as it passed beneath him. The force of the explosion put his fighter into a spin. Unable to gain control, he attempted to bail out, but with 1 foot over the side, he was yanked back because his helmet, which was sewn to his oxygen mask, was tangled in the oxygen hose. Unable to parachute, Fiskin climbed back into the cockpit and managed to regain control after spinning another 12,000 feet before he pulled out. To this day, I have no idea how I got out of that spin. My whole life flashed before my eyes. Things that happened on the farm, the fights I got into at school when I was a kid, all of them were as clear as day to me. Having regained control, he finally landed 30 minutes after the others had returned, angry with himself that he had not thought to simply pull off his helmet and parachute away. 488 Squadron finally was declared fully operational on its Buffaloes at the end of December. On January 13th, Pilot Officer Noel Sharp claimed a Ki-43 for the squadron's first victory, while Flight Sergeant Ed Kuhn was shot down and crashed. Sharp claimed a second 4 days later, though he was shot down in the fight and crashed. On January 15th, Japanese bombers flew several raids against airfields on Singapore. The escorting Ki-43s that the 59th Sentai had recently re-equipped with were credited with shooting down 6 Buffaloes, while Ki-27s of the 1st Independent Hiko Sentai ran across 15 buffaloes over the city and claimed 7 shot down. Captains Yasuhiko Kuro and Susumu Jimbo, flying brand new Ki-44 Shoki fighters, Toju, of the 47th Independent Chutai, engaged in the unit's first aerial combat and shared 1 buffalo for a total Japanese claim of 14. 488 Squadron lost 3 buffaloes, while the Dutch squadron lost 1 buffalo. Almost all of the other buffaloes that had engaged in combat returned with varying degrees of damage. 488's Flight Sergeant Kuhn, in W8150, reported he attacked a Ki-27, which rolled over into a vertical dive out of control. He was unable to see the final result, since he was attacked by another Ki-27 and his buffalo was badly damaged. Singapore Air Headquarters later confirmed the crash. Flight Lieutenant Vanderfield claimed a bomber shot down. 488's first combat loss since the squadron had become operational was Pilot Officer Greville Lloyd Hesketh, a law clerk from Auckland in Buffalo W8183. His airplane crashed out of control near the oil tanks by the Alexandra Military Hospital. On January 16th, 453's Commander Squadron Leader Frank Howell claimed a Ki-27 shot down, while Flight Lieutenant Mowbray Garden shared a 0 with Flight Sergeant Rex Weber, and Pilot Officer T.B. Mara claimed a Ki-27. Fiskin was credited with 3 G3Ms shared shot down when the 22nd Koku Sentai bombed Singapore on January 17th. 453's Flight Lieutenant Vanderfield also claimed a Nell shot down in the battle, while Flight Sergeant A.W.B. Clare, RAAF, claimed a Ki-43, and 488's Flight Sergeant P.E.E. Killick claimed a 0. On January 18th, 453 Squadron escorted 5 Australian Wirraway 2-seat trainers and the 4 Dutch Martin 139 bombers in an attack on Japanese troops crossing the Mauer River. The formation was intercepted and all the Martins and one of the Wirraways were lost, as well as 3 buffaloes. As a result, the Dutch fighter unit was evacuated back to Java. On January 19th, Flight Lieutenant Reed and Flight Sergeant Keith Goringe each claimed a Ki-51. Fiskin scored his 5th victory on January 21st. 5 days later, the squadron flew as top cover to escort 12 ancient Vickers Wildebeest torpedo bombers to strike an enemy convoy landing troops at Endau. Those slow biplanes never stood a chance, and were mauled and chewed up by the anti-aircraft fire from the ships and the enemy fighters that attacked them as they made their torpedo runs. Fiskin managed to join up with one of the survivors at the rendezvous point on the return to base, but the Wildebeest flew so slowly he had to fly with full flaps and lower his landing gear, and was still faster. The squadron escorted another flight of Wildebeests in the afternoon that ended in a massacre. After this, his squadron was so reduced it was disbanded, with Fiskin and the other survivors sent to RAAF 453 Squadron. Fiskin came close to not surviving his final flight on February 1st. He and his wingman emerged from the clouds to find 12 enemy fighters a few hundred feet below. Outnumbered 6-1, they realized they hadn't been spotted and dived on them. Fiskin opened fire at one from 300 yards. It turned into him and opened fire. He managed to knock it back down, but was attacked by 2 more. Taking hits, he ducked back into the clouds, but the enemy hung around, and every time he popped out of the cloud, he saw an enemy fighter waiting for him. He discovered he'd been wounded in his arm. Finally, he managed to duck out of the clouds and head back towards Singapore. Though the Buffalo had been hit numerous times, it still flew just fine. Fiskin landed and knew there was something wrong when he stood up in his cockpit, and one of his mechanics fainted at the sight. His rigger pointed at his leg and saw his white flying suit was covered in blood from his hip down. A piece of Japanese cannon shell that had bounced off his armor plate and split in 2 had torn into his hip. He tried to remove it, but couldn't, and it eventually had to be cut out. After that, he was unable to fly due to his wounds, as he hobbled around with a walking stick and his arm in plaster. 3 days before Singapore fell on February 15th, Fiskin was evacuated to New Zealand. It would be a year before he could fly again. Fiskin's final battle was one of the last that Commonwealth pilots engaged in, as the RAAF and RNZAF squadrons were evacuated to Sumatra and Java. During the Malayan campaign, over 60 Buffaloes of the 167 that had been sent to Singapore before the war were lost in aerial combat, with another 40 destroyed on the ground in bombing and strafing attacks, while 20 were lost in accidents. The last airworthy Buffalo flew out of Singapore on February 10th, 5 days before the surrender, making a total of 20 of the fighters that reached the Dutch East Indies. In the aftermath of the Malayan disaster and the surrender of Singapore, the Buffalo was a convenient scapegoat. It was outclassed by its opponents, both in the experience of the pilots and the quality of the aircraft. But in a fight against the odds the Buffalo pilots faced, a similar number of even the best Spitfires could not have changed the outcome. The fighter's design had peaked with the F-2A-2. Every further development reduced its performance as its weight increased without a gain in power. In truth, the problem at Singapore was not the Buffalo. The British had made the terrible mistake of underestimating their enemy, as had the Americans in the Philippines and the Dutch in the Indies. The Japanese were not, as xenophobically thought, a race of buck-toothed monkeys, only capable of making poor copies of better equipment invented in the West. Chapter 9. Reinforcement. American military leaders were aware of how weak their forces were in Asia, and made efforts right up to the outbreak of war to send new units and equipment to the Philippines. Once war broke out, there was a need to find some way to get reinforcements to the beleaguered forces in the Philippines and to Australia and the Dutch East Indies. The fact those places were literally on the other side of the world, with supply routes vulnerable to enemy action, forced extraordinary measures. While medium bombers like the B-25 and fighters could be loaded aboard cargo ships, it was necessary to fly heavy bombers to the war zone. The former civilian yacht, He Asmaro, which had been converted to a patrol gunboat. The Army transports USAT MiGs and Willard A. Holbrook, the U.S. civilian cargo ships SS Admiral Halstead and Coast Farmer, and the Dutch cargo ship MS Bloemfontein. Included in the cargo were 48 A-24A Banshee dive bombers, the USAAF's version of the Navy's SBD-3 Dauntless, carrier-based dive bomber, intended to replace the obsolescent Douglas B-18 Bolo bombers that equipped the 27th Bombardment Group in the Philippines, and 18 brand-new North American B-25B Mitchell medium bombers. On December 5th, the convoy crossed the equator. Pensacola received the news of the Pearl Harbor attack at 0825 hours on December 7th. The convoy maintained course for Manila until December 9th, when the ships were ordered to return to Pearl Harbor. That order was canceled a few hours later, and Pensacola was ordered to take the convoy to Suva, Fiji Islands, where Niagara would be left behind, then head on to Brisbane, Australia. The first joint operation of the U.S. Navy and Royal Australian Navy in World War II began the afternoon of Monday, December 15th, when the cruisers HMAS Canberra and Perth, under command of Rear Admiral J.G. Grace, RAN, departed Brisbane to meet and escort the Pensacola convoy. At 11:55 hours on December 19th, north of New Caledonia, Pensacola sighted what was soon identified as the light cruiser HMNZS Achilles, which joined the convoy. At 1840 hours, Perth and Canberra joined. The four cruisers launched their scouting planes for air cover during the 3-day voyage to Australia, sighting the Free French ship Cap de Palme on its way from Noumea to Sydney on December 20th. Later that day, sonar picked up what was thought to be a submarine, which was depth-charged. It was later determined to be a whale. At 0503 hours on Monday, December 22nd, 1941, the convoy entered Moreton Bay, and Pensacola moored in Brisbane Harbour at 12:47 hours. What began as the last Philippines convoy had become the first reinforcement convoy to arrive in Australia. There were additional reinforcements on the way. The 49th Pursuit Group, the 49ers as they became known, came into existence when cadre from the 94th Pursuit Squadron, under the command of Major Glenn Davishire, were mustered at Selfridge Airfield outside Detroit, Michigan, on November 20th, 1940. The unit was part of the expansion program by the U.S. Army Air Corps to grow itself into the organization everyone knew was going to be needed in the war all saw coming. The 3 squadrons assigned to the group were the 7th Squadron, who took the name Screamin' Demons, while the 8th Squadron became known as the Black Sheep, and the 9th Squadron adopted the name Flying Knights. The 49th Group was transferred to Morrison Airfield at West Palm Beach, where the weather was better for the training the pilots needed, in May 1941. Each squadron received a Stearman PT-17 primary trainer, a Vultee BT-13 basic trainer for further instrument work, and 3 Seversky P-35s and 1 P-40C for training purposes. Following the entry of the United States into World War II after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Major Paul Squeeze Wurtsmith took command of the 49th on December 12, 1941. Everyone knew they were going into combat. The only question was where they would go and when they would leave. Newspapers were full of desperate struggles by the American forces in the Philippines. Rumors spread through the group when they were notified at the end of December to commence preparation for overseas deployment that they were going to reinforce the Philippines. The men left Florida on January 4, 1942, heading cross-country by train for California, where they arrived in San Francisco on January 8th. Just before leaving Florida, 75 new pilots and 587 more enlisted men arrived to bring the group to full authorized strength. Among the young pilots were Second Lieutenants George E. Preddy and John D. Landers, who had both graduated from flight training on December 12th, the same day Major Wurtsmith had taken command. After arriving in San Francisco, the officers were put up in a downtown hotel while the enlisted men were billeted in the County Livestock Pavilion, affectionately known as the Cow Palace. On January 10th, embarkation orders arrived, and on January 12th, the men went aboard the former Matson Line luxury liners Mariposa and Coolidge, now converted to troop transports, while their heavy equipment was loaded aboard the freighter Luckenbach. The ships sailed under the Golden Gate Bridge at midday. 2 hours later, out of sight of land, they rendezvoused with the light cruiser USS Phoenix and set course toward the western Pacific. The rumors had been right. They were headed for the Philippines. On January 28th, their destination was changed to Melbourne, Australia. Cape Howes was sighted on January 31st, and the convoy dropped anchor in Melbourne on February 1st. Once ashore, they moved into tent bivouacs at Camp Darley, 30 miles outside Melbourne. Reporting to MacArthur's headquarters, Major Wurtsmith learned he'd been promoted to lieutenant colonel, and his squadron commanders had all been promoted to captain. The 49ers were the first Americans to arrive in Australia as a complete unit. Over the next 3 days, after Australian longshoremen refused to unload the ships, the officers and men unloaded all their supplies and equipment by hand. On February 15th, they were moved by train to Bankstown Airfield outside Sydney. All eyes were now on the Dutch East Indies, the newest front against the Japanese with the fall of Singapore. P-40s and B-25s, originally headed for the Philippines, had been diverted to Townsville for assembly. The plan was that, once assembled, they would be flown to Brisbane on the east coast, then on to Charleville, then to Cloncurry in Queensland, and finally on to Darwin, whence they would fly direct to Java. The route was known as the Brereton Route, and was 3,600 miles long. It followed the Australian coast, and was the equivalent of flying from Boston to Houston around the U.S. coast without navigation aids or reliable maps. It was later described to a pilot of the 49th. "You won't have any trouble finding your way to Darwin. Just follow the trail of crashed P-40s. You can't go wrong." By now, the Japanese had landed in Sumatra and Java was under attack. The situation was desperate, but there was still hope the island might be held if enough fighters could be sent there. The only USAAF unit to make it from Melbourne to Java via the Brereton route was a few P-40s of the 17th Pursuit Group, provisional. Formed from evacuated survivors of the Philippines debacle, 34 P-40Es set out to fly to Java. only 17 made it all the way. In the face of this, the decision was made to ship other P-40Es with their pilots and ground crews aboard the seaplane tender USS Langley, AV-3. Originally the Navy's first aircraft carrier, Langley was obsolete by 1936. She went into the Mare Island shipyard, where the forward half of her flight deck was removed. Conversion to a seaplane tender was completed in mid-1937. She arrived in Manila on September 24, 1939, assigned to the Asiatic Fleet. Langley was anchored off of Cavite Naval Station in Manila Bay the day the war broke out. Since the old ship was not capable of surface combat, she was sent to Balikpapan in the Dutch East Indies, where it was planned she would operate seaplanes for patrol and reconnaissance. With Japanese advances continuing, she headed for Australia and arrived in Darwin on New Year's Day, 1942. At Darwin, she supported RAAF seaplanes until January 11th, when she departed for Fremantle. The 49th Group contributed 32 P-40Es for the reinforcement, flying them to Perth, where they were towed under the main roads to Fremantle and loaded aboard Langley. 27 crated P-40Es assigned to the 13th Pursuit Squadron, Provisional, were loaded aboard the cargo ship Sea Witch, while the assigned pilots went aboard Langley. 59 fighters were not really enough to meet the threat hanging over Java, especially since half would have to be assembled after arrival. But it was all there was available. On February 22nd, Langley and Sea Witch departed Fremantle as part of convoy MS-5, composed of the U.S. Army transport Willard A. Holbrook and the Australian transports Duntroon and Katoomba, escorted by the light cruiser USS Phoenix. 3 days later, Dutch Admiral Helfrich, now the Abdicom chief of the Allied Naval Command, ordered Phoenix to detach Langley and Sea Witch from the convoy and divert them directly to Java. Langley separated from the convoy late in the night of February 26th, several hours ahead of Sea Witch, and rendezvoused with the destroyers USS Whipple, DD-217, and Edsel, DD-219. While it would have been better for Langley to go on to Batavia or Surabaya, where her planes could have been easily unloaded and moved to nearby airfields, both ports were now too dangerous due to enemy air attacks. Thus, she was ordered to make for Chillicap. There was no flying field there, and lighters would have to be provided to move the planes ashore and ramps built for unloading them, while the streets were cleared to permit the P-40s to pass through the town. Many in Chillicap knew the date of her expected arrival, and Japanese intelligence agents quickly learned of this too. The Takao Kokutai, which had recently arrived on the island of Bali from Formosa, was ordered to find Langley and sink her. The morning of February 27th was fair, with only a few high scattered clouds and a light northeast wind. At 0800 hours, 2 ML-KNIL Catalina flying boats arrived to provide escort. An hour later, an unidentified plane was sighted. Captain McConnell radioed a request for fighter escort. There were fewer than 15 fighters in all of Java, and none could be sent. Langley's remaining flight deck was too short to launch the P-40 she carried. At 11:40 hours, Edsel reported, "Aircraft sighted," as Langley zigzagged 9 G-4M Betty bombers of the Takao Kokutai, led by Lieutenant Jiro Adachi, approached at about 15,000 feet. The 9 bombers and a second flight of 7 made 3 passes. On the first 2, they dropped partial bomb loads. Langley was able to evade the first 2 attacks, but the bombers changed their tactic on the 3rd pass, and the ship took 5 hits from a mix of 550 and 130-pound bombs, in addition to 3 near misses. 1 hit forward, 2 hit the flight deck near the elevator, a 4th hit the port stack sponson, and a 5th penetrated the flight deck aft and set her afire. This one salvo was fatal. Aircraft on the flight deck caught fire, and there were fires below. The fire mains were broken. Langley listed 10 degrees to port, but her engines were running despite rising water. Captain McConnell maneuvered to obtain a 0 wind, and the fires were put out. The planes on deck were pushed overboard, and McConnell ordered counterflooding in an attempt to correct the list. Water continued to rise in the engine room, and her list increased. When McConnell passed the order to prepare to abandon ship, his order was misunderstood, and men began to jump overboard. The explosions had blown some off the ship, and others had been forced to jump to escape the fire. Fortunately, the attackers withdrew to the east after their escorting Zeros attacked one of the Dutch flying boats. At 13:32 hours, Captain MacDonald gave the order to abandon ship. Edsel and Whipple skillfully picked up survivors, with the result that there were only 6 killed and 5 missing. Whipple fired 9 4-inch shells and 2 torpedoes into Langley, and the old carrier sank approximately 74 miles south of Chillicap. The oiler USS Pecos, AO-6, had departed Chillicap for Ceylon that morning. That afternoon, she was ordered to proceed to Christmas Island and take on the Langley survivors from Whipple and Edsel. Pecos arrived at Christmas Island the next morning. Just as a boat from Whipple with Langley's Lieutenant Commander Thomas A. Donovan aboard came alongside to arrange the transfer, 3 Japanese bombers appeared in the distance. Pecos and the 2 destroyers headed into a rain squall east of the island. The Japanese dropped 6 bombs that hit near the docks. Following this, it was decided to transfer the survivors at sea, which was accomplished the morning of March 1st. Whipple and Edsel departed to join the remaining ships of Abdicom, and Pecos set course for Fremantle. At about 10:00 hours, Pecos was spotted by a Japanese search plane. At 11:15 hours, 6 dive bombers from the carrier Akagi appeared overhead. They attacked, scoring 3 hits, and Pecos took on an 8-degree list to port. A second wave of 6 arrived at 12:10 hours and scored 4 hits and a damaging near miss. One hit blew out a section of hull 20 feet long above the waterline and started a fire. A second hit destroyed the radio antenna shortly after a distress call was sent. The list increased to 15 degrees, while the third hit destroyed 2 boilers and reduced the oiler's speed. After the attackers departed, a rumor spread that the order to abandon ship had been given. 2 boats and several life rafts were put over the side while several men jumped overboard before the error was corrected. A third wave of 9 planes attacked at about 15:45 hours. No hits were scored, but one of 2 near misses that exploded forward on the port side started the ship settling slowly. The attackers departed before Pecos finally plunged bow first into the sea at 15:48 hours. The abandoned ship order had been passed at 15:30, and the men went overboard with anything that floated. Fortunately, Whipple had heard the distress call, and she arrived on the scene at 20:00 hours. Casualties were high. Whipple was able to pick up 220 survivors, 149 from Langley of a crew of 430, and 71 from Pecos, which had left Chillicap with 242 aboard. That wasn't all. Edsel was spotted by the Japanese fleet that had just successfully fought the Battle of the Java Sea the night before and was sunk with a loss of 31 of 33 pilots and 12 crew chiefs of the 13th Pursuit Squadron she had picked up following the sinking of Langley. All of the 32 P-40s were lost. Sea Witch was luckier, arriving at Chillicap unharmed, but too late on the morning of February 28th. The Japanese landed on Java the next day, so rather than assemble the crated planes, they destroyed them in their crates to prevent the enemy acquiring them when Chillicap was abandoned. 59 precious P-40s had been lost without inflicting any damage on the enemy, and the 32 dead pilots were a significant number of the fighter pilots still left in Southeast Asia. While all of this was happening, the 19th Bombardment Group also became involved in the Java battle. On December 30th, Major Walsh took off from Bachelor Field at 0800 hours, leading 6 B-17Ds and the sole surviving B-17C on an 8-hour flight covering 1,300 miles to the Dutch base at Singasari Airfield, outside Malang, arriving at 1600 hours. The next day, 3 more B-17Ds arrived at 1730 hours. The 19th Group was reinforced by the 7th Bomb Group, newly equipped with B-17Es. Getting reinforcements to Australia and the Dutch East Indies was difficult. 2 air routes had been developed. The first was the Trans-Pacific route, which stretched from Hamilton Field north of San Francisco to Australia. With the fall of Wake Island, the route now changed once the aircraft reached Hawaii. On January 6th, Major Hobson, CO of the 22nd Bombardment Squadron of the 7th Group, led 3 B-17Es on the first leg of the new route. The bombers headed south-southwest to Christmas Island, 1,400 miles distant and only 50 miles north of the equator. The next stop was Canton Island, 1,500 miles to the southwest, a narrow ribbon of land around a lagoon with a total area of 40 square kilometers. One pilot later recalled, "Canton Island is a small coral strip in the Pacific with one tree and one landing strip. The one tree had a lookout tower built around it so they could take advantage of the height of the tree, looking for anybody who might be coming in unexpectedly." The island was also home to 23 bird species, including a large population of albatrosses, known colloquially as goonie birds. The ground crews had to do their best to chase the nesting birds off the runway prior to each takeoff, after which the birds returned to claim ownership. Nandi Field on the island of Veti Levu in the Fiji Islands was the next stop, 1,100 miles further southwest. From there, the aircraft pointed their noses south-southwest again to arrive at Tontouta Field on New Caledonia. There were no servicing facilities at the 5,000-foot strip, which meant aircraft had to be refueled by hand from 55-gallon drums using a hand pump, a process that took about 4 hours to accomplish per B-17. From there, the bombers flew on to Townsville in Queensland, Australia, then on to Darwin, where the 3 B-17s arrived on January 13th. The next day, Major Hobson flew B-17E 41-2417, Monkey Business, the 1,400 miles to Singasari. The bomber had flown 13,000 miles to get to its war. Back at Hamilton Field, it was decided that the next reinforcement mission would fly to Java across what came to be known as the Southern Ferry Route. 3 consolidated LB-30s, which were British Liberator II versions of the B-24 Liberator bomber that had been repossessed by the Air Corps before their delivery to Britain, would lead the way. This was the first part of what had originally been a plan to reinforce the Philippines, involving 15 LB-30s and 65 B-17Es. The Southern Ferry Route took advantage of the short distance from Brazil to Africa across the South Pacific, which was a little more than 1/3 the distance from the U.S. to Britain across the North Atlantic. It had been developed before the U.S. entry into the war by Pan American Airways, with a series of airfields constructed in the Caribbean and across Amazonian Brazil. Once in West Africa, the route crossed sub-Saharan Central Africa before turning at Khartoum, up the Nile to Cairo. With the advent of war in the Far East, an additional route extending east from Cairo to Palestine and Iraq to India allowed aircraft to be delivered to the forces in Southeast Asia. Heading south to Sumatra, the end of the line was in Surabaya, Java. The 3 LB-30s arrived on January 11th. The flight from Tampa, Florida, via Africa to Java was just over 21,000 miles. The aircraft arrived in desperate need of overhaul after such a flight, but there was no time for such work. On January 14th, an hour after Major Hobson had arrived at Singasari Aerodrome via the Pacific route, Major Conrad Neckerson and Captain John Duke Dufresne, Jr. of the 7th Group's 9th Bomber Squadron touched down in B-17Es 41-2461, El Toro, and 41-2459. Having flown the African route. The next day, Captain Fred M. Key of the 19th Group's 30th Squadron that had remained in the United States when the rest of the group flew the Pacific to the Philippines, and First Lieutenant Charles Hillhouse of the group's 32nd Squadron arrived via Africa. During the course of the next 30 days, the rest of the 19th Group's missing squadrons and all of the 7th Bomb Group would fly both routes around the world to Java. Despite the Herculean effort, it was once again too little, too late. B-17s were not the only reinforcements. The 22nd Bombardment Group, Medium, had been established on December 22, 1939, and activated on February 1, 1940, flying B-18s. In the summer of 1941, they moved to Langley Field outside Washington, D.C., where they received the first Martin B-26 Marauders to come off the production line. The group was ordered to Savannah, Georgia, in November 1941, and were mobilized for operational service by the end of the day when they received word of the attack at Pearl Harbor. By the end of the month, the unit was at Morac Field in California, where they re-equipped with 44 brand-new Marauders. In late January, they flew to Hamilton Field, where they were partly dismantled and put aboard ship for transport to Hawaii. From there, the group's 18th Reconnaissance Squadron, medium, was sent on to Australia, arriving in Brisbane on February 25, 1942. They moved to Townsville on April 7th, and then to nearby Reed River on April 12th. On April 22nd, the unit was redesignated the 408th Bombardment Squadron, medium. A second squadron of the group, the 33rd Bombardment Squadron, medium, arrived in mid-April, while the 3rd Squadron, the 19th Bomb Squadron, arrived at the end of the month. The 22nd Group was the first complete medium bomber group to reach Australia, and would be the only Pacific-based medium bomber unit to fly the Marauder in combat. The 408th Squadron flew the Marauder's first combat mission of the war on April 5, 1942, a mission to Rabaul by 6 bombers that flew from Townsville to Port Moresby. The group flew several other Rabaul missions in April and May, with their last happening on May 27th. A Rabaul mission took 3 days to complete. On the first day, the bombers flew from their main base at Townsville in Queensland to 7 Mile Drome, which was named for the fact it was 7 miles outside Port Moresby, where the crews refueled the planes by hand from 55-gallon drums. The second day saw the Marauders fly the mission to Rabaul on New Britain across the Bismarck Sea from New Guinea without fighter escort. On the third day, they would refuel at 7 Mile Drome and return to Townsville. Losses on these daylight raids averaged 1 plane per mission, an unsustainable 17% loss. Weather in the area of the equator where these missions were flown was unpredictable, with the planes frequently flying through massive tropical thunderstorms to get to the target. Following the Japanese occupation of Lae and Salamaua on the northern coast of New Guinea in March 1942, the 22nd Group's Marauders were among the first U.S. aircraft to fly missions against the bases beginning in April. The Marauders flew low-level unescorted daylight attacks on the 2 Japanese bases. Saburo Sakai, who by then was based at Lae, recalled that the Marauders were fast and hard to catch, but easily set afire. He admired the crews for their bravery in flying missions where they had no fighter escort. On March 6, 1942, the 8th Pursuit Group, composed of the 35th, 36th, and 80th Pursuit Squadrons, arrived in Brisbane. Due to congestion in Brisbane and Sydney harbors, the ships carrying the group's 48 Bell P-39D Airacobras were sent to Adelaide to unload. Once reassembled, the fighters were flown to Brisbane, and the new group, who called themselves Cyclones Flying Circus in honor of their commander, Captain Emmett Cyclone Davis, assumed responsibility for the air defense of Brisbane while they underwent further training. Among the pilots assigned to the 36th Squadron was brand new Captain George Welch, the hero of Pearl Harbor. Despite the fact the RAF had turned down the Airacobra in October 1941, after flying 4 missions with the aircraft, and sent it on to the Soviets, the Airacobra was the only other modern fighter in the USAAF inventory besides the P-40E Warhawk. Great things were expected of the airplane. The 35th Pursuit Group departed San Francisco as a skeleton organization on January 31, 1942, aboard the U.S. Army transport Ancon, and arrived in Brisbane on February 25, 1942. Second Lieutenant Teddy W. Hanks of the 40th Pursuit Squadron later recalled his memories of arriving in Brisbane. After our arrival at Brisbane, we were immediately trucked to Ascot Racetrack. I vividly remember the week we spent there. Our tents were small, white, and low to the ground, too low to stand erect. Our first meal was curry, prepared by Aussie Army cooks. Fortunately, we soon found outside sources of more appetizing food, such as fresh pineapple, solid chocolate candy from Tasmania, and other goodies. Still low on personnel and without aircraft, the unit sailed from Brisbane on March 4th, arriving in Melbourne 4 days later, where they were then taken to be billeted in civilian homes at Ballarat, until they left for Mount Gambier, South Australia, on March 16th. Here, more pilots arrived, and the 39th and 40th Squadrons received their new P-400 Airacobras. The three squadrons had been among the first in the Air Corps to fly the P-39 when it first appeared in late 1940. The P-400 was the export version of the P-39 and had been built for the RAF, with the 37mm cannon replaced by a 20mm weapon. When the RAF found the aircraft did not live up to Bell's claims and the service's expectations, the remaining Airacobra 1s at the Bell factory were taken over by the USAAF, since they were immediately available. Most ended up in the South Pacific. The 100 P-400s the 35th Pursuit Group took on had been originally intended for delivery to the Philippines by the Pensacola convoy. But after the convoy was diverted to Australia, the aircraft were assembled at Amberley Field, west of Brisbane. The new pilots who arrived in late April and early May were all recent flight school graduates with virtually no training or experience in fighters. All three squadrons were forced to institute advanced training for the new pilots, with a busy flight schedule, since the group expected to be sent into combat soon. Both the 8th and 35th groups were designated as Interceptor because of the Airacobra's heavy armament of a 37mm cannon and two 50-caliber machine guns in the nose, as well as its high rate of climb to 12,000 feet. In the event, the units would never fly in the interceptor role, being sent on to Port Moresby in June, where they were badly outclassed by the Japanese fighters that opposed them. Most of the 52 Douglas A-24A Banshee dive bombers that had arrived in Australia in the Pensacola convoy were found to be in poor condition due to previous use in training in the United States and were missing various parts, including solenoids, trigger motors, and gun mounts. The reconditioned A-24s were issued to the 16th, 17th, and 91st Bombardment Squadrons that were formed in Australia in preparation for the defense of Java. 15 A-24s from the 91st set out for Java in early February, though only 7 were combat-worthy by the time of their arrival at Surabaya. The 7 A-24As fought against the odds. Referring to themselves as Blue Rock Clay Pigeons, the crews attacked Bali and damaged or sank several ships. By the time the Japanese invaded Java, 2 of the bombers had been shot down and 3 others damaged so badly they could not be used. The 91st was evacuated from Java in early March. The small number of aircraft, with their limited operational range and the lack of crew training for the dive bomber role, had kept the bombers from living up to expectations. Back in Australia, the remaining Banshees were issued to the 8th Bombardment Squadron of the 3rd Bombardment Group, Light. The squadron was sent to New Guinea in June 1942. On July 26th, 7 A-24s attacked a Japanese convoy off Buna, but the enemy shot down 5 and damaged the 6th so badly it crashed on the return flight. The Banshees were regarded by their crews as too slow, too short-ranged, and poorly armed. Following this disastrous mission, the remaining A-24s in Australia were assigned to non-combat missions. Throughout the first 6 months of the war, the USAAF battled distance and weather more than the enemy itself in the effort to hold the line against further Japanese advance. By the summer of 1942, sufficient force had been gathered to change over from a strict strategy of defense to more offensive operations. Chapter 10. The Tigers of Burma. While the Buffaloes of 6-7 Squadron were solely responsible for the defense of Rangoon following their arrival 3 months before the outbreak of war, they were joined a few days before the Japanese attack by a strange aerial unit that had been training throughout the fall at Kyoto Airdrome in the Burmese upcountry. The unit was officially known as the 3rd Squadron of the American Volunteer Group of the Republic of China Air Force. Unofficially, the American pilots called themselves the Hells Angels. The pilots were all former flyers in the U.S. Army Air Corps, the Navy, and the Marine Corps. One of the ex-Marines was a 24-year-old Charles Older, a third-generation native Angelino who joined the Navy Aviation Cadet Program in 1939 following his graduation from UCLA, and was commissioned a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps in 1940. After winning his wings at Pensacola, he was assigned to VMF-1, based at Quantico, Virginia, flying the Grumman F-3F-2. To his disgust, squadron pilots were graded more on their ability to fly a parade ground formation than on any combat skills. In early 1941, the squadron re-equipped with the new Grumman F-4F-3 Wildcat. While flying his Wildcat back to Quantico from the Grumman factory on Long Island, Older first met the P-40. One of the squadrons from Mitchell Field was up, and 2 of them decided to jump me. The P-40 struck me as quite an airplane, since it was faster and more maneuverable than what I was flying. A few weeks later, Older learned recruiters were looking for fighter pilots to fly combat in China. He and squadron mate Ken Jernstedt took a weekend trip to New York City and paid a visit to the recruiting agency. They told us President Roosevelt had authorized reserve officers to resign their commissions and take a position with the CAMCO, Central Aircraft Manufacturing Company, Corporation for service in China. The next week, the 2 young lieutenants submitted their resignations to their commanding officer. He said no. We appealed his refusal, and he was very surprised when it came back from the Secretary of the Navy, approved. Once accepted, the pilots found their leader was former Army Air Corps Major Claire A. Chenault, a fighter pilot's fighter pilot, who had been the leading advocate of fighter aviation in the Air Corps. He had resigned his commission in the late 1930s and taken a position as air advisor to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Republic of China, who had been at war with Japan since 1932. In early 1941, Chenault convinced Chiang, who in turn convinced Roosevelt, that a volunteer group of American pilots trained by Chenault in what he considered proper tactics could help change the nature of the war in China. In April, President Roosevelt signed an unpublicized executive order authorizing recruitment of enlisted men and reserve officers on duty with the U.S. Armed Forces. The British released 100 Lend-Lease Curtiss H-87-A2 Tomahawks for transfer to China. With U.S.-Japanese relations in a delicate position, the recruiting officers had to offer contracts that were legally consistent with official U.S. policy. While the operation had the unofficial blessing of the government, it was officially organized by the Central Aircraft Manufacturing Company, CAMCO, run by Edward D. Pauley. He was later described by Life magazine as always able to be at the right place a few minutes before the right time. The contracts the men signed made no mention of the true nature of their service, stating that the signatories were hired to manufacture, repair, and operate aircraft. The original plan included 3 groups, 2 fighter groups and 1 bomber group. The first group was equipped with Curtiss P-40s, while the next would be equipped with Seversky P-43s. The third was to be equipped with Lockheed Hudsons as a bomber group. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor forced the cancellation of the second and third groups. Along with 100 other pilots and 150 ground personnel, Older boarded the Dutch passenger liner Jaugersfontein on July 7, 1941, for the trip to the Far East. One of the other pilots, former Army Air Corps pilot Eric Schilling, recalled that he realized shortly after the ship was at sea that there was more going on than they had been told. In fact, we were an official undercover operation of the American government. We were not mercenaries, though that cover story was so good everyone believed it afterwards. We were escorted to the vicinity of Australia by 2 U.S. Navy heavy cruisers, the USS Salt Lake City, and the Northampton, because there was a real fear the Japanese had heard about the operation and would attempt to intercept us. Once arrived at Kyoto, the training base the British provided for the AVG north of Rangoon, Older, Schilling, and the others were introduced to the P-40 and Claire Chennault's idea of how to fight the Japanese. Older liked the tactics Chennault taught. The P-40 was a heavier fighter than the others, and it could dive faster than anything else around at the time. Staying in the vertical plane, using dive and zoom tactics against an enemy whose best performance was in the horizontal plane, made perfect sense to me. During training that fall, 3 squadrons were organized: the Adam and Eves, the 1st Pursuit Squadron, the Pandas, and the Hells Angels. There were no ranks, though squadron leaders and flight leaders were named from the more experienced pilots, and a military-style organization was followed. Eric Schilling ended up creating the insignia that would forever be linked with the AVG. 40 years later, he recalled, "It's always been said that the Tiger Mouth came about after we saw a picture of a P-40 being flown by 112 Squadron of the RAF in North Africa. That's not true. I was looking through a British magazine one day and saw a photo of a ME-110 with a shark face on it. There were the Haffischgruppe. I thought it looked perfect for our squadron insignia." Schilling chalked a shark mouth on his P-40 and thought it looked right for the airplane's sharp nose shape. When he asked Chennault for permission to use it as a squadron marking, the commander saw it as the group marking. Schilling ended up chalking the shark mouth on all of the P-40s at Kyoto before they were painted. That's why there were no 2 of them with the same mouth. When Chennault was informed of the possibility of pending war, only the Hells Angels airplanes had their machine guns bore-sighted. The Adam and Eves and the Pandas flew to Kunming, China, to complete equipping. The Hells Angels took their airplanes to Mingaladon Airdrome, north of Rangoon, on December 3, 1941. Following the news of the outbreak of war on December 8th, and with air battles raging over Malaya, the Allied force in Rangoon wondered when the Japanese would strike. Among those waiting was former USAAC 57th Pursuit Group Armorer Staff Sergeant Charles E. Chuck Baisden, who had been among the most experienced P-40 ground crew in the Air Corps when the Camco recruiters arrived at Mitchell Field in late April 1941. They hadn't had to work hard to get Baisden. I had just turned 21. I was making $72 a month as a staff sergeant, and these guys were offering $350 a month to do the same job. That was more money than the Group CO made. I saw this as an opportunity to travel and work at my trade. There's guys who say they joined for patriotism, and I'm sure there were, since anybody who could read could see things were getting worse with the Japanese. But the truth is, most of us were a bunch of adventurous kids who saw a chance to make good money and see the world. When Baisden and the other crewmen had arrived in Rangoon back in July, they discovered life in the tropics was not what they'd been led to believe. The P-40s were already there in crates when we arrived. With construction of the Burma Road to Kunming on hold till the end of the monsoon season, which prevented the group's move to China, Chennault managed to obtain British approval to use a jungle base at Kyoto, just outside Taonu, a jungle outpost 170 miles north of Rangoon, where the Americans were unlikely to attract unwanted attention. Baisden and the other ground crewmen arrived in August. I've been in worse places since, but Taonu at the time was the absolutely worst place I'd ever been. It was in the middle of the jungle, and hot and wet and dirty. There were the biggest bugs I'd ever seen in my life everywhere, in your mattress, in the ceilings. They'd even end up in your food. The one thing Kyoto had going for it was a paved runway that allowed operations even during the monsoon. Our first job was to get the airplanes assembled, and everyone worked on that. We had no tools or forklifts. We used an A-frame to raise a fuselage, and a wing would be walked into position. They'd bolt the wing on and lower the gear, then push it out. With his experience on the P-36 and P-40, Baisden became a senior armorer in the squadron, officially a technical officer, responsible for installing and bore-sighting the guns. In November, Technical Officer Baisden was given a truck and driver and ordered to drive to Maimo, where the British had 55,000 rounds of .30 caliber ammunition in a warehouse. After a day-long drive, they arrived in Maimo and loaded the ammo. Driving back the next day, they stopped at noon to get gas and food. A Burmese policeman stopped us. He'd been chasing us all morning to protect us, since there was already a lot of robbery going on in the backcountry. Basden arrived with enough ammunition for the Hells Angels to go to war. During the training days at Kiada, Eric Schilling, who had been involved in Army Air Corps long-range photo reconnaissance experiments before joining the AVG, convinced Chenault to let him modify his airplane with a Fairchild F-24 camera mounted behind the cockpit in the baggage compartment to give the AVG an air reconnaissance capability. He reduced the plane's armament by removing the 430 caliber wing guns to save weight and improve performance so that he might outrun any interception. On the morning of December 10th, it was time to put the new capability to use. Schilling, escorted by AVG Group Intelligence Officer Alan Christman and future ace Ed Rector, departed Tunu before dawn, dropping into the British base at Mingaladan Airdrome at first light to refuel, then stopping one last time to top off at Tavoy Airdrome on the Burmese-Thai border so they could fly to Bangkok and return directly to Taunu. Japanese intelligence had discovered the mission. 20 minutes after the trio left Tavoy, Japanese fighters arrived and strafed everything in sight. Schilling left Christman and Rector behind when they reached a point 20 miles west of Bangkok and climbed to 26,000 feet, where the sound of his engine would be inaudible to anyone on the ground. Minutes later, he flew over Don Mueang Airport outside Bangkok and photographed the 48 Mitsubishi Ki-21 bombers of the 60th, 62nd, and 98th Sentais. After making that pass, he photographed 2 other airfields and then the Bangkok docks before turning back to the west to rendezvous with his escorts. Back at Taunu, his developed film revealed 90 aircraft, 50 bombers, and 40 fighters, ready to strike Rangoon. The Japanese Fifth Army was ready to begin the invasion of Burma by mid-December, but first, the Allied air forces in Rangoon had to be destroyed. The air war over Burma began on December 23, 1941. Charles Older remembered his first combat with more clarity than any other mission. Ed Overend and I had been waiting to see if the Japs were coming that morning. When they didn't, we decided to bicycle into Rangoon. Just as we got to the front gate, we heard the sirens go off. When we got back to the squadron, everyone had already taken off. But we found 2 P-40 still there. We got them started and took off. We didn't know where the others had gone, didn't have any idea where the enemy was, but we headed southeast after we flew over the city, since we figured that was most likely. Headed their way were 40 Ki-21 Sally twin-engine bombers, escorted by 12 Ki-27 fighters. They arrived 40 minutes after the first warning. The 62nd Sentai, led by Lieutenant Colonel Hiroshi Onishi, headed for Mingaladan Airdrome, followed at some distance by the slower Ki-30 An single-engine bombers of the 31st Sentai, led by Lieutenant Colonel Junji Hayashi. The 12 Ki-27s of the 77th Sentai were led by Major Hiroshi Yoshioka. The Ki-21s of the 60th Sentai, led by Colonel Kojiro Ogawa, and 98th Sentai, led by Colonel Shigeki Usui, headed toward Rangoon separately. Older recalled, "We finally spotted the others ahead of us and higher. At about the same time, we saw the Japanese bombers heading for the city, and they were just about at our altitude. The others attacked, and we didn't think we had time to climb higher, so we just poured the coals to our planes and went at them." The pair each exploded a Ki-21 on their first pass. "What I should have done was dive to gain speed, then zoomed back for another pass. But in the heat of battle, you don't always remember orders. We turned and made another pass at them at their own level, but this time the gunners were ready for us, and they let us have it good. As the tracers were flying past, I realized this wasn't how we were supposed to do it, so we both dived away and then zoomed back above." As Older and Overend positioned themselves for a second attack, a Japanese gunner took aim at the P-40 flown by Hank Gilbert, who, at 21, was the youngest AVG pilot, and exploded the airplane, killing Gilbert. While that happened, Older attacked and claimed another Ki-21. At this point, the battle broke up in confusion. The conclusion of the first fight in the Battle of Rangoon saw the Hells Angels claim 6 bombers and 4 fighters, though only 6 bombers were actually shot down, and the 77th Sentai Ki-27s suffered no loss. All the 98th Sentai's bombers returned damaged, with many aircrew casualties, as well as the loss of their commander. The 60th and 62nd Sentais lost 6 Ki-27s between them. The 6-7 Squadron Buffalo pilots also claimed 6, with 4 probables. Actually, Flying Officer John Lambert and Flight Sergeant Vic Barg each shot down a Ki-21. The Americans lost 3 P-40s and 2 pilots, while the RAF squadron lost 4 Buffaloes with their pilots. With a few more such victories, the defenders of Rangoon would be decimated. The Japanese, stung by the unexpected resistance, called on the 3rd Joint Air Group in Malaya for help. The wait for reinforcement meant they did not return for 2 days, which gave the defenders time to ready themselves. On Christmas Day, 71 Ki-21 bombers were escorted by 25 Ki-43 Hayabusas of Major Takeo Kato's 64th Sentai that had flown to Thailand from Kota Bharu in Malaya, along with 15 Ki-27s from Major Yoshioka's 77th Sentai. The first wave comprised 20 Ki-21s from the newly arrived 12th Sentai, led by Major Yoshikuma Ura, while Colonel Kumano Kitajima led the second wave of 7 12th Sentai, Ki-21s, escorted by Major Kato, leading 10 Ki-43s. Colonel Ogawa led 36 Ki-21s from the 60th Sentai in the third wave. In the event, they outdistanced their escort and attacked without fighter cover. Older recalled, "We had noticed the first time that the bombers sped up as they headed into their runs, and the escort fell behind at that moment. We decided we would hit the escorts first and break them up, so they couldn't catch up to the bombers and defend them. We would hit them in a dive, then use our speed to catch the bombers." The Japanese force flew out over the ocean, then turned so they would be headed for home when they finished their bomb runs. Only 12 P-40s and 18 Buffaloes were able to take off, but with the extra time the enemy took flying around the city, they managed to climb to 18,000 feet. We dove just about vertically on the fighters. I hit one that exploded and went on through the formation. We used our speed to catch up to the bombers, then zoomed up and dove on them. I got one bomber on each of 2 runs. I was pulling out of my second attack when I saw another Jap fighter and exploded him. With these 4 victories atop the 2 scored on December 23rd, Second Lieutenant Charles H. Older, Jr. became the Hells Angels' first ace. The Christmas Day battle saw the Hells Angels officially credited with 28 victories, while at least 8 more Japanese aircraft crashed on the way home from damage suffered in the attacks. The RAF claimed 7. The Japanese admitted heavy losses, which amounted to 5 Ki-21s of the 12th Sentai, 3 of which were brought down over the city, while the other 2 crashed returning to base due to damage, as well as 2 Ki-43s and 3 Ki-27s. The Japanese claimed 17 defenders shot down by fighters and 19 by bomber gunners. 5 Buffaloes and 2 P-40s were lost in combat, though their pilots were saved, while Parker Dupuis' P-40 was damaged beyond repair, though he made it back to Mingaladon. 8 Buffaloes on the field were destroyed by bombing. That night, United Press correspondent Charles McGrath first used the name Flying Tigers in his report of the battle filed the following day, and published throughout the United States on December 27, 1941. The tactic of gaining height, then diving through the enemy formation and refusing to enter combat with more maneuverable opponents on their own terms had been proven. However, the RAF air officer commanding in Rangoon, Air Marshal Donald Butcher Stevenson, who had gained his sobriquet from his sacrifice of Blenheim crews on mostly unsuccessful anti-shipping strikes in the English Channel during the year before he was posted to the Far East in October 1941, refused to recognize the soundness of the strategy and declared that any RAF pilot seen diving away from the enemy would face court-martial for lack of moral fiber. By mid-February 1942, 6-7 Squadron had suffered such losses that it was withdrawn to India. Older recalled, "The Buffalo was even heavier than the P-40, and it had a heavier armament, so the diving attack would have been even more successful for them than it was for us. The British Air Marshal was a fool." The day after the Hells Angels became the Flying Tigers, the Japanese returned, determined to destroy the Rangoon defenders. Flight Leader Dupuy had 6 P-40s available, while 6-7 Squadron's A Flight, led by Flight Lieutenant Colin Pinckney, had 8 Buffaloes, and Flight Lieutenant Jack Brandt's B Flight had 6. The attackers had 35 bombers escorted by 32 fighters. They sent a small force of 8 Ki-21s from the 62nd Sentai, led by Lieutenant Colonel Hiroshi Onishi, toward Rangoon as a diversion. The Tigers and their RAF allies scrambled, but the Japanese turned and ran when the Allied fighters approached. They pursued the Japanese until they were forced to return to base. While the P-40s and Buffaloes were being refueled, the main Japanese force was spotted inbound. This second wave comprised 27 Ki-30 AN single-engine bombers of the 31st Sentai, led by Lieutenant Colonel Hayashi, escorted by 32 Ki-27s of the 77th Sentai, led by Major Yoshioka. Only 4 P-40s were able to scramble alongside 12 Buffaloes, but the defenders were unable to stop the attackers. Armorer Baisden remembered the raid well. I was working on R.T. Smith's airplane when the sirens went off. I looked up and they were on the bomb run. We ran for the trenches and I jumped in just in time to see them pass over. I saw the bombs come down. I was so scared I couldn't take my eyes off them. Somebody whacked me and I dropped down just before the first one exploded. With no anti-aircraft defense, the Ki-30s systematically attacked the helpless aircraft, hangars, workshops, and fuel storage tanks, leaving the Tigers and their RAF allies a battered force with half their aircraft destroyed. It seemed forever before they flew off. Everything was blown to hell. We spent the night putting planes back together. The exploits of the Hells Angels squadron over Rangoon had provided the only good war news to be found in an American newspaper during the first month of the war, with the result that the Flying Tigers rapidly achieved a legendary status in U.S. military history. The Hells Angels flew north to the AVG base at Kunming in southern China after 18 Panda Bears P-40s of Jack Newkirk's 2nd Squadron relieved them at Rangoon 2 days after the devastating attack on Mingaladon on December 30th. On January 3, 1942, Squadron Leader Newkirk, along with Tex Hill, James O. Howard, and Bert Christman, took off before dawn to attack the Japanese airfield at Tak in Thailand. Christman was forced to turn back with a bad engine, while the other 3 circled around the Japanese base to attack from the east with the rising sun at their backs. There was a crowd on the field to welcome the return of the 77th Sentai's Ki-27s from an attack on Moulmein when the 3 Tigers appeared overhead. Tex Hill spotted 3 Ki-27s on the ground, with 3 others in the landing pattern. Suddenly, he realized the American formation had grown. 3 enemy fighters were close astern, and one had already opened fire on Howard as he took aim at the planes on the ground. Hill banked behind the Ki-27, shooting at Howard, and exploded it with a well-aimed burst from his .50 caliber guns, then turned on a second and opened fire on it just after Newkirk did so, the squadron leader having just shot down the leader. Suddenly, Hill felt his plane vibrate as he took hits from yet another enemy fighter that had latched onto his tail. He later recalled, "If those guys had .50 caliber guns, I'd have gone down for sure." He turned and the 2 planes headed for each other. A lucky hit nicked a propeller blade, knocking it out of balance, and the P-40 began vibrating so badly Hill thought it would go down. Howard completed his strafing run and came around again. He opened fire, but at that moment he was hit by enemy ground fire and his engine stopped. He pulled up to try to glide away from the field before bailing out. But suddenly, the Allison sprang to life. He turned and fled west, not knowing how far the damaged engine might take him. As it turned out, all 3 were able to make it back to Rangoon, where they claimed 4 Ki-27s shot down and 3 destroyed on the ground. Hill's plane had 33 bullet holes in it, while Howard counted 11 in his. The Japanese admitted a loss of 2. On January 8th, Newkirk led another strafing mission at sunset to Tak, leading 7 P-40s and 6 6-7 Squadron Buffaloes. The attackers divided themselves into 3 flights. Newkirk's foursome attacked out of the sun from the west, while the second AVG flight came in from the southwest, and the RAF fighters struck from the northwest. Newkirk hit one Ki-27 during his pass and set a truck afire that slammed into the burning fighter, causing both to explode. Behind him, John Patak spotted an anti-aircraft emplacement and knocked it out. Landing back at Mingaladon at 1830 hours, they claimed 3 planes destroyed, though the Japanese only recorded the one Ki-27 and the truck destroyed. After the Bangkok mission, Eric Schilling's adventures were far from over. In late January, he led a flight of 3 Curtiss-Wright CW-21 Demons from Chungking to Kunming. In heavy weather, he suffered engine failure and crashed in the mountainous jungle, while one of the others flew into a mountainside and was killed. Schilling climbed out of the wreck and was immediately surrounded by tribal villagers who had seen the crash. "I'm an American," he explained. It meant nothing to these people, who in the middle of the 20th century were unaware there was a white race. All they knew was their country was at war with the Japanese, who flew in metal birds, and this man who flew a metal bird was not Chinese. As far as they were concerned, this was proof he was Japanese, and they treated him accordingly. Schilling was imprisoned in a hole from which it was made clear to him he would not leave alive. However, his luck held when a Chinese army patrol happened along a few days later. "The boys in Kunming were very surprised when the Chinese brought me in," he recalled. "They'd already listed me as dead." Schilling's experience prompted the group to sew the famous blood chit on the back of their flight jackets. It was a branding to ensure indigenous people in the remote areas over which they flew and fought would know an American when they found one, and know they would be well rewarded for helping him. On January 20th, the Americans escorted 6 RAF Blenheims on a mission to bomb Mae So in Thailand. Newkirk led 6 P-40s, 3 Panda Bears, and 3 others from the newly arrived Adam and Eve 1st Squadron. Just before they got to the target, they ran across a formation of Ki-27s. In the ensuing battle, Newkirk shot down 2 to run his aerial score to 5, while future leading AVG ace Bob Neal scored his first victory. The Blenheims bombed the target in a shallow dive and set several buildings on fire. They all returned without loss. The Japanese struck again at Mingaladon on January 23rd. 8 P-40s and 3 Buffaloes took off to intercept the raiders. The Ki-30s were separated from their escort in the poor weather when the defenders first found them. They hit the bombers from all sides, and 3 went down before the fighter escort arrived. In the battle, Newkirk evaded 2 Ki-27s by diving away, then climbed back and caught one of them. After one burst, his wing came off and he went down. Another bunch of fighters had been shooting at me while I fired on that one. My engine cut out and heated up and lost power, so I returned to the field, where I crashed due to the fact that my flaps would not come down. Bert Christman's P-40 was shot up, and he had to bail out. He was strafed in his parachute and hit in the neck. The Japanese claimed 7, while the Allies lost only a Buffalo and the 2 P-40s. The Americans claimed 11 shot down, while the RAF claimed 1. The Japanese reported 1 Ki-30 shot down and 10 more damaged. Reporting on another fight that happened on January 28th, Newkirk wrote, "The planes that we have here now are beginning to look like patchwork quilts for the holes in them. The engines are also getting tired. There are not sufficient ground crews for the job, and there is not enough time for them to teach the Chinese or other helpers which they steal from our neighbors, the RAF. I am firmly convinced that the AVG does not need anything from the Army or any other organization, as far as we are concerned." The Japanese Army began their advance into Burma on January 12, 1942. By the end of February, they were 20 miles from Mingaladon, and Chennault ordered the AVG to evacuate. They moved north to Magwe with the survivors of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons, where they were able to hold out until early March. By then, there were only 20 P-40s left. Following Bill Reed's and Ken Jernstedt's attack on Moulmein on March 19th, Magwe was hit by Japanese attacks from March 21st to 28th. On March 29th, Chuck Baisden was assigned to drive a truck filled with salvaged gear. "I drove that truck from Magwe to Kunming over the Burma Road, which was every bit as difficult and dangerous as history says it was. While Basden and the others tempted fate on the Burma Road, Schilling, Charles Older, and 4 others were ordered to pick up 6 new P-40Es for replacements in Africa. Older remembered, "In early April, a Chinese airliner took us over the hump and on to Bombay, where we caught a British flying boat that got us to Cairo, and then an Army Air Force's C-47 crew flew us across to Accra." After checking out the USAAF fighters, the 6 pilots set off on an odyssey back to China, flying across Africa to Khartoum and then on to Cairo. Older recalled, "We managed to keep company with the same C-47 that brought us across Africa." From Cairo, they flew to Jerusalem, then Baghdad, across the desert to Karachi, and on to Bombay, then across India to Assam, where they took the 6 fighters over the Himalayas to Chungking. They arrived at about the same time Basden and the rest of the ground unit made it up the Burma Road to Kunming in late April. The epic tale of the Flying Tigers was nearing its end. As Basden remembered, the monsoon came in early May, which stopped the Japs just as they'd gotten strong enough to wipe us out. The group was officially taken into the Army Air Forces on July 4, 1942, though only 5 of the pilots, including Tex Hill, elected to remain in China and continue flying in the new 23rd Fighter Group. Several of the others, including Eric Schilling, remained in China for the rest of the war, flying C-47s for the China National Airways Corporation on flights over the Himalayas, known as the Hump, to bring supplies to China. Charles Older and James O. Howard returned to the United States, where former naval aviator Howard joined the USAAF and was assigned to the 354th Fighter Group, with whom he would see combat in Europe as the first unit to fly the P-51 Mustang. Former Marine Older also joined the USAAF and returned to China in late 1944 to be executive officer of the 23rd Fighter Group, by then led by Tex Hill. R.T. Smith returned to Southeast Asia in 1944 as executive officer of the 1st Air Commando Group, led by the legendary Colonel Phil Cochran. Armorer Basden, by then a USAAF Master Sergeant, returned with his friend and flew as flight engineer and top turret gunner in Smith's B-25H, Barbie 3.